Hello and welcome to the full story of the Fighters Guild in Oblivion, a tale of a failing family's attempt to revitalise Cyrodiil's flailing Fighters Guild as we the player rise through its ranks, contending with a cutthroat rival faction and explore their dirty secrets along the way. But first, it's probably prudent to ask and answer, what is the Fighters Guild and how does one even join its ranks? Plus, a rare treat for players is the little known and I dare say idiotic way to be permanently banned from the guild in the game.
That's the best you can do?
Starting off with a brief history of the faction, found in the book History of the Fighters Guild. The Fighters Guild was formed to combat rising crime rates across the lands. It was originally intended to be a guild for Akaviri races only, but since there were not enough of them to keep order, it was opened to non-Akaviri members as well. Guild halls then became established in most cities at the start of the Third Era in Cyrodiil, thanks to the influence of Uriel I, and now the guild can take on a contract from any citizen, provided it does not...
I understand the Fighters Guild is hiring new members. Not bad work for some folks.
How to join the Fighters Guild. To do so, we'll learn. When resting from our travels around Cyrodiil, we can hear rumours of the famed Fighters Guild being one of 5 main guild factions available to the player, and, for budding adventurers, the allure of joining, as various NPCs will comment.
The Fighters Guild is recruiting again. Not a bad way to make some money, if you've got the stones for it.
There's more gold in arena fighting, sure, but contracting with the guild is safer and more respectable.
Anyone looking for work should consider the Fighters Guild. I hear they're always looking for recruits.
To further entice you to join, the developers created the publication A New Guild for Fighters, which can be found with any newspaper courier and is widely available around Cyrodiil, reading: The Fighters Guild has been an institution in Tamriel for as long as most anyone can remember. These brave men and women have, for countless years, always been available to do those jobs that the average citizen is simply not qualified to handle. Whether it be ridding a homeowner of a plague of rats or rescuing a wayward scholar, the Fighters Guild has always been available for anyone with enough coin to pay their modest fees. Now, however, it seems that the Fighters Guild is not the only game in town. A new group has recently been making a lot of waves in Cyrodiil. They call themselves the Blackwood Company, and they've let it be known that they'll handle any job that the Fighters Guild will, and many that they won't. While the Fighters Guild has always maintained the strictest standards on both the quality of their members and the legality of the contracts they accept, the Blackwood Company makes none of the same claims. They have no screening process when accepting new members, and they seem willing to accept any contract, assuming one can afford the price tag. Some have questioned the Blackwood Company's methods. They are rumored to be reckless and indiscriminate. Many have spoken of needless damage to person and property during the fulfillment of a contract. None of those we spoke to were willing to go on the record for this article. What the future holds for this upstart group remains to be seen. Are they the perfect solution for a quickly changing world? Will their methods force the Fighters Guild to adopt more lenient business practices? Only time will tell. Until then, if you need a job done, and the Fighters Guild won't do it, check with your local Blackwood Company. We also hear further rumours of this troublesome competitor being the Blackwood Company that has mysteriously popped up in Leyawen.
I understand that the Blackwood Company works cheaper than the Fighters Guild, and they'll do any job. Rumor has it that the Fighters Guild is losing members to the Blackwood Company.
If we were inclined instead to throw our lot in with this new upstart, we can find the purportedly dubious Blackwood Company's headquarters in the swampy city of Leyawen, a stone's throw, no less, from the Fighters Guild Hall marked by an emblem of two weapons crossed over a large tree. When entering the establishment and looking for work, our presence is tolerated. However, we're never offered to join the ranks of the many beast folk that inhabit the stone fortress. Nor are we allowed to explore the guild hall fully, as an Argonian guard stands firmly between us and the Blackwood basement. Later, though, we shall explore the validity of the scurrilous rumours aimed against the clandestine Blackwood Company, and how, if at all it's possible, an Imperial such as ourselves would ever be permitted to join their ranks during the Fighters Guild questline as the story continues.
It's you. Hi.
For now, we instead head to the Fighters Guild Hall across the street. It should be noted, the guild halls themselves are usually constructed in the aesthetic of the local town. However, they are always multi-story dwellings, presumably to house their large forces, and are easy to spot streetside thanks to the red banner with a blade on it, and sign bearing two crossed swords behind a shield mounted on an almost homemade-looking wooden sign hanging above the entrance, perhaps to let prospective members know the Fighters Guild is in the business of killing and gold, not wasted on superfluous signage. Entering the large door, we're met inside by a host of current guild members looking to hone their martial skills and, of course, make some coin. When chatting between themselves, we can overhear.
You heard about any new contracts? They'd tell us, wouldn't they? Was Vigdis our most recent recruit? Or Lenzi Larum? It's been so long, I forgot. I guess I could have been an adventurer, but I like sleeping in a bed.
Clearly, this Blackwood Company is an ever-growing threat to the Fighters Guild's standing. Though joining the guild does possess its own perks, such as free bed to sleep in, skill trainers that will not provide training unless you're a member, and, upon joining, almost any item found in the guild is yours for the taking without penalty. However, before we are deterred, we then see a friendly guild porter dressed in a remarkably generic heavy steel armor plate set versus their aforementioned rival, who greets.
Hail! We're looking for recruits. Interested?
Sure. How would I go about joining?
If you're interested, see Velena Daunton in Coral, or Azan in Anvil, or Burrs Grokash in Shadenhall.
Following the porter's directions, although there are Fighters Guild halls in every city except Kavach and the Imperial City,
Be seeing you.
we find indeed we can only sign up in 3 locales. Either in Anvil, where once inside, the head of the chapter, the Red Guard Azan, greets.
What have we here? I'm Azan, head of the Anvil Fighters Guild chapter, and advanced blunt weapons trainer.
Why do you recommend joining?
I love being in the guild. There's money to be made. If you'd like to join up, let me know. Training, beds, and good hard work. Can't beat it.
Or Chadenhall, where we can talk to its Orc Guardian, Bursgrove Cash, who questions.
Looking for action? Think about the Fighters Guild. What do you want, a job? If you want it from me, you'll have to join the Fighters Guild. Not that I'm sure you can cut it.
Why do you recommend the Fighters Guild?
I love being in the guild. There's money to be made. If you'd like to join up, let me know.
Or Coral, where we find ourselves at the guild's headquarters, and the stern Breton and guildmaster, Velena Daunton, acknowledges us from behind her desk.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Velena Daunton, Master of the Fighters Guild. Please excuse the mess. Paperwork. But what can I do for you?
I was looking to learn more about the Fighters Guild, as I'm thinking of joining.
The Fighters Guild is a brotherhood of warriors. We provide a service to Tamriel, lending steel and shield to those who need our help. Whether that means ridding a town of an invading menace or protecting a helpless mage, we'll take the contract.
If we then state, I wish to join the Fighters Guild, Daunton then warns.
The Fighters Guild is always looking for new members. If you've got a clean record and don't have a bounty on your head, we may be able to use you. Are you interested in joining?
As warned, if we attempt to join the Fighters Guild with a bounty, she'll simply state.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you've got a bit of a bad reputation. Make a better name for yourself and perhaps we can accept your application.
And it's worth noting, it is also a good idea to join the Fighters Guild early in the game if you plan to play an evil character, because they do not allow characters with infamy scores over 100 to join unless you have a fame score over 100 as well, as attempting to join with high infamy, Velena admits.
We appreciate your interest, but I understand you've got a bounty on your head. Take care of that and we'll consider your application.
However, if with a clean record and pep in our step we tell Velena, sign me up, she says.
Excellent. You are now an associate in the Fighters Guild. You should report to either Azan in Anvil or Burz Grokash in Shadenel for contracts.
Before departing, we inquire, by the way, is there any chance of advancement in the guild?
You will advance through the ranks of the Fighters Guild when you have proven your merit. As you complete contracts and fulfill your duties, you'll be promoted to the next station, accepting the associated duties and responsibilities. Be aware, though, that your rank can be stripped for failure to uphold the tenets of the guild or at my discretion. Just do your job.
So now that we're part of the coveted Fighters Guild, before we look at ways to get paid promised contracts and advancement, we shall instead first look at getting ourselves banned for life as promised at the start of the video. Now, there are 3 distinct ways we can get kicked out of the Fighters Guild, with the cost to our reputation and punishment escalating each time.
Hello.
The first is to be caught stealing from another guild member, after which we'll be immediately and forcefully ejected from the guild premises. Upon re-entry, no member will speak to us except angrily guide, as Dark Elf champion Modron Orion spits.
It's you. Hi. You've stolen from the Fighters Guild. Go speak with Velena Danton. None of your brothers will deal with you until you atone for your actions.
Speaking to Velena, she then turns to us disappointedly, questioning.
You would steal from your brothers? If you had a need for something, why would you not just ask? I will give you a chance, though. As it is only your first offence, do not return until you have collected 20 bear pelts. Use this time to reflect on your actions.
Trying to negotiate, she dismisses.
You've been told what you must do in order to regain your standing, and you've not yet done it. Don't return until you have 20 bear pelts.
We now must procure a hefty 20 bear pelts, but there is a catch. The weaker black bears appear randomly only starting at level 9 in most places or level 7 along the roads, though many general merchants also have an infinite supply of bear pelts, therefore making them easier to source through commerce. After completing the arduous task of collecting 20 pelts, we can then speak to a waiting Velena who appraises.
So, you've collected the pelts. I trust you've learned a lesson. Your rank is restored along with all rights and responsibilities.
2. Danton, prematurely assessing we have learned our lesson, then witnesses us maim a local porter for getting in our face.
Hellfire! I'm being attacked! I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
That the best you can do?
Committing the second more heinous crime, we're once again ejected from the hall, and upon returning, the guild's champion Modron Orion then hisses.
You've committed yet another crime against your Fighters Guild brothers. Go speak with Danton. Until then, goodbye.
Entering her office, Velena flatly assesses.
First a theft and now a murder. Your crimes are escalating. You have one final chance. Go out and collect the horns of 20 minotaurs. If you succeed, perhaps you'll have learned something in that time. If you fail, perhaps you'll be dead and no longer our problem. Now go.
Attempting to speak to Danton about these horns, she spins on us, saying,
Don't speak to me again unless you've gotten 20 minotaur horns. Then perhaps we'll have something to discuss.
In order to get back into the guild a second time, we'll need 20 minotaur horns. Minotaur horns are somewhat harder to find or buy, and like bear pelts are somewhat level gated. You can get them from killing minotaurs in the wild, beginning at level 12 as bosses or 14 as general enemies, and you can also fight them in the arena after becoming Grand Champion. Returning to the Guildmaster, finally, after collecting 20 horns, would then net.
You've brought back the horns. Your rank and responsibilities are restored. There will be no further chances given you.
So, what is the third and final way to get expelled for good? Well, if we're not a stellar human being or guild member, and enraged enough, we can decide to beat our horse to death to let out some anger. I know it's reprehensible and the guild thinks so as well. As we'd stumble upon the fact, killing your horse is a bannable offence. Returning to the hall, Modern Orion then jeers.
What hole did you crawl out of? None in the Fighters Guild will speak with you again. We have no desire to consort with common criminals.
Despite the caution, we ascend the stairs to Velena Donton's office, a final time to be cast out.
Why do you bother me? Go away. By your crimes, you have been permanently expelled from the Fighters Guild. You have no further chance to atone for your actions. All guild members have been instructed to deny you service, shelter, and assistance. From now until your death, you do not exist in our eyes.
Upon exiting, we note in our journal, because of my crimes against the Fighters Guild, I've been permanently expelled. A sad state of affairs, though it's nice to say Oblivion is still not afraid
Leave me alone!
to kick you out of a guild. Having said that, we shall explore in the next episode, seeing as we've just gone through how to join and to be kicked out, and rise through the Fighters Guild ranks as we begin to take on contracts to aid the citizens of Cyrodiil, as the full story of the Fighters Guild continues. To begin the first Fighters Guild quest, titled A Rat Problem, we find ourselves in the seaside city of Anvil, making our way to the sizable Fighters Guild Hall, a stone's throw from the North Gate. And it should quickly be noted that we shall be following the quest flowchart provided by the unofficial wiki, which provides an easy-to-follow path through the multiple ways to navigate the Fighters Guild questline. Once inside the hall, we see the Red Guard Knight, Azan in full plate, hacking at a training dummy with a two-handed axe, and he turns to greet.
I'm Azan, head of the Anvil Fighters Guild chapter, and advanced blunt weapons trainer.
Hail. Velena Donton told me that you'd have a contract for me.
A contract for you? I think I've got something that suits your experience. Arvina Thillis has some problem with rats in her house.
I'm sorry. Did you say rats? Surely there's some mistake.
Yes, rats. I'm sure she can explain it to you better than I. She lives here in Anvil. Go and talk to her. Good luck. Go take care of the rats, then talk to me.
Being waved away by the Guildmaster, we're more than a little concerned. Our first task for the guild is hunting down vermin, and the other guild members around the hall can be heard commenting.
Another rat job? Not me, no thanks. Let the bottom boot do the rats. Unless you want the gig.
This must be some initiation trial. Although ostensibly rat extermination seems a laughably easy quest to complete, rat catching and the Fighters Guild have an extensive history in the games, and deceptively holds multiple endings we shall explore in succession, including A. Finishing the quest as intended, B. Betraying the contract giver for a different reward, and C. Outright failing our first quest for the Fighters Guild and the consequences for our dishonourable action. But first, to begin the quest, exiting the guild hall, our quest updates. Azan has told me of a contract in Anvil with Arvina Thillis. I should speak to her about a problem with rats in her basement. Heading up Anvil's cobble path, we find the second building to our right to be Thillis' abode, looking for any entry points for rats. As to make quick work of this lowly assignment, we head around the back of the abode and find that something or someone has busted through the wall. No rat we've ever seen could have done this much damage. Looks like we're going to have to talk to Arvina. Knocking on the door. It appears nobody's home. Letting ourselves in, we light a torch to see around the 2-story house. The bottom floor contains a sizable living room and reading area, holding many foodstuffs left out in the open. If there's one thing we know about rats, it's they would probably eat this food as soon as this Arvina goes to bed. Strange if they've made their way through the back of the building. They haven't torn their way through the basement door. Ascending the stairs to our left, we move through a small sitting room and into Arvina's bedroom. It's there we find an aging dark elf who exclaims,
"Oh, my poor little rats!"
Arvina Thelis, I've been sent to help. Did you say poor rats?
Ah, you must be from the Fighters Guild. Good, I have a problem. It has to do with the rats in my basement.
Yes, I'm here to take care of the rats in the basement.
That's right. Rats in my basement, and something's been killing them. It's horrible. My poor babies. You must do something. I don't know what I'd do without them. Their little pink noses, their scaly little tails. Please get to the basement and find out what's happening.
Wait, you keep vermin in your basement? As pets? I bet your neighbors love you.
You can't imagine the fuss some people make. My rats are no problem for anyone. Please save my little rats.
And to think, we thought ourselves the exterminator, but are now on rat-saving duty. Avina's questionable love of the furry rodents is a topic of discussion and disgust among the townsfolk, as they can be heard saying.
Arvina Thelis is an odd one. I've heard some strange noises coming from her basement.
She's a nut. Whatever's going on in that house, I don't want to know about it.
That woman is a bit off-kilter. I don't even want to know what she's got in her basement.
Looking around Avina's open-plan bedroom, we see valuables and trinkets lying around, but know that we would be ejected from the Fighters Guild if we stole from her. Thinking it best to keep our hands to ourselves if we want to stay in the Fighters Guild, we make our way to the basement and note in our journal. Arvina Thelis has rats in her basement, but they're not the problem. She loves the rats, but she's finding them dead. She would like me to go down and investigate what's been happening. Which brings us to the basement itself. Waltzing down to the basement, torch lit, we hear a commotion and find the rats being attacked by a mountain lion. Now, just to be clear, at lower levels and higher difficulties, this mountain lion is starving and an exceptional predator and should not be underestimated. Otherwise, creeping down to the basement, torch doused and sword in hand, we attack the starving mountain lion, opening its belly before it can get its fill of rat or man alike. Our quest then updates. I've killed a mountain lion in Arvina Thelis' basement. They must be sneaking in through a hole in the wall somewhere. I should tell Arvina what has happened. Indeed, just as we had suspected, we head over to the northwestern part of the room and see a hole in the wall is busted wide open. The boards don't look too firmly secured, and perhaps the mountain lion smelled the rats and clawed its way in. Whatever the case, it's taken care of now, and the rats are free to frolic around their sizable sanctuary in the basement, complete with tomatoes, leeks, water, and an extremely generous amount of cheese. Heading back upstairs, noting in our journal, I've killed a mountain lion in Arvina Thelis' basement. They must be sneaking in through a hole in the wall somewhere. I should tell Arvina what has happened.
Oh, my poor little rats. Well, what have you found? Did you take care of my babies? What was going on down there?
Look, it seems that there was a hole in the wall in your basement and a mountain lion had wriggled its way in. It was pretty tough, but it's taken care of now.
A mountain lion? In my basement? But how? That's not possible. But it happened. What if there are more? What if it wasn't alone? Where there's one, there will be more. Find Pinarus Inventius. He's a hunter and knows this area inside and out. He'll know what to do. Please, go find Pinarus and those mountain lions.
Well, I don't think there's any more mountain lions. But seeing as you're paying, I'll go see the guildmaster, see what he says. Exiting Thelus's abode, we note in our journal, Avina Thelus was glad to know what was killing her rats, but she still doesn't feel safe. She'd like me to speak with Pinarus Inventius about hunting down mountain lions in the area. Heading back to the guild hall, Azan seems adamant that we still help Avina past our original commission.
You need to help Arvina Thelus with her rat problem. What's on your mind?
Well, the problem is, we went to Avina's house. She said she had a rat problem, but it turns out it was a mountain lion. We killed the mountain lion because the rats are her pets. Now she wants us to exterminate all mountain lions in the area. When's it going to end?
Go take care of the rats, then talk to me.
As Azan, dedicated to his training, hacks at the dummy, we quickly realize he didn't hear a word we said. And so, dejected. It seems we have no choice but to exterminate all of the mountain lions in the area with the help of this Pinarus Inventius. However, finding this huntsman Pinarus Inventius is not as easy as we first thought, although when heading to the Count's Arm Inn, the locals will gossip.
I saw that Pinarus Inventius was out hunting again. He can shoot a bird on the wing without really trying. Pinarus Inventius is quite the hunter. He can track about anything, and he's deadly with his bow.
You could learn a lot from Pinarus.
It's only when heading to the south of town and searching the docks, looking at a large lighthouse, which definitely doesn't hold an ominous secret of the Dark Brotherhood, which we explore in the full video linked at the end of this one, do we find an elderly Imperial woman who's violently painting said lighthouse, as if she's angry. Speaking to her, she greets,
Astia Inventius, wife of the woodsman Pinarus Inventius. Always out hunting. Anything to avoid doing a little work around the house.
Ah, you're Inventius's wife. I've heard good things about him and his hunting. You're not a fan, I take it?
Well, if you don't mind scruffy sailors smelling like bilge, it's a lovely town. The men are all the same, drunk and shiftless.
Now, the reason that Astia Inventius is so mad at Pinarus, which we shall explore further once we find the huntsman. After sharing that Pinarus can be found out by the North Gate during the day, Astia then shares of our Dark Elf quest giver.
Arvina Thelus is an odd one. I've heard some strange noises coming from her basement. Good day.
Making our way out of Anvil's North Gate during the gloom of a foggy afternoon, we locate an older Imperial huntsman holding a fur shield and in iron armor and question. Pinarus Inventius, I take it.
Pinarus Inventius, hunter, woodsman, and marksman at your service.
Funnily enough, even though he introduces himself as a marksman, he doesn't possess a bow and arrow, which we shall also discuss soon enough. However, for now, we question, what animals do you hunt locally around the city?
Plenty of deer, wolf, boar, mountain lion, bear in the county. Just need to know where to look for them.
There's been a mountain lion spotted in somebody's house inside the city walls. Avina Thelus sent me to request your aid in exterminating them before they attack our rats some more.
Mountain lions? Here? Odd. If they're around, I can find them. Come with me. A hunt will do us good and maybe make that old nut feel better. Let's go hunting.
Heading west up the Gold Road, Pinarus begins to march up the path. If we stop him to say, where exactly are we heading? He simply responds,
Let's see if we can't find those mountain lions. Let's go hunting.
Seeing as Inventius doesn't possess a bow and arrow, we equip our own as backup for the Imperial, and a Black Horse courier approaches on horse to compliment.
You have the eyes of a trained marksman.
Well, one of us has to, and old Pinnerus looks like he's lost his bow. Following along, we note in our journal. Pinnerus has agreed to look for mountain lions with me. If we find them, we'll kill them and make Arvina feel safer. Dousing our torch and begin to stalk behind the Imperial as he does a sharp turn to his left and then beckons.
If they're out here, they'll be in this area. I can't imagine there are more than 4 of them. Let's take care of this.
Notching an arrow, we then spy in the distance a few mountain lions loitering in an alcove, and as we loose an arrow, Pinnerus, to his credit, meets them in open combat.
Die, damn you! This ends here!
With all of the mountain lions dead, Inventius approaches to update.
I think that'll be all of them. Can't imagine more in this area. You can go tell Arvina this is all taken care of. Good hunting.
Looking at Pinnerus's poor arm as we've winged him with an arrow, the tough old Imperial just instructs.
Better go talk to old Arvina.
Speaking of Pinnerus getting winged, let's talk about his missing bow and why his wife was in such a sore state. See, Pinnerus had been rather naughty, finding himself entangled in another of Anvil's more salacious quests titled The Siren's Deception, which we covered the tale on the channel and will be linked at the end of this video. Unfortunately, during said quest, we learn Pinnerus was unfaithful to his wife and became a victim of the clever local Sirens gang, though he never appeared to have reported the robbery to the Anvil City Watch. Now, we can find items that were stolen off him at the Sirens' hideout, Gweden Farm, including his wife's necklace, his iron cuirass, his shirt, and his prized Minotaur horn. Though there's no way to give them back to him, perhaps one of the gals had already hocked his prized bow during their crime spree, hence why he decided to use a sword on the mountain lions. That sordid tale aside, as the huntsman begins to skin all of the mountain lions for their pelts as recompense for his aid, we find in the south corner of their den a skeleton of a poor townsman, no doubt being consumed by the mountain lions. But all of the available food sources nearby, and their ability to fell a human easily, why was the mountain lion starving that was found inside the city walls? With our duty done, we head back to Anvil, a note in our journal. We've killed all the mountain lions Pinnerus believes are in the area. I should return to Arvina Thelis. Inside her bedroom where we left her, the Dark Elf fusses.
Oh, my poor little rats. You've got to take care of those mountain lions.
Listen, don't worry. I've taken care of all of the mountain lions. Pinnerus and Ventius helped me exterminate all of them. Again, there are no more mountain lions in or around Anvil, okay?
You think you've gotten rid of them all? You do? Well, you haven't. There's one in my basement right now. Go get it.
What? Where? Stunned at the revelation. Our quest updates. I've told Arvina about the mountain lions, but she doesn't believe her problem is solved, as there's a mountain lion in her basement now. I'll have to kill it. Inside the basement, we learn from our excursion with Pinnerus and equip our bow, silently stalking our way down the steps and find, indeed, a mountain lion is attempting to eat the poor rats. Losing a single arrow, the mountain lion lay dead. And concerningly, Arvina was right. Making our way back to the Dark Elf's bedroom, Arvina becomes overcome with panic.
Like the gods, you killed that thing. This is ridiculous. Someone's out to get me, to get my poor babies. I'll bet it's that Quillweave next door.
Quillweave? You mean the Argonian? Isn't she an author? Why would she want your rats dead?
She's the one. She's never liked me or my sweet little pets. I know it's her. I've even seen her sneaking around in back of my house at night. She thinks she's so smart. She and all the other women. I'll show her. I want you to keep an eye on her. Find out what she's up to.
As the plot becomes more complicated, we're sent on an errand to find this Quillweave and note in our journal. Avina now believes that her neighbour Quillweave might be responsible. Avina has seen her sneaking around outside the house at night. I should watch Quillweave and see what she's doing. I should not let Quillweave see me though, lest she gets suspicious. Making our way to Quillweave's home next to the Count's Arms, we bump into the Argonian chatting with a local guard. She then turns to admire.
Goodbye. Bye.
Hello.
Look at the muscles on you. My name's Quillweave. I've had some success selling stories about the lives of the lower and criminal classes.
As she has confirmed her vocation, this is a good time to note Quillweave is a well-known author, although she has no publishings in-game. The residents of Anvil, however, may be overheard saying,
I've never read any of Quillweave's writings. I've heard they're fairly good, though.
And
She travels a lot to research her books. She's in great shape from all that travel. Maybe she'd teach me a bit about getting into shape.
so, she knows something about athleticism and authoring. However, how does she feel about Anvil?
Between the sailors and shipmen of the port and my little local circle of friends, I have plenty of yarns for knitting up my tales.
Tales, you say? Do you know any good stories about mountain lion attacks?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're accusing me of, but don't do it without any proof. Be seeing you.
Guilty or not, clearly Quillweave isn't going to show her hand unless we have proof, as she said. So as instructed, we make our way to the back of Thelus's abode and find a jutting part of the ramparts that we hide against, waiting until nightfall. After 8 p.m, we see a figure silently sleuthing behind the fence, making their way towards the hole in the ground. When we make out the figure is Quillweave, noting quickly, I've seen Quillweave leaving meat outside Avina Thelus's house. This must be what is attracting the mountain lions into town and into Avina's basement. I should confront Quillweave. As the rude reptile attempts to depart, we jump out from behind the pillar, yelling, "Gotcha, you scaly wench!"
Yes. What can I do for you?
Well, you don't scare easy, do you? Unless you want a second, less pleasant chat with the guards. I saw you outside Avina's house.
You what? Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I would never go skulking about.
Really? What's that rotten meat smell on your hands?
Fine, you've got me. I figured if I left some rotten meat outside, the nasty little things would come out, and the guards would take care of them.
What, you figure a nice little mountain lion's gonna kill the rats and Thelus and you'll get away with it? It's pretty sick.
Mountain lions? In her basement? I just wanted to lure her vermin outside. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, except the rats. Please, don't tell her. And if you can keep this our little secret, I can make it worth your while. There's a bit about acrobatics I can teach you. Give it some thought.
Her quest then updates. I've confronted Quillweave and she's admitted to trying to kill off Avina's rats. She has promised to stop and has asked me not to tell Avina what she's done.
Take care.
Now, as you'd imagine, this gives us 3 distinct paths to explore. The first is telling Avina, the second betraying Avina, and the third completely failing the quest. Returning to Thelus, she then laments.
Oh, my poor little rats. So, did you follow her? She's behind it, isn't she? Tell me what you found out.
Deciding to become a rat, we snitch. You're right. The women of this town can't be trusted. It was Quillweave behind it.
I knew it. That swit. Oh, I'll get her. You just wait. Must have taken some fast talking to get her to confess. Maybe I can teach you a little bit more about how to talk to people. And of course, here's the payment for the contract. Thank you.
This then concludes our quest, and we're given 1 level boost in Speechcraft, +1 to Fame, and 100 gold, which is a leveled amount.
Oh, my rats are so cute.
Finding Quillweave on the street, though, She's not too fond of our penchant for ratting on her.
You told her. What have you done? I'll be ruined. Oh, thanks a lot.
Interestingly, as Quillweave is an acrobatics trainer, she will still be available to train in acrobatics. However, she'll call us a rat every time we speak to her, no matter how high our disposition is.
What do you want, you rat?
Our second option is to betray Arvina Thelis, reporting.
So, did you follow her? She's behind it, isn't she? Tell me what you found out.
No, it wasn't Quillweave. Your paranoia is getting the best of you, unfortunately. She has nothing to do with it.
She didn't, huh? But you've taken care of the problem, and I suppose that's what counts. Thanks for that. Here's your payment.
Arvina will then give us 100 gold and +1 to fame. However, to get the second part of our reward, we need to visit Quillweave as our quest updates. I've told Arvina Thelis that the problem has been solved and she's paid me for the contract. I should see Quillweave and tell her I've protected her secret. Outside, on the bridge near the castle, the wandering Argonian turns to reward.
So, you didn't sell me out. I appreciate that. Well, I said I'd make it worth your while. So let me teach you a little something. You've got to be light on your feet to make it around here, and that's something I'm good at. Maybe you can be too. Take care.
With our quest complete, we now have 1 level boost in acrobatics. But, as promised, what happened if we failed the quest outright? Well, during the several times we were sent down into Arvina Thelis' basement, instead of simply killing the mountain lion, we could be bored of our contract and fry the rats along with a pesky lion for our trouble. Not before pausing to admire Oblivion's very jiggly physics. It's almost hypnotic. Returning to a distraught Thelis, she accuses.
What did you do to my little rats?
My rats are all dead. It's too late to do any more. I won't be needing your services any longer.
We then receive no reward for the quest, nor fame, failing to aid our contract giver.
Useless Fighters Guild. What do you want?
Oh, the poor little rats.
Now, before we return to the Fighters Guild with the news, as promised, there's a bonus little Easter egg attached to the quest being, quests involving rats specifically have been a running theme for early involvement in the Fighters Guild since Daggerfall. For example, the Fighters Guild quest in Morrowind involves a lady named Uriel Thelis. Related? Who has a rat problem of a different sort.
These rats are such a nuisance. I'm worried they'll eat all of my pillows. You like pillows, don't you?
Now, this connection is also implied by a rumour shared by guild members after the quest is initiated, as they're heard saying.
Rats? They've got Fighters Guild people out killing rats? You're kidding, right? It's always rats for the new associates. Is it some initiation test or something?
Returning to the Fighters Guild Hall, we see the members in full force and training, and before speaking to Azan, one by one they introduce and tell us about the city of Anvil. Perhaps feeling bad for us in our rat assignment.
Hi, Rano. I'm Anvil's advanced trainer in blade weapons. I worry sometimes I'll go soft here. Training mostly and living easy. So now and then, I go out along the coast on my own just to stay in shape. Go hurt something.
Herwin of the Fighters Guild, health and fortune. Get outside of town if you get a chance, and hike north along the coast. Great views and good hunting. Go hurt something.
Heh. Everyone calls me Sten the Ugly. I got tired of beating people up for it. So go ahead, live it up. Notice all the Nords around here? It's partly because Nords like ships and sailing. Mostly, we're sick of freezing. Go to it!
You look like a bright one. Vigdis, Fighters Guild. Are you kidding? I came here to get away from the mountains and snow. You ever spent a winter in Skyrim? Or Bruma? Give me the Gold Coast any day. Take care.
I'm Rufrius Venetius, Fighters Guild hand-to-hand trainer. You're not from around here, are you? Just a warning, be careful if you go swimming. It's the slaughterfish. They'll swarm you. Farewell.
It's you. Hi. Lancilorum, Fighters Guild. Through and through. I'm from Morrowind, north coast of Vardenfell, near Cool. So I like it here on the Gold Coast. Sometimes I miss home, but not too much. Go to it.
Meeting the guild hall master as he sits in his office, Azan greets.
I hope I can help.
Now, it should be noted, the Fighters Guild probably gets paid an upfront fee before we take on a contract, as we're not punished or rewarded no matter which way we decided to finish the quest, even failing outright. Instead, we can even ask Azan about advancement, and he'll state,
You've done well so far. I hereby promote you to apprentice. Good luck. You too.
Now questionably gifted the rank of apprentice, we wonder if the guild is so desperate for new members, heading out onto Anvil streets. But why they need members, we shall soon learn. To begin the quest, An Unfortunate Shopkeeper, we seek out the head of the Fighters Guild in Anvil, Azan, who greets from behind his desk, mid-gaping chew of his lunch.
Looking for more work, eh? Good. Got a contract for you. I'd like you to go talk to Norbert Lels, here in Anvil.
Norbert Lels, you say? Where can I find him?
He runs Lels quality merchandise here in Anvil. He's been having problems with break-ins, though, and he's hired us to put a stop to it. Take care of Lels. He needs the help.
Huh. The way that Azan had stated Lels needs help sounded a little bit odd. Regardless, we note in our journal, Azan has told me about a contract in Anvil at Norbert Lels' store, Lels Quality Merchandise. Making our way out of the guild hall and to the docks to find the store, where it's reportedly located, we bump into aging Imperial Astia Inventius, scorned wife of Pinnerus, that aided us in our previous quest, and she greets.
Hello. A pleasure to speak with you.
Hey Astia, thanks for the help the other day. Say, you wouldn't know anything about Norbert Lels, would you?
He runs Lels Quality Merchandise. Not a bad sort. You can usually find him in his store. Farewell.
Lels Quality Merchandise? Clearly there's a joke that I'm missing. Heading halfway down the docks, we find to our left, amidst the taverns, a sign that reads Lels Quality Merchandise, and somebody's realised they've forgotten the H in the sign and crudely added it above the C. No wonder it's given the locals a bit of a chuckle. Seems this Lels needs more help than we realised. Heading inside the store, we're welcomed by a glassy-eyed blonde Breton.
Welcome.
Although he greets us, he just stares vacantly until we say, hello there.
Greetings. Welcome to Lels Quality Merchandise. We have a wide range of goods to suit your needs. Oh, and perhaps you saw the sign outside? A slight mistake, you know. Bit of bad luck there. So, what can I do for you?
Don't worry, it could happen to anyone. Norbert Lels, I presume?
I am Norbert Lels. How may I help you?
I was sent by Azan from the Fighters Guild to aid with the break-ins that you've been having trouble with.
I've lost a great deal of merchandise over the last few months. I keep replacing it, but they keep stealing it. New locks on the doors be damned. They always come at night after I've gone to bed. Maybe a mage transports them inside. You can just stay in the shop overnight. Good luck. I'm going to wait at the flowing bowl until this mess is settled. I know I can trust you to keep the place safe.
With that brisk overview and saying goodbye,
Goodbye.
Lels just marches straight out the door, leaving us to deal with the break-ins and our quest updates. I've spoken to Norbert Lels, who says he has had break-ins at his store almost nightly. He would like someone to stay in the store tonight and catch the crooks in the act. A little bit stunned that we've been left to our own devices, we could just pilfer all of his goods as we look to the eastern corner of the room and see there are 2 emeralds in a display case that are ripe for the picking. And if we head upstairs, we find inside his personal quarters a very easily locked chest that contains a weapon and shields. Or in his second bedroom, we also discover a weak potion of invisibility and a potion of speed on the dresser. Plus, there are multiple other items that we could pilfer at our own leisure. Either Lels is far too trusting or completely oblivious. Seeing as we've got a few hours to kill, we think it best if we go speak to him at the Flowing Bowl and perhaps learn a few more clues which will aid us in thwarting the thieves. Stepping out the front door of the store, we nearly bowl into a trio of 3 goons.
No time to talk. Go away.
Well, it's common knowledge that the Anvil docks can be quite rough and tumble, but these 3 clearly have their minds set on mischief. Entering the Flowing Bowl, we find Norbert mingling with the crowd, and he turns to question.
What can I do for you? Do you have questions about these break-ins I've been having?
Norbert, sorry for interrupting. I was just wondering if you could tell me anything more about the break-ins.
As I said, I'll need you to stop these thieves from breaking into my store. It only seems to happen at night.
As we realize we're going to get no more information, Norbert again gazes at us with a glazed-over look, exclusively gulping in air from his open mouth. And the pieces start to come together and we say, Norbert, how do you stay afloat in Anvil? Where do you get your merchandise?
Anvil's a port town. That's why you'll see items here you won't find in the Imperial City. The captains keep an eye out for special items for me.
Oh, so the ship captains help him out. That makes sense.
Goodbye.
Unsurprisingly, the other citizens of Anvil are also aware of Norbert's shortcomings, and as we loiter around the local taverns, we hear,
Norbert Lellis runs a fine store, but he's not the brightest fellow.
I feel sorry for Norbert Lels. He's a good man, but he gets taken in so easily.
He's a nice fella, but he couldn't even get the sign for his store spelled right.
He's not the smartest man, but he's a nice guy. I just hope he can keep his business afloat.
Now the pieces come together for myself as to why the quest is titled An Unfortunate Shopkeeper. And it should also be noted, and it's a little quirk that I enjoy about fantasy titles, is that Norbert, seeming harmless, is regarded affectionately by the locals and is looked after as well. There are obviously no medical terms in a fantasy universe, though the fact I learned recently that insults like calling someone an idiot or a moron, etc., were actually medical terms back in the day to denote somebody's specific IQ. However, Norbert doesn't seem like he's not that bright, so I did some digging in the construction set because usually when a voice actor has to deliver lines and acting a character with, say, a specific affliction like Phalion.
You have skooma? Oh, my friend. Yeah, you're my friend now. Thank you. Thank you.
Obviously, the voice actor needs direction, and that can be found sometimes in the comments box about the voice line takes. So I did some digging on Lels, and there are no specific lines. Now, the producer could have told the actor to just do it straight. I don't know what's going on, but I was hoping that something like simple-minded, mouth breather, anything would have appeared and that would have given him a more unique and slower take, but perhaps that's just my own wishful thinking as it hasn't transpired. What I will say is that people who are either slow or deemed crazy, other than being sent to a local healer, there's no medical facilities in universe and they can find themselves as outcasts living on the fringes of society, or I dare say, cast out into the Shivering Isles. Now, the reason why I point this out is because this will come full circle at the end of the quest, and it seems old Shea Gorath, perhaps he took notice of Norbert, or at the very least the devs sought justice on the Bretons' behalf. Either way, we return to Norbert's misspelled store. sitting behind the counter, and wait until it grows dark and the witching hour is upon us. It's then we hear we're not alone.
You there! Stop where you are!
Take that! Stay away! Come here!
You're pathetic. I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Come here!
I'll send your bloody soul straight to Sovngarde. Not the best you can do. Get this over with.
Contending with the trio of thugs, our quest updates. I've taken care of the crooks breaking into Norbert Lel's store. I should speak with the shopkeeper himself. Looking over their bodies, we find their basic fur armors and weapons and remove them. Though another amazing quirk, it seems, behind the scenes is, with the wiki states all three had possessed a key to the store, which was also misspelled Lel's Quality Merchandise, proving that Lel's misspelling was not just a once-off. Returning to the flowing bowl with good news for the oblivious Breton, he questions.
Were you able to take care of my problem with break-ins?
Yes. A trio of thugs tried to take over your store, but Anvir, Dranus, Lorano, and Storn the Burly are dead. Well, you'll see the bodies when you go back in.
You've gotten them? Wonderful. But their names are familiar to me. All of those men have worked for me. Amazing. I even trusted them to open up the shop in the mornings. I can't imagine what turned them to a life of crime. Sad. Well, here's your payment.
If you'll indulge a final tidbit I found interesting, it's that Wes Johnson, the voice of the Imperials, was the original voice for the Bretons also, until Ralph Cosham was cast. Rest in peace. And we'll listen to Wes Johnson's take, as it totally changes the inflection of the lines, being,
You've gotten them? Wonderful! But their names are familiar to me. All of those men have worked here. Amazing. I even trusted them to open up the shop in the mornings. I can't imagine what turned them into a life of crime. Sad. Well, here's your payment.
Concluding the quest, we receive 100 gold and +1 to fame. Questioning. Well, I hope you're happy with the service the Fighters Guild has provided.
Herwin was sparring with some other Fighters Guild members recently. I don't think any of them could get a hit through her shield.
Yes, I'm sure that was a dazzling spectacle. I'll leave you to it then, Norbert.
Come back anytime.
Checking on Lels after the incident, we note in our journal as our quest completes. Norbert Lels was surprised to learn that the men breaking in were all former employees, though none of them had been with him long. He was glad that the problem was taken care of, though. Lels, not bothering to clear up the bodies for whatever reason, sits pondering in his store what he should be doing, which is probably clearing up bodies, and greets.
Greetings. Seeing you just makes me feel safer. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
It should be noted the ship captains do seem to take care of Lels pretty well, as he has 800 gold and also boasts 2 items that are unique to his store, being the Boots of the Eel, which in part resist shock 10% on self, and Apron of the Master Artisan, imparting Fortify Armor, Alchemy and Security 7 points on self.
Come back anytime.
If a job well done, if we say so, despite Lel's questionable hiring practices, we return to Azan in the Fighters Guild quarters. Although it seems the news of our exploits has already reached the guild members.
There were 3 guys at the Lel's break-ins? And the new guy didn't let any get away? Ha! I like that.
Azan, mouth gaping, still comically eating his invisible lunch, turns to acknowledge.
Well met.
Norbert Lels isn't going to have any trouble from burglars. They're all dead. He hired them. He didn't even think that the people that he was hiring were going to steal from him, even though he has no security or forethought. But you already knew that, right?
It's like everything is taken care of there. Good work. Go to it.
But with the quest ended, it's now time to explore how Lels himself has a tie to the mad god Sheogorath and his realm, and how one of Lel's own bullies, it seems, faces divine retribution in the realm of the mad god. Now, I don't want to go into spoilers prematurely for the Shivering Isles, but I will say this. It's an absolute pleasure to experience the DLC, as you can feel just how much fun and love the developers poured into creating the Mad God's realm, specifically due to the detail and creativity they crammed into the shorter story, characters and quests. So believe me when I say this is a 10 out of 10 obscure and very easy to miss callback to Norbert Lels found in the DLC. See, at one point, the mad god Sheogorath decides we need to dole up justice ourselves to people trying to break into his realm.
You're going to Zedilian, one of my favorite spots in the Isles. It's a little place I used to take care of unwanted visitors. And some are more unwanted than others.
In this case, an archetypical party of a warrior orc, rogue breton, and mage elf. Now, also interesting is that the orc named Gromuk Grobarak possesses a journal containing details about his party that reads, "We were finally able to convince that idiot rogue Lewin that it was time to give up that strong box of money he stole from Lel's quality merchandise in Anvil and ditch it outside the castle. All the heat he'd brought on the group was starting to chafe. Sindelius pretty much sat him down and made him do it, but I was ready to put my foot in his face. I know he's a rogue, but we're adventurers. We get our loot from raiding old crypts and ruins and places that ain't got guards. He can be a real horse's ass sometimes, I'll tell ya. Now, deliciously, we, the player, are arbiters of retribution, again for the simple-minded Norbert Lels and his store, and can choose Lewin's punishment directly, either killing him or perhaps more appropriately, drive him mad. So, if he ever escapes the Isles to Cyrodiil, the townsfolk can talk about he is apparently touched in the head and share their sympathies for him and his affliction, like they do for his previous target, the poor Lels.
Oblivion is that thing.
This is one of the horrid guardians of which the stories spoke?
Be careful. There may be more to this creature than meets the eye.
What a joke. Let's be rid of this thing and continue on our way.
Are my eyes playing tricks? Or is the creature
By the
growing?
gods, when will it stop? It could devour us whole.
Run for your lives!
Get back here, you cowards. Something's not right.
All this time it was merely an illusion. How clever.
Wait, what's wrong with Lewin?
Makes no sense. Should be dead. Well, what? Who?
I think this place got to him. Perhaps we should leave.
No, we'll pick him up on the way out. He must fend for himself.
Yes, quite an amazing place, really. Wonderful for relieving one's tension as you watch those troublesome adventurers suffer. No offense.
To begin the quest, the Desolate Mine, we first speak to Azan in the Anvil Fighters Guild Hall, who greets.
Good day.
Hey, I'm actually looking for my next contract.
I don't have anything for anyone in your rank. Check with Burrs Grokash in Shadenhall. He might have something. Go to it.
Exiting the snacking Red Guard's office, we make our way east, up into the Nibonai Basin, and into the city of Shadenhall. Once inside the city walls, we turn to our right and see a local city guard, who welcomes.
Welcome. Please, don't be shy. I'm listening. Well met.
Hi there. I'm looking for directions, if you can help.
What are you looking for?
Can you tell me where the Fighters Guild is located?
The guilds are west of the river, south of the West Gate. Be seeing you.
Making our way to the southern side of the city, we see Shadenhall's proud Fighters Guild, as with other halls styled in the local Dark Elf architecture. Inside its main hall, we're greeted by a high elf.
How delightful. Welcome.
And heading up the stairs, we search past a dining hall and the local barracks, but do not locate this Burzgrow Karsh. Instead, searching around the oddly empty hall, we then find under the stairs a door to the basement. Inside the basement, we see that the hall boasts its own forge, and 2 of the Fighters Guild members spar on a training mat. The member on the left being a burly Nord, and on the right, an orc that must be Burz. Seeing us, he impatiently questions.
You here looking for work, meat? Maybe you want a contract?
Yeah, I was sent by Azan to get a contract. You got something for me?
I suppose I've got something for you. We need a weapons shipment delivered to Desolate Mine. That's your job.
Karsh then offloads on us a weapon cache from the nearby forge, being a steel sword, steel bow, and steel warhammer.
Move your ass, boot!
With weapons in hand, our quest then updates. Burzgrow Karsh has given me a contract to deliver a weapons shipment to Fighters Guild members in the Desolate Mine northwest of Cheydinhall. Exiting the Fighters Guild Hall, we find our horse at the stable and make our way northwest towards the Uriel Mountains. Cresting a grassy hill, we stop dead to see a duo of goblins lingering around by the entrance to the mine. Disgusting and foul creatures they are, though not much trouble alone. They're seldom away from their little tribes and bickering forces in which they congregate. With bow in hand and ready for action, we head towards the mine's door. Inside, we see figures in the distance, and as we're ready to loose an arrow, we realize they're humanoid. Instead, we pull our torch and make our way hurriedly to the trio and see to our right quickly the goblins have clearly overrun the mine. Speaking to the nearby high elf, he redirects.
How are you?
I've been better.
Good that you've made it. You should talk to Rihanna.
Turning to the Red Guard as instructed, she welcomes.
Good to see you.
Not bad.
You must be the reinforcement from the guild. Good. I hope you brought weapons for us.
You're in luck. Here are 3 weapons you can use.
You've made it, and just in time. We've got trouble with goblins here. I'll take the bow. You give the weapons to my other 2 men.
What about the goblins?
Get the weapons to the other men. Then we'll take care of the goblins.
I take it the goblins have made the mine their own.
Horrible creatures. And they've made this mine too dangerous for the workers. We're going to have to get rid of them. Goodbye.
They say that...
Having given Rihanna her bow, our quest updates. I've spoken with Rihanna, one of the fighters in the Desolate Mine, and she tells me that the cave has been infested with goblins, and we should clear the place out before leaving. I will have to give them each weapons, though. Here's the interesting wrinkle in the quest.
Let's take them!
We have the option to succeed the quest and aid these 3 Fighters Guild members clear out the goblins and stop them from harassing the miners, or perhaps we allow them to fail in their quest and some of the Fighters Guild members die under our watch. Now we shall explore what failing looks like, as one of the first things we can do to make the Fighters Guild members' odds of survival much less is to give them weaponry in which they're not accustomed. First, speaking to the Altmer Elidor, he greets.
Ah, you've got the weapons. Let's talk about that weapons shipment you brought.
Yeah, I got the weapons shipment for you.
Excellent! I long to sink a blade into some goblin flesh.
I bet you would. You're getting the hammer, though.
Ah, a hammer. Well, not my first choice, but it will suffice. Let's go.
How's that hammer feel in your hands?
I have a weapon now. This hammer. Not my usual weapon choice, but it will have to do. Let us slay these creatures.
Huh. I thought high elves liked goblins or something.
Filthy animals. Some of my kinsmen are partial to them, but I find them reprehensible. I'm waiting.
We then speak to Bragg Grobarg, who questions impatiently.
You're the one with the weapons shipment, right? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about it, Bragg. I got the weapons shipment right here.
Good, I need a weapon. I'm looking forward to bashing some skulls in.
Sorry. No bashing for you, Bragg. All I got is a sword.
A sword, huh? Good enough for me. I'll split scalps instead of bash skulls.
How's that sword feel in your hand?
I'm good, I suppose. I've got this sword. It's better than nothing. Let's go bash in some goblin skulls.
You seem eager to have a go at these goblins. That's good.
Only good goblin is a dead goblin. I like dead goblins. Okay.
A quest and updates. I've given weapons to the 3 Fighters Guild members, though probably not the best ones for them. We should now clear the mine of goblins. With their weapons drawn, all of our Fighters Guild companions are ready for a brawl. Unfortunately, it is our task to try and keep them alive, and they run haphazardly down into the mine, forgoing any sense of safety or sensibility.
Ready for action.
Is that the best you can do? Am I supposed to be impressed? Come here! Why won't you die?
Seeing the foreboding cauldron of skulls that lay in this room, it's possible the goblins had encountered multiple incursions from the Fighters Guild, and perhaps that's why the guild hall was so empty. Heading back into the main mine shaft, we find the body of Bragg Grobarg, the spell sword Elidor, crumpled next to a pillar. Regardless, we're still tasked with clearing out the rest of the mine, and we shall explore that a little more in depth in the successful portion of the quest, but for now, our quest updates. The Desolate Mine is now clear of the goblins infesting it. I should return to Burzgrow Karsh for payment.
Hi.
Back inside the Fighters Guild Hall, we find Karsh upstairs, who snaps.
Haven't you taken care of that weapons shipment yet? Those weapons won't deliver themselves.
Yeah, I delivered the weapons. It's not my fault you guys can't use them. I still get paid, right?
Well, you got the weapons there, but there were casualties after. Do better in the future or don't come to me for work. Here's your reward.
It should be noted, if one or more persons died, we only get 80% of the standard quest reward, being 80 to 480 gold. We will not receive any fame points and have to endure various negative rumors about what happened inside the mine.
They cleared out the Desolate Mine all right, but the other guys didn't make it, did they? You know where they're burying Rihanna? Too bad about Elidor. The Guildmaster pays funeral expenses, doesn't she? Are you going to the service for Bragg Grobarg?
So what happens if we succeed in clearing the mine and keeping the Fighters Guild members alive during the mission? Well, we could speak to the High Elf Elidor once more, and he says,
Ah, you've got the weapons. Let's talk about that weapons shipment you brought.
Yes, I have the weapons shipment right here.
Excellent! I long to sink a blade into some goblin flesh.
A sword, you say? There's no finer steel in this side of Cyrodiil. Have at it.
A blade. Fantastic. Let us take the fight to these vile creatures.
Is there anything else you need?
No more needed for me. I have this fine blade with which I'll slaughter some of these miserable beasts. I'm waiting.
Speaking to Bragg Grobarg, he questions.
Ready? You're the one with the weapons shipment, right? Let's talk about that.
I got your weapon here.
Good, I need a weapon. I'm looking forward to bashing some skulls in.
Well, there's nothing better to bash a skull in than a hammer.
A hammer! Excellent! Good for bashing in puny goblin skulls.
Hammer suits you. You good to go?
I'm good. I've got this hammer to bash in some goblin skull. Okay.
After which, we again follow the trio, this time much more capable as they're well equipped, though it is a little bit of a slog to keep all of them alive as they're prone to separating, and Rihanna with her bow is not so good in close quarters. Though to be honest, the hardest element in keeping the trio alive are the traps that are peppered throughout the mine thanks to the goblin inhabitants.
Come here! Die, damn you!
After personally descending into the bowels of the mine, we find the savage goblin leader and quell his occupation with a single loosed arrow. Our quest would then update again, the mine is clear, and we need to return to Burzgrow Cache for payment. Bumping into the orc, he says,
That was some good goblin bashing. What else you need?
Nothing. You did pretty good against those goblins.
Lots of them dead, just like it should be. Not bad.
Rian then instructs.
Well, they're all taken care of now. Good work there, soldier. Get back to Grokash and get your payment.
You got a lot of goblins.
Looks like we got 'em all. Good work, soldier. The miners will be able to get back to work. You should head back to Burrs and find another contract. Good going.
And finally, much closer to the entrance, Elidor is stalking out, sword on hip, and congratulates.
Well done, my friend. This mine is once again safe for the miners.
Well, the miners are no longer plagued by those filthy goblins.
It is good that we've taken care of them, though they smell worse dead than alive. Sweet!
Inside the Fighters Guild Hall, Burrs, waiting by the door, impatiently greets.
Haven't you taken care of that weapons shipment yet? Those weapons won't deliver themselves.
Yeah, I got the weapons there. And the mine's cleared as well.
You got the weapons there and cleared the mine with no casualties. Better than I expected from you. Here's your reward and a little bonus.
If all the Fighters Guild members survived, we receive 100 to 1200 gold and 1 fame point. In addition to this, people will now begin talking about how the Fighters Guild did a good job in Desolate Mine instead of the derisive comments that we had to endure before.
They cleared out the Desolate Mine, and everybody got out alive. Pretty slick, eh?
Seeing as we've done such a great job, we ask of Burrs. So, looks like an advancement's in order, huh?
Looks like it's time for a promotion. Due to your performance, I name you Journeyman of the Fighters Guild.
Now a Journeyman of the Fighters Guild, we ask, do you have any other contracts going?
You're needed in Coral. Report to Velena Dunton. She's got some duties for you to take care of.
Although we're pointed to Velena Dunton, the guild master in Coral, we never learned why this guild hall is so empty. And Burrs replies,
This guild is going to hell in a hog cart. Look at what they give me. Keld of the Isles, Odinbar, both guardian rank. Pfft, useless.
So there's only 2 members, and Burrs doesn't even approve of them.
You too.
Strange. Heading up the stairs, we meet the Nord Keld of the Isle sporting his great 2-handed sword, and he greets.
Greetings, Imperial. Keld of the Isles, guardian of the Fighters Guild. And how did I achieve that high rank, you ask? Patience, caution. Slow and steady wins the race, my father always said. Careless fighters get one last white shirt and a box. Not me.
I'm taking it you like it here in Chaden Hall.
I've settled down here. Nice place. Little slow, but it suits me. Burzgrow is a bear sometimes, but I got thick skin. Doesn't bother me. Bye.
Downstairs, the Mohawk sporting high elf Otimbar greets.
Otimbar, Fighters Guild Guardian. Maybe you saw me in the arena a couple years ago. I was a contender. I got out while I still had the original set of legs, arms, and eyes. Fighters Guild is a perfect place for me now.
Sorry, I didn't catch you in the arena. What brings you to Cheydinhall?
I worked the arena in the Imperial City for a while. Got up to Gladiator, then to Capowder. A guy could get hurt, you know. Go hurt something.
Exiting Cheydinhall's Fighters Guild. A quest completes. Burzgrove Karsh was pleased with my efforts and has paid me for completing the contract. Though it is worrisome why there are so few members, and it seems our answers lie with Valena Daunton in Coral. To begin the quest Unfinished Business, we're given orders to report to Valena Daunton in Coral for our assigned duties. Upon arriving by the Great Tree, we hear people in the street comment.
I heard the Fighters Guild got the Fallen Rock contract, but the guy is just sitting around drinking beer. It's a simple job. Go get a journal from Fallen Rock Cave. Shouldn't that be a cinch for a Fighter Guild contract?
Heading north past the tree, we then enter the Fighters Guild Hall. Inside, we're abruptly met by the grisly Dark Elf champion, Modred Orion.
Hello.
We find that the Fighters Guild isn't doing much of fighting and more spreading of a rumour mill, as the chapter seems more complacent than others, and our reputation precedes us, as the porter can be overheard saying.
You heard any more about the rat thing in Anvil? I hear we have another new recruit. Things are looking up. What's his name? Maglier? Maglier? He's the other bottom boot, right? Not the rat guy.
Who's this Maglier? And why is the town abuzz with the contract not being fulfilled by the guild? Seeking answers and to make a few septims with a contract ourselves. Heading up the stairs to the third floor, we meet the guildmaster, Valena Daunton, behind her desk, and she greets.
To what do we owe this pleasure? Greetings. I see you've been keeping yourself busy. This is good. I believe it's time for you to perform some duties for your guild.
Duties? Ah yes, I was sent here with promise of a contract.
We are a brotherhood, a family. What affects one of us affects us all. Fighting, drunkenness, dereliction of duty are not tolerated. I would like you to speak with Modred Orion. He will assign you any duties that are currently pending. Good luck to you.
Drunkenness? But I'm not drunk. What are you talking about? I thought you had duties for me.
For now, Modred Orion will be handling your duty assignments. Please speak with him. Just do your job.
With that strange interaction ending, we note in our journal, Valena Daunton has told me, as a member of the Fighters Guild, there are a number of duties I'll be expected to perform. She would like me to speak with Modred Orion about these. An assignment we don't relish. As we've heard around the guild, Orion can be a tough nut to crack.
That Modred Orion has got no sense of humor. Hell of a warrior, though. No wonder he's done so well in the Fighters Guild.
Speaking of the rumour mill going in overdrive, we can hear around the city why Valena Daunton isn't as effective a leader as she used to be.
Valena is pretty useless since Vitellis died. Thank gods Orin is around to keep things together.
Valena Daunton just hasn't been the same since her eldest son died. Still, she does a good job of running the Fighters Guild.
Now understanding why Daunton perhaps wants to distance herself from her duties for a moment, we turn and see a weapons rack and spy a well-crafted, fine steel longsword. A nice replacement for our old sword. And the beginning of our upgrade of weapons and armor, which we'll do through the series. Heading down the stairs, we find the Dour Dunmer on the first floor, and he questions impatiently.
Ready for duty? What do you want? I suppose you've come looking for duties, huh?
Yeah, Valena sent me. She said you'll handle my contracts or duties, you call them now. I still get paid, right?
Duties for you. Fine. I'll speak slowly so you can keep up. I want you to contact Maglier.
Okay. What's a Maglier?
He's one of your Fighters Guild brothers, but he's defaulted on a contract. We can't allow that. Makes us all look bad.
Magli? How do you default?
He didn't finish out a contract in Skingrad. Suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He's raw like you. Go and find out what's wrong with him.
So, find Magli.
Yes, Maglier. Find him. See why he defaulted. I swear, I've scraped things off the bottom of my boots that were smarter than you. Don't just stand there. Move!
Now, it should quickly be noted, the Fighters Guild has some of the most comprehensive rumours in the game. There is so many that have been recorded, and I thought it would be a waste to not highlight some of the better ones. If you're wondering why I'm stopping every 12 seconds to throw out these really cool quotes, it's so funny to think this organisation that's based on fighting is full of petty gossip. Though, to be fair, it seems the lack of contracts going around are adding to the guild members' agitation. So imagine their ire that one of their members is not fulfilling one of the now scarce contracts. Congruently, we can hear around the guild of Maglier defaulting on his contract.
Orion is pretty steamed up about Maglier. He can get expelled for that, can't he? I don't know what's going on, but Orion said Maglier has the contract. Has he lost his nerve? That Maglier is probably parked in some tavern. I never did like that 8-pint hero.
Exiting the Fighters Guild Hall, we note in our journal. Modern Orion has told me that as my first duty, I'm to find out why Maglier has defaulted on a contract he was given near Skingrad. Heading to Skingrad's west gate, we turn to the north and up the cobble path and stop to speak to a guard who greets.
State your business.
Yeah, I was just looking for Maglier. Have you heard of him?
No, him. He's been around. Mostly at the West Weald, staring at the bottom of a flagon of ale. Good day.
Seems this Maglier prefers to drink than fight. We then find to the northeast, a stone's throw away, the entrance to the Westweald Inn. Inside, we see a lone Bosmer in iron armour standing nice and comfy by the fire. Surveying the hall, we see no one else except for the publican asleep by the southwestern wall. Awaking her, she spryly questions.
I hope I can help.
Sorry for waking you, love. I'm looking for Maglier.
He's around here somewhere. Has been for days. No trouble, really. Bye.
Arena Geranus then goes back to sleep, and we have no doubt this diminutive Bosmer must be our quarry. And say, you Fighters Guild?
What is it, brother? They send you to find me?
Well, yeah, if you're Maglier.
I'm Maglier. What do you want?
I heard you defaulted on your contract. Not good.
Defaulted? I suppose so. I'm not paid enough to do the job. I was supposed to find Brennus Astus's journal.
Brennus Astus's journal? That doesn't sound hard.
That was my job. They said it was in Fallen Rock Cave. You ever been in there? Didn't think so. I'm not going back. Not for that kind of money. If you care that much, you go find it. The contract's yours. It's not worth it for what the guild is paying. I've got a family to think about.
Orion's pissed.
Whatever.
Looking at the flaky scamp, we note in our journal. Maglier tells me his contract was to find the scholar Brennus Astus's journal within Fallen Rock Cave. He doesn't believe he's being paid well enough for the dangerous assignment, so he's chosen not to complete it. He's told me I should complete the contract instead. Cheeky bugger. If we try and sway him, he simply states.
You're still around. I've told you why I defaulted on the contract. Not too much else to be said about it. Do what you must. Whatever.
With little recourse, we head out of the hall and back into the Coral Fighters Guild. Speaking to Orion again, he seems madder than ever.
Why are you talking to me? Shouldn't you be finding Maglier?
Yeah, I found Maglier. Said he's not doing the job. Something about not enough money and too dangerous for him and his family.
He's not doing the job. The little vermin. It still needs to be done. You get back there and make sure that job is finished. Get moving! Don't just stand there. Move!
Looks like we got a journal to find. We better be getting paid for this. Making our way northwest of Skingrad, through its grassy foothills, we finally find what Magli described as the entrance to Fallen Rock Cave. Once inside, we see something just ahead, and, with torch in hand, discover fallen rocks over the entrance and a body that's crushed at the crutch by a sizable boulder. Looking over the poor fellow's remains, we see that he was guarding a chest, no doubt of booty that he laid claim to. Trying to peer through the nearby fallen rocks, we see a group of meandering skeletons and draw our bow. Having sniped the first of the skeletons, we ready ourselves as another attempts to flank us through the passage to the northeast. Seeing as our path to the north is blocked, we follow the first tunnel to the right. The cave structure we follow is rather unremarkable, however, is crawling with undead enemies. Descending through the passage further, we see the tunnels ahead are submerged in water. Sniping 2 sentries in an open ravine, we discover another chest, which has us question. Has somebody left their booty in hopes of returning? Or perhaps the skeletons are bound here and once were in possession of said treasure. Regardless, at the end of the northwestern hall, in a small alcove, we dispatch 2 mud crabs and see in the northwestern corner the floating body of a dead zombie. But why is a zombie dead here? And was it guarding its own treasure, we wonder? Sparking our torch, we see that somebody has dug into the side of the wall where they've set down a chest that has items that are quite unremarkable. However, it's to the right of the chest we see Brennus Astius's journal, the item Magli failed to retrieve. Opening the journal to try and understand what happened in this cave and why this journal has any value before we depart. We begin to read and see the journal boasts various studies on the fauna of Cyrodiil by Brennus Astius, a scholar, and he seems like Cyrodiil's own Sir David Attenborough, trying to advance the studies of fauna in the area, and so I shall read it as such. Although much of the journal has become unreadable, we do glean. The Cyrodiilic rat appears less aggressive than its counterpart in various other provinces. They are prevalent in all parts of Cyrodiil, equally at home in basement dwellings, caves, ruins, or grasslands. They're known to carry disease, and their bites can be painful. The rest of the document about rats is illegible. However, it picks up about another creature. Though once thought to be intelligent, they are social creatures, often appearing in groups numbering 20 or more. The largest male dominates this clan structure and seems to have breeding rights with all the females of reproductive age. Younger males will often challenge the older, dominant males in a fight to the death. Their horns locked, the 2 minotaurs will wrestle until one can no longer continue. This often, again, a part is missing until it picks up with another creature, called billies by many of the local farmers. But is this so-called land dreg actually of any relation to the sea-dwelling dreg? There certainly seem to be similarities in morphology, especially in the region of the head and thorax. And they produce the same dreg wax found in the aquatic creatures. However, while true dreg are known to be cunning, even intelligent, these land dreg demonstrate none of the same intelligence. They are violent and aggressive, killing indiscriminately. Some believe them to be of Daedric origins, perhaps related to the spider Daedra. That, however, is not the opinion of this researcher. It appears more likely that the Land dreg are a distant relative of the true dreg, perhaps an ancestor from far back on the evolutionary timeline. Again, a portion of the diary's missing, however it picks up. Much has been made of the fact that trolls can be killed only by application of fire, whether it be by spell or torch. This is, in fact, a myth. Trolls do seem to have a weakness to fire and fire-based spells, and a fantastic ability to regenerate tissue, but they can be killed by conventional means. One should note, however, that trolls should absolutely not, and then the rest of the journal is unfortunately unreadable. Now, forgive me if I had a little too much fun with that rendition, but this brings us to the portion of the quest where now with journal in hand, we face a decision as our quest updates. I have found Brennus Astus's journal. I should either speak with Maglir or tell Modron Orion that the contract is now completed. Exiting the cavern with journal in hand, we begin our own study of a different type of rat. As returning to Maglir, we can still speak to him first before making our judgment for Orion.
What? You're still around? I've told you why I defaulted on the contract. Not too much else to be said about it. Do what you must.
You may have defaulted, but I found Astus's journal.
You found it, huh? Good work, I guess. Well, take it back to Orion then. He can pay you on the contract. Tell him what you want about me.
Having two options, we can say. You seem pretty flippant about the whole ordeal. I'll need to report your failure.
I understand about duty. Don't get me wrong. Should have been more than one guy on this job, and I've got my family to think about. They come first.
However, if we're curious as to why Maglir keeps talking about his family and want to know if he really is just a flake, we can get him to open up by gaining his trust, saying, "You know what, Maglir? What if I do you a solid? Tell me why you did it, and I'll tell him you did the job."
Thanks. I'm not trying to shirk my duty, but it used to be 2 or 3 men would be on this. I like the guild, but I've got a family to consider. Whatever.
So it seems Maglir didn't default out of pure cowardice, but the guild's resources have become questionable, putting him in harm's way where they wouldn't have previously. So now we have to decide Maglir's fate and deal with the consequences for either choice. As our quest updates, Maglir has told me that he doesn't care whether or not Modron Orion knows that he did not complete the contract. Returning to a surly Orion by the guild hall's doors, he questions.
Why are you talking to me? Shouldn't you be finding Maglir?
Well, I found Maglir.
So, I assume you've dealt with Maglir. Tell me about why he defaulted on his contract.
Here's the journal you said he defaulted on.
You've got the journal. Good. So, what happened in Skingrad?
It's then we can either truthfully say, Maglir scuttled. I completed the task, but here's the journal anyway.
You did it? I'll be talking to Maglir soon. I don't need one wet ear covering for another. Still, the job got done. Here's the reward. Stay with it.
A hail and hearty welcome.
It will complete the quest, and if we choose to rat out Maglir now, we receive 1 fame point. But it will affect further quests with Maglir in the future that we will discover soon enough. So if we don't want to affect our future quests with Maglir and his potential help, we can instead have said, he didn't default. Here's the journal.
He didn't? This doesn't sit well with me. Not well at all. Still, the job got done. Let's hope your friend Maglir has learned a lesson here. Stay with it.
We then receive the same leveled gold. However, this time we do not receive 1 fame point, though Maglir will stay loyal to us. But we haven't severed ties with Maglir in the future. Keeping Maglir's secret, we can begin to hear around the guild.
The one bottom boot covered for the other, I hear. It's a tough situation. Our new recruit says Maglir completed the Fallen Rock Cave contract. Orion refuses to talk about it.
In the quest Drunk and Disorderly, we return to the Coral Fighters Guild.
Port, soldier.
And find on the first floor the ornery Orion who demands.
Back again, huh? What is it?
I'm looking for more work. Got any?
Back for more work, are you? Good. Some of our boys are causing trouble in Leowin. Looks bad for the guild.
Causing trouble?
Some of your brothers have been getting rowdy at the local tavern. I've got no problem with cutting loose, but I don't like it when we all look bad. You're looking for Relian, Vantus Prelius, and Dubak Groshok. I haven't had any trouble with them before, so find out what's going on. I'll be waiting.
With little more to go off, we note in our journal, Modern Orion has assigned me another of my duties. I'm to travel to Leowin and find out why 3 members of the Fighters Guild, Dubak Groshok, Relian, and Vantus Prelius, have been causing trouble. We then begin to hear rumors around the guild hall of the Wayward Warriors.
Blackwood Company's getting all the contracts around Leowin. No wonder the boys there are getting restless. Some of the Leowin boys are cutting up pretty bad. Orin is not happy.
With little recourse, we make our way to the swampy city of Leowin to begin our quest. Being met with a light shower, we arrive at Leowin's west gate and find ourselves out front of the local Fighters Guild hall for more clues as to which tavern the boys have caused trouble at, and also what would cause the Fighters Guild members to disgrace their local chapter. Inside the spacious hall, the local Fighters Guild porter greets.
How are you? Good day.
Yeah, I'm looking for the boys causing trouble down here. Say, there's a long journey from Coral. Why haven't you stopped him?
I suppose you got sent down here to stop them. Good. We've tried, but they won't listen. Head over to the 5 Claws. You can't miss them. Bye.
We then note the location, writing, I've been told that I can find the 3 Fighters Guild members in the 5 Claws Lodge, likely causing trouble. They warn me that it will be difficult to subdue the 3 men. Great. Just what we need to make a reputation for ourselves within the guild, and not a good one. Speaking of which, we take a moment to explore the Leowin chapter and find out what type of members inhabit the halls. It's on the 2nd floor in a southwestern wing. We find a small training room and a red guard practicing on a dummy who greets.
Hey, baby. You fancy some training? Sharina's the name, and blades are the game. If you need a blade, go see Toon Zeus at the dividing line. Does repairs, too. He does go on and on sometimes, but he's the genuine orc in Leowin. Goodbye.
Worth mentioning is the pile of steel armor in the southeastern side of the room, which we're free to take as Fighters Guild members, and as promised, during the Fighters Guild questline, we shall be upgrading our armor where we can find it, so this is the perfect time to move on up from iron armor to steel, bar our gauntlets. It should also be mentioned, by the bowwoman Khajiit, in the eastern side of the room, behind a locked door, is a variety of weapons that we could take. But it was in the last episode, we'd already collected a fine steel sword from the Coral chapter. So instead, we keep searching the guild's halls and find on the 3rd floor the Imperial warrior Antus Flonius, who greets.
Good day.
Say, Flonius, I've heard there's trouble down at the 5 Claws. Know anything about it?
Witsy Dootsy runs a clean establishment. Well, she really hates it when people mess up her place.
Well, poor Witsy Dootsy has quite the mess on her hands.
Go hurt something.
I really enjoy that questionable go hurt something like he's not sure of the statement. To our right, we find multiple different display cases, though it should be noted that they have replicas around. Now, obviously, some people probably don't want to keep expensive weapons on hand versus replicas for display purposes. However, other guilds, as we'll soon find, do keep the real thing. But this is not what we're looking for, as we find in the western side of the room a trio of silver swords, which come in handy when dealing with the undead. Making our way back downstairs, we then bump into two guild members sharing rumors and overhear.
Brodris has been teaching Fighters Guild members how to better use heavy armor. Odd for a Bosmer, but he's apparently good at it.
Knowing how to use heavy armor isn't a bad idea. Kind of odd to learn it from a Bosmer, though.
Did you hear Itar stirring things up again?
I think he's just playing around. I don't think he means anything by it.
Good day.
Goodbye.
Seeing a Bosmer in heavy armor that fits their description, down on the first floor by the hall's entrance, he greets.
Brodras of the Fighters Guild. I don't do contracts much. Mostly I'm a trainer. Heavy armor. And look, no jokes about the heavy armor, eh? Not every Bosmer sneaks around with bows and arrows. I'm as tough and beefy as any orc. Got it?
No jokes from me about Bosmers and their armor. Say, how do you find a Leowen?
Blackwood Company's a problem. Not for me. I mostly do training. But we don't see many contracts in Leowen Guild Hall. Blackwood gets them all. Farewell.
So it's this Blackwood Company that's causing trouble and taking all the contracts. That probably explains why that Magli decided not to fulfill his contract as they were short-handed. Not enough contracts to go around, not enough people joining. Things are looking pretty bleak for the Fighters Guild, and amidst these rumors, we're also learning that perhaps idle hands are doing the devil's work. And find ourselves by the west gate and head inside to the Five Claws Lodge. As soon as we enter, we see a trio of drunks and over here.
Send over a drink, and make it quick. Settle down, pond scum.
We wouldn't be here if you'd done your job. I've ridden horses with better sense than you.
You've never worked an honest day in your life, you stupid orc. Get out of here! We don't need you around.
Send me a drink, barkeep, and make it quick.
Nothing more for you, Imperial. Get out.
What do you want?
I'll never let an orc drink here again. Get your men out of here.
You? You wouldn't know a good sword if it stabbed you in the throat.
I'll snap you in half, little man. You need to find us work. You're supposed to be boss.
Go root in the mud, pig man. If it weren't for me, you'd be mucking stables in Orsinium.
I should have stayed in Hammerfell. Keep walking, stranger. You're not half the man your father was.
You don't belong here. Get out.
You shouldn't be here.
Interrupting, the orc questions.
What do you want?
I hear you're causing trouble. What's that about?
No trouble here. No nothing here. No fun, no work, nothing. Blackwood Company's got all the work. There's nothing left for us, except for drinking.
Blackwood Company, eh?
Haven't you heard of them? Former soldiers sent down into the swamps to take some territory back from the lizards. Talk to Vantus. Shove off!
Keep walking, stranger.
How about you send over a few more drinks, sweetheart? Hurry it up, swamp rot! I'm thirsty over here.
Turning to the publican, she demands.
Your Fighters Guild, get them out of here!
Yeah, I see some of the boys are causing you some trouble.
Causing trouble? Yes. Causing much trouble, scaring customers, breaking furniture. Bad men.
I'm sorry to hear that. Witsadutsi, is it? Your reputation precedes you. I heard that you like things orderly and clean. Not so much this mess that we've got you in.
So much dirt and so little time. Pause, but a moment, and you'll be drowned in the tide. Trash, mud, dust. We all love Count Marius and his father before him. Arche bless his soul. Such a fine young man. And now his new wife, so beautiful, so fine. And wise? Oh, yes. The new Lady Leowyn is daughter to Countess Ariana Valga, County Coral. And so she knows just how the county should be run. Lady Alesia tells Count Marius exactly what to do, and he does as she says. But listen to me, cawing and chattering like an old fish crow.
So it should quickly be noted Witsadutzi's affections for the local countess and royalty may be misplaced, as we have caught them torturing the local Argonians in Khajiit. Any beast folk really, especially this Alessia Caro, who seems to be spearheading the operation, which will be linked in a video at the end of this one. However, for now, we question, what do you know of Blackwood Company?
They have caused trouble here as well, but they have gold to pay for the trouble. Things are always better when served with gold. Make them leave now.
Turning to the Red Guard, he sneers.
I'm tired of wasting time with you.
You'll keep your nose out of this if you know what's good for you.
I'll leave when you do, and you stop causing trouble.
Trouble? Trouble, you're damn right. But it's not us, friend. The real trouble's with the Blackwood Company. They're what's causing trouble.
I'm guessing you're talking about the Blackwood Company.
Mercenaries is what they are. And they've hung up a shingle here in Leowyn. Vantus can tell you more. Mind your own business.
It's then we finally speak to the Imperial leader, Vantus Prelius.
You need to find us work. You're supposed to be boss.
When I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. It's not wise to interrupt us in the middle of our discussion.
Discussion? From what I can tell, you're just causing trouble.
I don't think so. I'll tell you what real trouble is. It's trying to pay my debtors when there's no work. It's my wife taking in wash to buy food. That's been the state of things since the Blackwood Company began moving in.
And that's why you hate the Blackwood Company? They're taking the jobs? Why not join them?
I spit on them. Mercenaries sent by the Emperor to reclaim territory in Black Marsh. When they failed, they came back and set up shop. They've been undercutting us on contracts ever since, and they've no qualms about accepting jobs no guild member would be caught dead doing.
So it's the Emperor's fault. Look, I'll look into the Blackwood Company, but you and your men must stop.
Oh? We must? Well, last I saw, you didn't outrank me, journeyman. I suggest you mind your manners and your own business.
Well, then I must report this to Orion. He's not going to be pleased.
Report us? Oh, no. Why, we might never get work from the guild again. And that would be different how, exactly?
Oh, I see your point. You need work to keep busy.
A brilliant idea. Orion only sends his best these days. Tell you what, you go find us some paying work and we'll happily go about it.
So, you want us to find Fighters Guild jobs?
Jobs would be great. Too bad no one is giving us any these days. If you can find some work for us, we'll do it. Barkeep, a refill.
Relian then similarly questions.
Leave here now, Red Guard.
Something you need? We still need work.
Yeah, I'm thinking about looking for jobs to help out.
I'd love some work. Seems like joining the Blackwood Company is the only way to get it, though. We appreciate it.
How about you send over a few more drinks, sweetheart?
Dubok similarly states.
Are you still talking? Find us work and money.
I've heard from the other two. I'm guessing you need a job.
Jobs are good. I need more money, so I need more jobs for money. Show me
You've
something.
never worked an honest day in your life, you stupid orc.
I've ridden horses with better sense than you.
Send over a drink and make it quick.
Turning to the barkeep between their barbs, she emphatically states.
Your Fighters Guild. Get them out of here.
Yeah, I think I can get them out of here. Easiest way seems to be if I find a job for them. Know anything going?
Jobs for the Fighters Guild. Try Margart. If she's not at home or at the Five Claws, She's probably out looking for alchemical ingredients. Make them
I'll show
leave
you where
now.
you can put that fancy sword.
Now, it should be noted we could simply try and kill them to end the quest. However, all three are set as essential and, well, as drunks it seems like they just half get knocked out and are used to a little bit of the rough and tumble.
Stay out of my business. I'll snap you in half, little man.
When I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
Instead, exiting the tavern, we note. I've heard a rumor that Margart, who lives in Leeuwen, may have jobs for the Fighters Guild. But before we seek out this Margart, it's probably prudent we see this Blackwood company for ourselves and make an honest assessment on these scandalous claims. And it should be noted that Imperial Guards exclusively can be heard sharing concerning rumors about the faction.
You heard about the Fighters Guild members tearing up a tavern in Leeuwen? As if they didn't have enough problems with the Blackwood Company. Nobody likes the Blackwood Company. They're brutes, plain and simple. But they get the job done. Of course the Blackwood Company is violent. That's what fighting is, isn't it? Violent. The Blackwood Company is just plain mean. Yeah, they've got a bad reputation, but it won't hurt business in their line of work, will it? The Blackwood Company takes any job, no matter how tough. Fighters Guild is more fussy.
Hello.
Inside the company hall, we find it filled exclusively with beast folk, and the closest Khajiit welcomes.
Commander Jah Fasir, your servant. I am second in command of the Blackwood Company. The company provides expert jihad for selected customers. Very discreet.
Thank you. What's a jihad?
Beg pardon. It is a word from the Ta'agra, meaning warrior for hire. In Ta'agra, the word is vaguely disreputable. Such a fighter fights for gold rather than for clan or mane. Of course, the Blackwood Company is mercenary in the Western sense. A reliable professional contractor for military services.
And what brings you to Leeuwen?
Blackwood refers in part to Blackwood Forest, but it also carries a reference to the Thogat of charcoal warriors of Khajiit tradition.
Right. So who's the leader around here?
Excuse me, in the Imperial tongue, it means roughly clan chair, the seat of the clan patriarch. In the company, we use the term to mean leader, but it carries the sense of wise father, concerned for the welfare of the whole family. Bye.
Concerned with the clan like a family. Orion could take notes. Seeing the helmed Khajiit behind him listening in, we approach.
How are you? I am Rizakar, Pakshich of the Blackwood Company. The company provides expert jihad for selected customers, very discreet.
Ah, you're the leader of the chapter. I only see Argonians and Khajiit here. It's limited hiring practices.
The Blackwood Company is proud of our beast folk heritage, and we are solely owned and operated by Khajiit and Argonians. We speak West fashion for the comfort of our Western clients, but we invest the fierce pride of our ancient races in each of our mercenary contracts. Be seeing you.
Now, it should be noted, the beast folk of the area, comprising of Argonians and Khajiit, can be heard talking about the Blackwood Company and, well, hear for yourself.
I understand they've been taking a lot of the contracts that used to go to the Fighters Guild.
I don't trust them. I've heard they're effective, but they're brutal.
Searching the hall, we see to the south a hooded Argonian who questions.
Lieutenant Rana, Blackwood Company.
Hello there, Rana. What do you do around here?
My duties are primarily administrative. They keep me busy here in the Leowin barracks. Farewell.
Speaking of the barracks, to our right is a small dining hall and a locked training hall, which we obviously cannot enter without the key. Stepping past their dog Steelfang, we then make our way to another large door that's guarded by an Argonian Gil, who introduces.
I am Gil, Sergeant of Sharpshooters, Blackwood Company.
Good man to guard a door. What do you do here?
Here I train our skirmishing specialists. You know, perhaps, that Argonians may be gifted spellcasters. Bye.
Looking around the room, we see that it's a spacious sitting hall, and on the second story, we find that a door to our left to Jitum Z's room that is also locked and needs a key. Funnily enough, to our right, we find a large office where Jitum Z skulks around, and he questions.
Yes?
Now, the reason Jitum Z has no dialogue is we cannot speak to the man that is the local guild recruiter, for obvious reasons, though, even if we were of beastfolk persuasion, we still cannot join the Blackwood Company, which is a little bit of a shame there's no racial perk for being a Khajiit or Argonian to further the story in their own way.
They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. It's how they recruit new members. You too.
Over on his desk by the eastern wall, there is a publication from the Black Horse Courier that talks about the Blackwood Company and the recent challenge of the Fighters Guild. Also of note, as promised, by the southern wall, if we break into the hard-locked display case, we find one of the Blackwood Company's exact shields. Looks like they've got so much money they don't need cheap replicas. Deciding it's probably best we don't rock the apple cart, we depart without pilfering any of their goods. Sensing that the members, despite being quite cordial, are only tolerating us, and we're being watched our entire time in the hall. And as we move to leave, we nearly bump into a leather-bound Argonian by the front door who greets.
Uriel I, Blackwood Company, Master of Assassins.
Master of Assassins? That's quite the title.
We, of course, have no use for the specialized skills of assassination. It is my task, instead, to train our agents in various aspects of stealth.
Of course, assassination would garner quite the negative reputation around town. Wary of the Blackwood Company and their false smiles, we know something's wrong, however. We should backpocket it for the moment and focus on the task at hand. Instead, remembering that Witsadutsi had pointed us to this Margat, we begin to hear rumors of the local Nord.
She knows a lot about doing business. I don't like to bother her, though. She's a bit touchy when you do.
She's a smart one. You could learn a lot from her.
Exiting Leowin via its west gate, we begin to search for the local forager and find her scavenging on the local lee of the hill nearby, and she greets.
Greetings, Imperial. A pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah, I hear that you're the lady to talk about for a job for the local Fighters Guild members. You got anything?
I suppose I've got something I could use the guild's help with. I need ogre teeth and minotaur horn for my alchemy experiments. They're tough to get, but I prefer fresh, and I'll pay well. And I just don't trust those Blackwood Company folks to find them. Well, I'm not sure about you either. Tell you what, if you bring me back 5 portions of ectoplasm, I'll give my business to the guild. That's my offer.
5 ectoplasm? And then you'll talk? Seems a bit steep.
Come back when you've got the ectoplasm, and we'll talk about those other men getting work from me.
Incidentally, Margat will buy ogre teeth and minotaur horns off us from this point on, as she says.
I see you have some. I'll buy them in groups of 5 for 100 gold. Are you selling?
Yes.
Fine. Here's your money. Let me know if you find more. Take care.
According to the wiki, it's not a great deal. Our quest then updates. Margot has told me that she will pay well for Minotaur horns or ogre teeth. However, she doesn't trust the guild yet. I need to bring her 5 portions of ectoplasm, and she'll give us her business. Now, it should be noted in our previous quest with Mag Lear, his unfinished business clearing out Fallen Rock Cave, that if we were at level 6, we would have encountered plenty of spectres, and so would have no doubt already harvested 5 ectoplasm. However, as I start these quests at level 1 to keep things feeling more attainable and grounded, looks like we have to find an alternative route to find ectoplasm, though it's not so readily available at our level. However, there is one place that we can find 5 ectoplasm. As if we head to the local chapel, we can actually find the racist Countess Alessia Caro praying, not for forgiveness, probably for Xanathar to give her more strength to deal with the local beast folks' burden. We can instead find our way down to the chapel's undercroft. Inside, we encounter the sanctified dead. Dispatching the dead, we find the promised ectoplasm. However, it's when the third undead is dispatched we see... Is that a priestess?
I suppose I have a moment. What is it?
What are you doing wandering down here?
Solana Blandia, healer of the Leowin Chapel. Bless the 9 and all the faithful.
The undead just accept you because you're a priestess?
May you find healing here for your wounds and for your troubled spirit. There's a peace here in the chapel for all who seek it.
Oh? Anything else you can tell us?
Fighters Guild members have been going to Sharina to learn blade skills. She's good, and she'll be the first to tell you so. Farewell.
I bet Sharina's handy with a blade. She was all over us like white on rice.
Hey, baby. You fancy some training? Sharina's the name, and blades are the game.
Now, it should be noted just to our right, we find the inaccessible Tomb of Calidus, which is, of course, part of Knights of the Nine DLC, which will be linked at the end of this video, as it ties all of the chapels together and creates a really fun ride for those of you who like Crusaders and the lighter side of things. The Aedra versus Daedra, if you will. Getting back to the task at hand, we dispatch the 2 remaining sanctified spirits. Exiting the chapel, we wander over to Margart's abode, which happens to be just across the street. Waiting inside a doorway barefoot, Margart questions.
Have you found me ectoplasm?
Yeah, here's the ectoplasm. Now can we get the job, please?
Well, you've got the ectoplasm. Seems you Fighters Guild types can do a job when you put your mind to it. Tell your men I'll pay them for Minotaur horns and ogre teeth. The Fighters Guild will be my sole supplier. I look forward to doing more business.
That's it? Just tell them to get Minotaur horns and ogre teeth.
Like I told you, I can use Minotaur horn and ogre teeth. If your guild brothers bring me some, I'll pay well.
Why, if you're into alchemy, did you choose Leowin?
I'm sure there's an abundance of exotic ingredients to be gathered nearby. In Blackwood, for example, or along the Nibbin. I'll be waiting for teeth and horns.
Now, it should also quickly be noted, when we were leaving the Fighters Guild previously, we had overheard 2 members discussing a local Itar stirring up trouble.
Did you hear Itar stirring things up again?
I think he's just playing around. I don't think he means anything by it.
Good day.
Goodbye.
Well, it happens to be Margart's husband, and we can bump into the Nord, who continues to stir trouble.
I'm Itar. Say, did you hear what that Argonian said? What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. He said any Argonian can kick any Khajiit's butt to breakfast any day of the week. You believe that? I think he's wrong. I know Khajiit can kick Argonian butt. Anytime, anywhere. And you can tell everyone I said so.
What else do you think of the beast folk around Leowyn?
I think it's a disgrace that Argonians can swagger around Leowyn, boasting how they whooped this Khajiit silly and beat that Khajiit to a pulp. Good day.
This man seems to live to create bar fights. Speaking of rowdy bar patrons, we note in our journal, I've bought Margart the ectoplasm she requested. She'll now pay Fighters Guild members for Minotaur horns and ogre teeth. I should tell the men back at the Five Claws. Returning to the rowdy drunks at the Five Claws, Dubok questions.
Are you still talking? Find us work and money.
Well, I think I got work for you.
Work is good for money. You know something? Tell Vantus. He'll put me to work. Give me money. Show me something.
Relian then queries.
Something you need? We still need work.
I think I found you a job.
Some work would be a gift from the gods. If you found something, tell Vantus. We appreciate it.
Make them leave. You're paying for all of this.
And finally, we seek out Vantus.
I've told you what we need. Until we've work, we'll stay here.
Well, we found a local, Margart. Says she'll pay for ogre teeth and minotaur horns. What do you think?
Find ingredients from Margart, huh? Works for me. I'll let the other men know. Appreciate your help, friend. And Orion should be happy.
Hopefully that'll pay the bills and stop your wife doing washing.
My men and I should be able to keep busy for now. Thank you for your help. Good day.
The Red Guard then thanks.
Can't thank you enough for your help. What do you need?
You're happy with the new job, I take it?
It appears we'll be busy for the foreseeable future. Thank you. Be seeing you.
Dubok then questions.
Hey, it's you, the one who found jobs. What do you need?
What do you think of the work?
Looks like you found work for us. Good. Need some money. Yeah, nice going.
Witsadutsi then exclaims.
It's about time someone did something. These guys are killing my business.
Well, at least they shouldn't be causing trouble, at least.
Perhaps they will cause no more. Perhaps they will have the gold to pay for their drinks. Goodbye.
With the local boys all cleared to work, we note, I've told Dubok, Relian and Vantus about Margart's need for ingredients. They've agreed to accept a long-term contract. As this should keep them out of trouble, I should report back to Orion.
Go ahead, Boot.
Back inside the Coral Guild Hall, Orion questions.
I'm looking for results from you. What have you found out?
Well, I'm here about my duties.
I assume you've taken care of this issue. So, tell me what happened. Why were our men causing trouble? And what did you do?
Seems the Blackwood Company had taken all the jobs in Leowyn, so the guys just started drinking as they had nothing to do. I visited the Blackwood Hall. Something's off. There's definitely a sinister air about them.
The Blackwood Company has taken that much of a foothold in Leowyn. Those sons of... Never mind. You've done your job. Here's your payment for it.
With 100 gold and a point of fame, looks like we're ready to advance from journeyman. Some of the guys down there didn't respect the rank. How about an advent? You think it's time for an advancement?
You've done well. Because of your efforts, you have achieved the rank of Swordsman of the Fighters Guild. Stay with
What's happening?
The guildsmen, apparently in love with gossip, start to then buzz.
Orion says the new guy went down and sorted out the problem in Leowyn. Trouble like that is just making things worse.
Leaving the guild hall now a swordsman, we think back on our brush with the Blackwood Company and the reoccurring theme that Fighters Guild members are not only not being recruited, but not finding contracts. This doesn't bode well for the guild, and with the despondent leader Valena Dontus having lost her son, something tells us the guild's troubles have just begun. To begin the quest, Den of Thieves, we return to the Fighters Guild headquarters in Coral, and the surly dark elf Modron Orion corrects.
I'm the Fighters Guild champion, Modron Orain.
Modron Orion. I thought it was Modron Orion. Why are you looking at me like that? I wanted some duties, Modron.
I don't have anything for you right now. Speak with Azan or Grokash. Get some more seasoning, and maybe I'll have something. Or perhaps you're ready for advancement.
Hey, you didn't run out of duties because I got your name wrong, right? I think I'm ready for advancement.
I'm sorry. You're not yet ready for a promotion. Keep completing contracts, and take care of any assigned duties. Stay with it.
And thus, we're ejected from the guild's halls, having to find our way to Anvil for more contracts, and knowing deep in our soul it's because we mispronounced the Dour Dunmer's name. Arriving in Coral in the late evening, we find ourselves at the hall's entrance and are shocked to see a familiar figure by Azan.
Can I help you, brother?
Oh, hello. Leave me alone.
Taking Maglia's advice, we then speak to the Red Guard, who greets between hacks.
Greetings. Looking for some more work, are you?
Oh yeah, I have completed so many contracts that Modron Orain sent me down here.
Good to see you're working hard. I've got some more thieves for you to deal with in Anvil.
More thieves? What's wrong with this town?
There have been a number of thefts in the area, and witnesses believe the thieves are holed up nearby. Check around and see what you can learn. I'm not sure the numbers you'll be dealing with, so I'm sending you with another new recruit, Maglier. I believe you two have already met.
Before we can protest, Azan goes back to his hacking of the dummy.
Get moving. We need to get rid of those thieves.
And so we turn to the other dummy, and he appraises.
Oh, it's you. Looks like we're working together.
Yeah, working. A contract. Do you even know what that is?
We've got one. Let's hope this one will pay well.
We? You have to finish it to get paid. Do you at least know anything about the thieves?
Sounds like we need to ask around Anvil for any clues. Figures we'd get a mission without any real direction. I'll follow you.
And it should quickly be noted that Maglier's dialogue stays the same regardless if you ratted him out previously or sided with him in the contract unfinished business.
Payday! Let's go!
We then attempt to complain about our coupling with Maglier a final time.
You two are supposed to be taking care of those thieves in Anvil. What is it you need?
I need somebody that'll actually help with the contract.
Get moving. You need to get rid of those thieves.
Forced to partner with the diminutive deserter, we exit the hall, but not before hearing rumors.
I hear Azan plans to send both new recruits out on the next contract. You know what it's about? A den of thieves, near Anvil. Like that's news. There must be a dozen of them.
Once outside, Maglier mistakenly motivates.
Come on, let's get this mission done and get paid.
We can then actually instruct Maglier throughout our time together and say, wait here.
Hey, if you say so. You do all the work.
Of course, he predictably would rather stand around, or we can instead instruct. Come on, let's go.
Fine, let's move. Payday! Let's roll!
Beginning our search for the thieves, we note in our journal. Azan has given me a contract to find the lair of some thieves near Anvil. I'm to travel with another fairly new recruit, Maglier. I should go to Anvil first and see what information I can learn about the thieves. Making our way to the dock, where all good rumours begin, we bump into an unfortunate-looking vagrant, a Nord named Wilhelm the Worm, who explains of his moniker.
How do you do? They call me Wilhelm the Worm, because dirt suits me fine. Town lets me live in the warehouse to keep out the rats.
Well, being down in the docks, you must see a lot. With those big eyes of yours. I'm looking for some thieves.
I don't think I know you well enough to tell you that.
We then realize Wilhelm needs a little bit of walking around money.
Thank you.
So you were saying about those thieves?
Can't say I know anything myself, but I heard that Newheim the Portly had some things stolen, and he's been asking around about it. Ask him.
Newheim the Portly. A lot of unflattering names around here. What do you know of the man?
Nice, friendly folk in Anvil. Even the Countess greets me in the street. Well, except for that Newheim the Portly. He's a mean old scrote.
Scrote. That is an absolutely wonderful descriptor.
Goodbye.
With that information, we turn to Maglia for his insight and...
Come on, let's get this mission done and get paid.
He gives us a rather pragmatic response.
Let's find this fat Newheim guy, whatever his name is. He apparently knows where these bandits are. Payday! Let's roll!
We note in our journal, people in Anvil have suggested I speak with Newheim the Portly. He apparently had some goods stolen by the thieves. Waiting by the warehouse where Wilhelm resides until morning, we awaken to hear two Nords having a rowdy discussion about the local going-ons. Fitting the description with his rather rotund head and muscly body, seeing as Oblivion only has one body type, which is funny that they put all the fat in his face.
Well met. Heard any news from the other provinces? Nothing I'd like to talk about. Bye. You too. You look like a bright one.
We question, Newheim?
Hell, what can Newheim the Portly do for you?
Well, I heard some thieves have been giving you problems down here. Know anything?
Aye, I know about those scum. Rotten bastards robbed me blind, they did. Stole a family heirloom. Bunch of Bosmer, if you can believe it. No offense to your friend, of course. Last I heard, they were holed up in Hirota Cave, not too far from here.
And you mentioned an heirloom being stolen.
Took my flagon, they did. Passed down to me from my father Rolf, and from his father Torvald. It's a wondrous cup. Keeps ale cold and sweet. Been drinking from a lousy wooden tankard since. It's just not the same. If you can find it, you'd have the gratitude of Newheim the Portly.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for that mug. Sorry, whereabouts is this Hirota Cave you spoke of?
You'll find it north of Anvil. Good luck, and give it to those bastards good.
Thank you for the guidance.
You go get 'em, and whip their asses for Newheim.
Maglia, unaffected by the barbs about Bosma, then states...
Come on, let's get this mission done and get paid.
Well, you're itching to take on those Bosma thieves. It doesn't bother you to kill your kinsmen?
Sounds like we'll find the bandits in Hirota Cave. Payday! Let's roll!
Well, payday, I guess. Only thing Maglia cares about is the money. Our quest then updates in two ways. First is our Fighters Guild quest, which reads, Newheim has told me that the thieves are all Bosma and may be located in Hirota Cave, north of the city of Anvil. Maglia and I should travel there and take care of them. However, a second separate quest that we can only encounter if we had probed further about Newheim's flagon reads, Newheim has mentioned that he had a family heirloom, a pewter flagon stolen by the thieves. If I return it to him, he'll reward me. Taking our horse from the stable, we begin to head north up the Gold Road, with Maglia in his heavy iron armor doing his best to keep up. Just on the side of the hill, we find in the side of a rock is a wooden door, and it seems this bandit hideout is overlooking Anvil just a stone's throw from the main gate. Once inside, we put out our torch and turn to Maglia, and he states,
Come on, let's get this mission done and get paid.
You're not worried about how many of them there are?
Let's get rid of these guys so we can get paid. Payday! Let's roll!
Well, it seems Maglia's not going to renege on this contract. Maybe we shouldn't be worried about Bosmer if he isn't. Attempting to creep around the cave to get a drop on these bandits, we first head through a tunnel to our right that collapses near us.
The death of Uriel I. Take care.
Hearing voices nearby, we then begin to make our way through the snaking tunnel and through a wooden door, and it should be noted as we search this cavern for the flagon of Newheim that there's a lot of miscellaneous goods, trash, and really low-level items peppered throughout this dungeon, so I'm not going to focus on what's inside the chests or barrels, as you can expect to find a smattering of miscellaneous goods versus something worthwhile, though to the credit of the cave designers, it does feel lived in, as we soon find out why. Heading through the tunnel that snakes to the right, we find a rock wall and voices behind, and encounter some Bosma that lie in wait.
Wherever it was, it's gone now.
Hello? This ends here!
You're pathetic.
This ends here!
This is the part where you...
Surprised that Maglia got his hands dirty in the brawl, we then begin to search through their effects and continue up the northwestern wall, seeing the remnants of the structure of the mine shaft. Behind a wooden door, we then encounter a trio of angry Bosma.
Let's get this over with! Run while you can!
Seeing that there was one bandit left lying in wait, we attempt to loose an arrow that would hopefully find its mark in his jugular. However, it seems Magli has gone above and beyond and already felled the foul foe. Searching said Bosma, it should also be noted his name is Ned Helfin, which is, of course, a very Valenwood-esque name, though it is strange to see the developers took the time to name these bandits individually, which generally does not occur. Searching the bandits' second small campsite, we find a stone cup. However, this clearly is a plain and forgotten mug and not the ornate heirloom that Newheim spoke of. Heading deeper into the northeastern section of the cavernous mine shaft, it opens up into more of a cave-like structure.
Huh? Where did you go? Come out when I can see you!
It's then we spot an angry wood elf bowman inside the quarry.
Die, cur! What's the matter? Getting tired?
And Magli, again to our surprise, has no hesitation on taking him on. With an arrow that seems to pierce the bowman's heart, we move closer to Singaer, extracting the valuables from his remains, and find Magli pops up. Hardier than we expected. Heading down inside the campsite, we begin to look around and see on a far table a shepherd's pie. To our right, an ornate flagon. This surely is Newheim's heirloom. And so we extract it in our quest updates. I have found Newheim the Portly's flagon. I should return it to him. With that part of our quest successful, we then begin to search the further northwestern room of the cave and see a final bandit that lies in wait.
What's that?
And Magli rushes in to engage.
Must have been the wind.
I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Die!
Although the elf is momentarily knocked out, it gives us time to loose an arrow from a safe distance and quell the bandit infestation. Our journal then updates. Maglia and I have succeeded in clearing Hirota Cave of all of the thieves living there. I should return to Azan for payment of the contract. Although a decent combatant, Magli lets us know he's had enough of the cave.
We're done here. Let's go get paid.
You know what, Magley? You did all right. I owe you a drink.
It's tavern time.
Returning to the Fighters Guild Hall, we find Azan in the crew quarters. Any questions?
You and Maglier need to catch those thieves.
They say that when...
So have you taken care of those thieves yet?
Yeah, we cleared the thieves out of that den. Maglier did okay too.
Cleared them out, did you? Good work, you two. I see big things for you with the guild. Here's your payment.
With our quest complete, we then receive a leveled amount of gold and 1 fame point. We can then ask, so, I'm ready for another contract.
I don't have anything for anyone in your rank. Check with Burrs Grokash in Shadenhall. He might have something.
Oh.
Goodbye.
It's you.
How are you?
Magley, apparently paid, has nothing to say to us.
Go to it.
Perhaps annoyed that every second we spend together is time away from the tavern. Heading to the Count's Arms, we can then hear the local Imperials spreading rumors of our success.
Did you hear about the pair of green recruits that cleaned out a den of thieves near Anvil? The rookies took care of all the thieves. How many was it? 7? 8? Both the new Fighters Guild recruits got back alive. It's a good start.
For our second part of the quest, we then make our way closer to the Count's Arms and see across the street Newheim the Portly's residence. Once inside, we look around and see a tan cup in his sitting room. To the room to our right, we see more beer and less ornate mugs. Heading upstairs into his sleeping quarters, we awaken the sizable Nord, and he questions.
For the love of Azura, can't a man have a bit of privacy? Get out of here. What?
Well, you're not going to want to kick me out. I found your cup.
Ah, you've got it. Thank the gods. Finally, my mead will stay cold and won't taste like goblin piss. Take these, and my thanks. Farewell.
We then receive 3 of Newheim's special brew, which drains intelligence and willpower like a lot of other intoxicants in Oblivion. However, restores fatigue 10 points on self, fortified strength 10 points for 60 seconds, and personality 10 points for 60 seconds. Not a bad drop. Newheim then immediately begins drinking out of it, or whatever animation that he can muster. We then state, I see you're lacking that cup.
I'm warning you, get out or I'll call the guards.
However, our welcome wears out quickly. In fact, if we loiter, we can see the portly man dart out of his house. And surprisingly, is nimble on his feet for his size as he goes to find a guard to complain to. Exiting Anvil before we find ourselves under arrest, we decide it's time to head to Cheydinhall and our next contract. To begin the quest, Amelions Tomb, we return to the Cheydinhall Fighters Guild and find the head of the local chapter, the orc barbarian Burrs Grokash, who turns to say,
Hello, I'm Burrs Grokash, and I'm in charge of the St. Jib's Fair. All I need is clowns, monkeys, and jugglers. No, wait. Just need jugglers.
I'm sorry, I was looking for the Fighters Guild.
Yeah, this is the Cheydinhall Fighters Guild. Look around. See any fighters? Right, that's the problem. No fighters, no guild.
Ah, you're in luck. I'm fixing to complete a contract.
I've got another contract for you, meat. I assume you won't embarrass yourself.
Don't worry. I never feel embarrassed. What's this about a contract?
It's from Bienna Amelion at the Water's Edge settlement. She needs something retrieved from her ancestral tomb. Try not to muck it up.
Can you point to Bienna Amelion on the map for me?
You'll find her at the Water's Edge settlement. It's marked on your map. Haul your carcass to that settlement, meat.
Exiting the guild and heading south to the settlement, we note in our journal.
Why aren't you in Water's Edge?
Bursgrow Karsh has given me a contract to retrieve an heirloom for Bienna Amelion, who lives in Water's Edge, a small settlement near Leyawen. I should report to her for further details. Arriving at the small settlement, we see 3 buildings and start at the south to find our contract giver. Seeing by the entrance to the building a quaint vegetable patch, and it looks like they're mostly independent from the city.
I think you should leave.
We then meet an angsty brunette Breton who questions rightly.
What do you want?
Sorry for barging in. I'm looking for Bienna Amelion.
Bienna? She should be around here somewhere. Just look around a bit.
It should also be noted that the NPCs, due to living outside of the city, will tell you the wilderness rumours we don't get to hear inside said cities, such as...
The Colovians are proud of their reputation for being independent, rough and rebellious. Stay as long as you like.
Now, although Marie Alouette says that we can stay as long as we like, there are no guards to aid her in kicking us out. And we find she's quite handy with a bow if we don't leave of our own accord.
This is your last warning. Get out, or I'll call the guards and have you arrested. Am I supposed to be impressed?
Coming to out front of her home, we see behind her house a small stable with sheep, and it seems this town is quite self-sufficient. To our right, we then find a small farmstead in the middle. Once inside, we see 2 Bretons, apparently fans of the same fashion.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Bienna Amelion and was told to look around.
Bienna? She should be around here somewhere. Just look around a bit.
Well, this seems to be a running theme. We can also hear again of the local wilderness rumours.
My favourite town? Anvil. Lovely old stone buildings, and the harbour at sunset is beautiful. Enjoy your stay here.
Enjoy your stay, she says. To her right, we see her partner, Edward Retian, and he greets.
What can I do for you?
I'm gonna try this a final time. Have you seen Bienna Amelion?
Bienna. She should be around here somewhere. Just look around a bit.
Again, we can hear of the wilderness rumours.
Fighting's easy. Just lead them out on the water and shoot them full of holes. If you've got a bow, of course, and can walk on water.
Some sage advice.
Stay as long as you like.
Too bad we can't walk on water.
I'm warning you. Get out or I'll call the guards.
It should also be noted quickly, the only reason why the first Breton attacked us is because we've entered these properties outside of visiting hours. So it stands to reason that these Bretons are actually a very welcoming bunch down at Water's Edge. Outside, we then find behind the 2 homes another small vegetable patch, painting a picture of a very self-sufficient and welcoming community. Though why these Bretons have migrated down south towards Leyawen remains to be seen. Perhaps if we find this Bienna, we'll soon learn why.
Can you help me? Hello. You must be from the Fighters Guild. I'm glad you're here. I need your help to repay a debt.
Afraid to ask at this point. Are you Bienna Amelion?
I am Bienna Amelion.
Excellent. Now you're saying about a debt?
I'm afraid so. My father had a bit of an issue with gambling. I'm afraid he built up a rather large debt. Now that he's gone, the debt is mine.
Well, if it's his debt, get him to pay it. Say, where is your father? You better not tell me he's around here somewhere.
Gone. Dragged from our house in the night. To pay the debt, I'd like to sell the sword and armour of my grandfather, or I might be next.
Dragged from your house? That's terrible. How much is the debt?
A great deal, over 1,000 septims. My father was quite a gambler. Quite a bad gambler.
And so you need me to locate a sword and armour. From where?
They were buried with my grandfather in the family tomb. The sword and cuirass were enchanted and should cover my debt. Please get them for me.
Now, at this point, the quest actually breaks up into two options. We can, instead of agreeing to find said sword and armour as a grave robber, choose to pay her father's debt outright, saying, "Here, take this money for your debt."
Are you certain? I can't thank you enough. Please, though, if you decide to retrieve the sword and armour, keep them, at least until I can repay you.
Before leaving, we can get a cheeky piece of wilderness dialogue.
Mud crabs. What's the point? Annoying buggers, though the meat isn't bad. I'm so grateful.
A quest updates as we head back to Cheydinhall. I've decided to give Bianna Amelion the money to pay off her debt. She's told me that I may keep the sword and armour if I wish to retrieve them from the Amelion family tomb. I should return to Bursgrove Karsh for payment of the contract. Now, as we do return to the Burly Burrs, it should also be noted, the armour can actually be collected at any time, including before the quest even begins, without stalling the Fighters Guild questline. Returning to Burrs, he questions.
Why aren't you in Water's Edge? You need to finish out the contract with Bianna Amelion in Water's Edge. What's the status?
Yeah, well, I finished the quest, kind of.
Paid her debt off yourself, did you? Not gonna get rich that way, meat. Still, the job's done. Here's your payment. Go to it.
We then quickly note, I've returned to Bursgrove Karsh, who was pleased with my efforts. He's paid me what was owed on the contract, which, being a paltry levelled 100 gold and a fame point, really isn't sufficient for the loss we just took. Instead, if we chose option 2, to find her grandfather's sword and armour, we can question, where are the sword and armour?
Not far in my family's ancestral tomb. Here, I can mark it on your map. Please return them to me so I can pay off my father's debts. You're my only hope.
I'm assuming that was a phenomenal throwback to Princess Leia's line from A New Hope. We then see, marked on our map to the southeast, the family Amelion tomb. Riding north from Coral, we soon find the remnants of a broken down tomb and the mud crabs that linger around its entrance. We also see a smattering of herbs and different flora about, as well as many graves. Apparently, the Amelions' ancestry seems to be quite robust in the area and probably were more prominent in the region at one point. Now, something that's embarrassing for me to admit, as we head past the lit beacon and the statues, you can probably see that the cave's entrance is missing a boulder. If we walk behind the door, you can see that there is actually a missing textures icon, and the reason is I've downloaded a mod that tells me if I'm ever missing a texture and something has conflicted with my vanilla game. It's not exactly immersion breaking, but it's enough for me to be like, I'm missing a boulder. Entering the standalone wood door, we find ourselves in a winding sepulchral tomb, and around the first bend, one of Amelion's undead relatives comes to greet us. Unsure why that her family members interred have become zombies and skeletons, we begin to fight through her dearly beloved, perhaps incensed at our trespassing. After dispatching a skeleton, we find there's a three-way break in a cavern, and in front of us, it seems to be a pair of gauntlets. However, when we approach, boulders fall from overhead. Surviving the encounter, we then find Brusef Amelion's gauntlets, a beautiful and intricate set of armor that is heavier than Orcish but provides inferior protection, being slightly better than chainmail. Heading to the passage to our right that is lined by wisp stalks, we see a family member's coffin unmarked in a nook. Opening said coffin, we find a few unremarkable items. The tomb is filled to the brim with miscellaneous items that we will skip over, though obviously if you enjoy your time as a grave robber, have at it. Standing on top of the tomb, we light a torch and are surprised to see a pair of unique boots to add to the collection. Making our way back around to the main room, we then enter the first tunnel to our left, activating a rope lever, revealing another incensed undead. In fact, this portion of the cave is filled with angry zombies. Apparently, Amelions' family are not all pleased with their lot in undeath. Seeing some nearby chests that were guarded by the undead, we open. The first to our right is a healing chest, and the second holds low-level items, including iron boots, but nothing of Bienna's grandfather's effects. Heading deeper into the catacombs, we find to the right a small area. Seems this is where the less prominent Amelion family members have been interred. Behind a small crate to the southeast of the room, we then locate Brusef Amelion's shield, boasting identical ornate markings and a silvery greenish hue. Following the winding tunnels, we then find ourselves at the entrance to the sarcophagus chamber. Once inside, we see the coffins are now haphazardly strewn about. It seems somebody has plundered the tomb previously. Perhaps the grave robbers were felled by Amelion's family, and now have joined the cacophony of skeletons and ghouls that guard the tomb. It's not until we ascend a stony slope to the north do we see a spectre floating about a room full of sarcophagi. Unable to injure the spectre with our normal weapons, we then remember our silver sword and bring it to bear down on the wraith. Saddened that this probably was one of the Amelion family members, we then find on a nearby stone slab Brusef Amelion's ornate sword that also looks like a silver sword with more of a flourish than a regular type, and Brusef Amelion's cuirass, a light armor piece that, like Bienna had stated, boasts frost shield 6% on self, which is leveled, so would obviously be a lot higher if we were not level 1. A quest and updates. I've retrieved the ceremonial sword and armor from the Amelion tomb. I should return them to Bienna Amelion. However, our armor set is still incomplete, and searching around the room, we find Brusef Amelion's greaves in the northeastern corner. Exiting via a wooden door that heads back to Amelion's tomb. We find ourselves in a room with a hole in the middle, some wisp stalks, and a chest with 8 gold. Before we drop down said hole, we then realise just to the southwest lies the final piece, Bruseth Amelion's helm. Now with our full armour set complete, we march out of the tomb and back to Amelion. Wondering, what's the best option? Give up some of this unique set of armour, or the gold in our pocket? Returning to Waterfront, the townsfolk begin to bustle about, and we find Bianna with her back to us, and she greets.
Hello again. Have you had any luck finding the sword and armour?
Yeah, I've got the sword and armour and, well, everything else. Let's just say I wouldn't go back in that tomb for a while.
You found them? Fantastic! I can't tell you what this means to me.
We then have 2 options, again, to give her money for her debt. Obviously, a better option, as this armour is exquisite. Otherwise, say, yeah, here are the sword and armour.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hopefully I'll be able to sell these for enough to pay my debt. You're a lifesaver.
Well, I guess your debt is paid.
I can't tell you how much your help means to me. Thank you again. I'll never forget this.
We then leave Waterfront on our horse, looking ridiculous without the cuirass, and our quest updates. I've given Bianna Amelion her grandfather's ceremonial sword and armour so she may sell it in order to pay off her debt. I should return to Grokash and Cheydinhall. Inside the Cheydinhall Fighters Guild, Grokash greets us at the door, questioning.
Why aren't you in Water's Edge? You need to finish out the contract with Bianna Amelion in Water's Edge. What's the status?
Yeah, I gave the armor and sword to Bianna Amelion.
Got a sword and armor for her, huh? Not bad work, meat. Here's your payment for the contract.
Well, I guess 100 gold isn't bad. Got some armor. Do you at least have a contract for me?
Nothing now, not at your rank. Go see Azan in Anvil. Maybe he's got something.
Well, how about advancement? I'm doing most of the work around here.
You're due for advancement. I hereby name you Protector of the Fighters Guild.
Now I'm a Protector of the Fighters Guild. Maybe you do have a contract, huh?
I've been told to send you to Coral for some duties. Speak with Orion. You too.
The Fighters Guild main chapter in Coral would then become abuzz with rumours of our choices during the quest. If we had given up the sword and cuirass, we would hear.
Bianna Amelion sold her family sword and armor to pay her debts. And you think you have it bad. Sure, the Fighters Guild raided a family tomb, but they did it for a family member. What's wrong with that?
However, if we chose to simply pay her debt, they would instead gossip.
I hear our gold soldier paid her debt. But the hard hand also kept her family sword and armor.
Deciding at best we keep said armor, as I had promised we were going to upgrade our armor set throughout the Fighters Guild questline, and it's much too pretty to just simply give away 2 key pieces. To begin the quest, The Master's Son, we return to the Coral chapter of the Fighters Guild, as per Grokaash's request. Inside, we meet Fighters Guild champion Modron Orain, and he questions.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
This might come as a surprise, Modron. I'm looking for duties.
I've got another job for you, slightly off the record. You'll be going on a mission with Varanus Daunton. Yes, the Guildmaster's son.
Varanus Daunton? Sorry, I thought the son was dead.
You're to accompany him and make sure he succeeds. He needs some time in the field to get his confidence up, or he'll never become a good warrior. Valena coddles the boy too much. Doesn't want him in the line of fire. Suppose it's no surprise after Vitellis.
The Varanus Daunton, Vitellis Daunton, where are they all coming from?
Valena Daunton's eldest son. Good man. We lost him on a botched mission recently. You've probably seen the other wounded around. If you're smart, you'll steer clear of the subject around the Guildmaster. Perhaps you and I will have time to discuss it more later.
And you said you're sending the Anus one to build his confidence up, yeah?
His mother's been holding him back, protecting him. You'll go to Nonwell Cavern with him. Galtus Previa was lost there, and you're to find him. And not a word of this to the Guildmaster. Go find him. He'll be in the Dawntarn house, most likely. And bring him back in one piece.
Becoming more confused by the second, we note in our journal. Modron Orain would like me to complete a mission with Varanus Daunton, the Guildmaster's son, the alive one.
Time's wasting.
Ignoring Modron's orders, we march upstairs and see the Guildmaster, Valena Daunton, with her back to us. She greets.
Greetings, Imperial brother. I'm the master of the Fighters Guild, Valena Daunton. Can I help you?
Yeah, I was just looking for your son, Varanus Daunton. Where is he?
My son? He's at home, I would imagine.
Thinking it best we don't get on the wrong side of the Guildmaster, lest we never get a contract again. We leave Daunton to our mourning.
Just do your job.
The other guild members, it seems, are not as kind. Rumours about Valena Daunton's son passing and her living heir swirl around the guild hall. Apparently, it's the Elder Scrolls version of a Nepo baby, and we hear a lot of juicy rumours that I would be remiss if I didn't add to the quest, such as the guild members' many scathing insights.
With Vitalis dead, Valena thinks only about protecting Varanus. That's a sure way to ruin the boy. Varanus needs to stop hiding behind his mother's skirts if he expects to run this outfit someday. Varanus is a good kid. It's his mom who's getting in the way. Orion is trying to get Varanus out in the field, but Valena keeps interfering. I know Valena's got Vitalis on her mind, but she'll spoil Varanus if she keeps him out of the real action.
Exiting the guild hall, we find just down the cobbled path to the southeast an incredibly sizable manor that happens to be the Daunton residence. Once inside, to the left in a small sitting room, we find the surviving Daunton boy, and he questions.
Ready?
Wait, you tell me, are you ready?
Greetings, guildmate. What can I do for you?
Wait, are you Vitalis or Anus?
I'm Varanus Daunton. What can I do for you?
Right. Where is Vitalis?
Yes, my older brother. He was lost on a mission. Vitalis died valiantly, as we all knew he would. He was the best of us. I'm sure our mother is very proud of him.
I'm sure she is. Say, have you heard of Galtus Previa? Hope you got your boots buckled. We're on a mission to go find out what happened to him from Modron himself.
A mission? Well, of course. I'm sure we can do this. You say this came from Orion himself. Well, perhaps I should speak with Mother first.
We then have two options, which I'd like to strong-arm him with a mocking tone of, I should speak with Mother first. That's what you sound like, an old Breton spinster. There's no time. If you want in, we gotta go.
Oh, I'm prepared, of course. I'm sure there's no need to speak to Mother at all. Let's go.
Otherwise, we can admit. Listen, this is not on the record. Your mother is not to know about this. Yes?
But she's the guildmaster. Certainly she'd... No, you're right. If the order came from Orion, it's a valid one. We should be off immediately. I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't been given many contracts since my brother... since the accident. Let's go. I'm with you.
We then note in our journal, I've spoken with Varanus Daunton, and he has prepared to accompany me to Nonwell Cavern. That is terrible grammar. After resting a short spell in the luxurious Daunton abode, we hit the street, and here the concerned townsfolk are busy talking about the overprotected son of the guildmaster.
Valena Daunton hasn't been very aggressive as head of the Fighters Guild. Maybe her son Varanus will show a bit more spunk. The Fighters Guild is a family business. With Vitalis dead, Varanus is in line to succeed his mother.
I'd say it sucks to be a Nepo baby, but he's clearly well protected, as his armor seems shiny and brand new. Back inside the guild hall, we unwisely seek out Modron Orain by the fireplace, and he questions impatiently.
You and Varanus have business to attend to. Why are you wasting time here?
Well, I got the boy like you asked. I just wanted to double-check my duties.
You and Varanus are to go to Nonwil and find out what happened to Galtus Previa. Now get to it.
If Galtus Previa's disappeared, how did he give you the contract?
We got the contract from his aunt. Was in Nonwil looking for gems of some sort. Never heard from again. You and Varanus, go find him. Time's wasting.
Gems? This doesn't sound half bad. We then exit the guild hall, heading north to Nonwil Cavern. After a few hours' ride up the hillside, the young fighter in his steel armor follows us into the wooden door of Nonwil Cavern. As soon as we enter our quest updates, Varanus, Daunton and I have arrived at Nonwil Cavern. We'll have to find out what happened to Galtus Previa and make sure no harm comes to young Daunton. Clearly, this edict cannot be overstated, as if something happens to him, I'm sure something terrible would happen to us.
I'm with you.
And just like that, Varanus promises to stick with us and then darts off like an idiot. With the boy face down in the rocks, we try and rouse him, saying, Varanus, Anus, Anus, are you all right? Wearily, he gets to his feet and states,
We must find Galtus Previa. He must be here somewhere.
How many fingers am I holding up?
He's got to be in here somewhere.
Oh well, close enough.
I'm with you.
Seems his mother not sparing any expense on his weapon and armor have done him a world of good. If he was wearing something inferior, he no doubt would have been crushed by the first troll's heft of its grimy paw. Either that or his mother paid a pretty septum to make him essential for a while. Despite his impressive and nigh indestructible armor, keeping Daunton out of harm's way proves more ambitious a task than we first anticipated. Varanus, how are you traveling?
We must find Galtus Previa. He must be here somewhere.
That's the spirit.
I'm with you.
Searching for Previa, we find a southern door that leads to Nonwil's ominously named Chamber of the Titans. The spirited Daunton then barrels ahead towards the Titans the chamber's named after. This time, trolls.
It ends here!
Heading deeper into the southeast section of the cave, we find more trolls to clear out. And on the stone lip above, we find it opens up into a crossroad. Heading to the northern tunnel, we see a lone troll, and again, Daunton aids us in ending the fell creature. However, we're now lost and wounded, and we see a small alcove, and to our surprise, another troll leaps out to confront us. With the final troll dead, we see a humanoid corpse on the ground and note in our journal, and our quest updates. We found the corpse of Galtus Previa. We should now return to Modron Orain. Sparking our torch, we find nearby the body of a dead Imperial farmer, Galtus Previa, in search of gems we'd nary found in our exploration of the cave. Examining his corpse, we find it strange the creatures had not begun to feast on his remains as trolls are known to do, and more so, a strange spiky shield for a farmer to be in possession of, sitting by his head. Now, it should also quickly be noted, if we do not pick up this broken shield, it will actually change the outcome of the quest somewhat, so we'll explore the two options. Before we return to Coral Sand Shield, we turn to Varanus for a moment, and he guides.
We should get back to Orion and report what we have found.
It's too bad about Galtus Previa.
Dead? I can't believe it. So much death. Go to it.
Back in Coral via the South Gate, though, we do not return to the Fighters Guild headquarters. Instead, surreptitiously find our way to Modron Orion's domicile, as it's probably better to report out of earshot of Valenus Donton. Once inside his shack, the shirtless Dunmer pops up to show off his jib-like physique and angrily guides.
I think you should leave.
Now, before you kick us out, we found Galtus Previa.
You're back. What have you found out about Galtus Previa's disappearance?
Seeing as we didn't attain the shield, we respond. Sorry to report, we found Galtus. He's dead.
Dead? Damn! What got him?
Well, he wasn't eaten, but there were a lot of creatures inside.
I suppose that's it then. Odd that there weren't creatures around the body, though, and that it hadn't been eaten. I'll pay Donton for his contract. And I've got this for you. Good work getting him back in one piece. I might make a real soldier of you yet.
We're then gifted a Claymore of Weariness.
Stay with it.
Boasting Drain Fatigue 30 points for 10 seconds on strike, and 1 point of fame. It should be noted this weapon is randomized, though I'll talk about our reward a little bit more after collecting the shield. Though Modron doesn't appreciate our small break before heading back to the cavern.
I'm warning you. Get out or I'll call the guards.
That's funny. You know you can't attack another Fighters Guild member. Wait, you can't attack another Fighters Guild member, can you?
Die, cur! This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death!
Coming to, we can carry ourselves back to the cave and find the spiky shield by the dead Imperial. Flipping it over reveals the markings of the Blackwood Company. Funnily enough, this shield is a quest item and it has 0 weight and only 1 defense, yet is equipable, though if we picked it up after the quest, it would be stuck in our inventory forever. Now, with a potential murder mystery on our hands, we return to Modron Orion's shack and awaken the surly elf once more.
You're back. What have you found out about Galtus Previa's disappearance?
And it should be noted, because we've picked up the shield, it actually changes his response to the first initial piece of dialogue. If we say, oh, well, his body wasn't maimed. In fact, it was in one piece despite the creatures inside. He responds thanks to the shield on our person.
Could be that. But you said the corpse was intact. Nothing had dined on the gem hunter. Something doesn't sit right with me about this.
We can then say, right, I also found this shield near the corpse. Recognize it?
Let me see that. Interesting. The symbols on it are familiar to me. I'll be looking into this.
Modron then remains tight-lipped as we respond. What is it?
Nothing we need to talk about now. I'll pay Varanus for his contract. This is for you. Who knows? I might be able to make soldiers out of you both.
Right. Anything else?
That's all. For now. Good job, though. You got Varanus home safe, and I think it'll do him good. I'll pay him for the contract. And this for you.
Now, as mentioned, we do still gain 1 fame point, but also The weapon that we receive may be a dagger, short sword, long sword, or claymore, and are leveled. So because we're at level 1, we only get the enchantment of Drain Fatigue 30 points for 10 seconds. However, if we were as high as, say, level 23 plus, it would be a Daedric weapon with fire, frost, or shock damage 20 points, or disintegrate weapon 80 points. So these rewards, although seeming low level because we are low level, are not to be slept on. For high-level characters, hesitant to explore the Fighters Guild questline because of these rewards.
Thanks for the help.
Exiting Modron's shack so he can sleep instead of beating us to a pulp. After the events of Nonwell Cavern, the guild members will start to say of the youngest Daunton.
Varanus is just a kid, but he did pretty well at Nonwell Cavern, I guess. Varanus wasn't alone at Nonwell Cavern, you know. Would he have done that well without help? Nonwell Cavern is a good start, but the kid has to go out on his own or he'll never learn the hard lessons.
We have so many questions. Why was a Blackwood Company shield by the dead Imperial's body, and with the damning evidence that the Blackwood Company is somehow entangled with Fighters Guild contracts? Why isn't the champion of the Fighters Guild, Modron, willing to talk about it? Something is amiss, and soon we'll find out why. To begin the quest, more unfinished business, we find the Fighters Guild champion Modron Orain in Coral's Hall, mid-meal at the dining table, and he looks up to question.
Go ahead.
Modron?
You again. Fine. I imagine you're looking for work from me.
Duties, work, potato.
I'm going to need you to find Maglir again. The little fetcher.
Little fetcher's right. I'm sorry, did you say Maglir?
That's right. The little vermin has defaulted on another contract. I need you to go babysit him again.
Defaulted again? What, did he decide it was tavern time halfway through the job?
Wish I knew what happened. He had a contract for a local mage in Braville. Didn't seem like a particularly difficult assignment. He hasn't reported to the client at all. Get yourself down to Braville and find Maglir. Make sure that contract of his gets done, and send him to me.
I'm sorry, I can't focus. Are you saying Maglir or Maglir? Are you gonna pick one? And isn't it Braville? Why are you saying Braville? I'm so confused.
You'll need to track down Maglir. Again. Look for him in Braville. Now go.
Looking at the Dunmer, we think to ourselves, man, Modron's really enjoying that potato. He actually looks to be eating his feelings.
Stop staring at me. Let's get to work.
And we soon hear why from the rumours around the guild, as Maglir's truancy reflects poorly on the organisation as a whole.
Don't tell me Maglir is acting up again. Has he screwed up another contract? If a guild fighter defaults on a contract, he's out. We won't compete with Blackwood Company by defaulting on our contracts. Everyone needs to buckle down and get the work done. And Valena needs to get out and push guild contracts. Things are falling apart here. Someone needs to do something about the Blackwood Company situation.
Snapped out of our momentary trance, we note in our journal as we depart the Coral Fighters Guild, Modron Orain has told me to go to Braville and find out why Maglir has defaulted on another contract. Inside the gates of the swampy city of Braville, we head down the main thoroughfare and see near the gate to the castle the familiar emblem of the Fighters Guild, bearing crossed swords and shield, and enter the local chapter.
How are you?
Great.
Once inside, we seek out the nearest member, a Khajiit named Nasi, and she turns to greet.
Nazi, your humble servant and humble servant of the Nine. I offer training in the martial arts of hand-to-hand fighting.
Hello, Nasi. It's my first time in the Fighters Guild in Braville. How do you find it?
The Fighters Guild is good enough to encourage me in sharing the inner peace and spiritual harmony of the martial arts.
Nice. Have you, seen a little Bosma? He likes to shirk his duties, named Maglir. Or Maglia, sorry, I'm a little confused.
Maglier? I think I've seen him. Try in the Lonely Suitor Lodge. Good day.
Should you need something, I will be happy to oblige.
As a quick aside, the Breville Fighters Guild, despite being sizable, is sadly non-functional compared to other guild halls, only boasting a paltry 2 members with unique dialogue. The first we've met. The other is Tadros Hellas, a dark elf smith, who greets,
How do you do? I'm Tadros Hellas, smith of the Breville Fighters Guild chapter and trainer for armorers. There's a lot of adventuring action from here south to Blackwood, and everyone comes to me with their gear.
And the hall, despite its impressive scale, holds no contracts of its own. Apparently near deserted thanks to the Blackwood Company moving into the area. Exiting the guild hall once more, our quest updates. I've been told that Maglia can be found in the tavern at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. Heading over to the southern section of the city, over the rickety wooden swing bridge, we find the standalone Lonely Suitor's Lodge by the southwestern wall. Once inside, we see the inn staff, and a quick look to our right, we also spy a few Blackwood Company members. As they've told us their ranks are only filled with beast folk, though the Khajiit on the right looks like the runt of the litter. Heading to the publican, the orc Bogram Gro Golash, he welcomes.
I'm Bogram Gro Golash, your host at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. It may not look like much outside, but that's just the weathered Breville look.
Yeah, that's alright. It's just like the rest of Breville. No offense. Say, have you seen a little Bosma around?
I think he's around here somewhere. Good day.
Looking to the right of the counter, we think. Well, it's just the... Wait. They've let a non-beast folk member in. That's... Approaching the diminutive deserter, he appraises.
Oh, look. You again. You again. I imagine I know why you're here, Guild Rat.
Well. I knew the Blackwood Company only recruited beast folk, so this is on brand. Because you're the biggest pussy I've ever seen, defaulting not once, but twice.
Defaulted? That all you talk about? I'm Blackwood Company now. Plenty of work, the pay is good, and I don't have Orain on my back all the time.
Now, this is actually a really cool little tidbit, and it's where the quest kind of diverges thanks to previous dialogue. See, in the original quest, Unfinished Business, if we ratted out Maglia for defaulting the first time to Modron Orain, and then exclaimed, "The job needs to be completed," he says.
Oh? I know you're the one who ratted me out to Orain about that other contract. Go back to Orain. Give him my regards. We're done talking.
And he'll talk to us no further. However, if we had covered for Maglia, this one piece of dialogue would switch and it would help further the quest for us. And we say, Maglia, the job still needs to be completed.
Look, I know that you covered for me before, so I'll give you this one. Talk to Ariari at the Mages Guild for the job. After this, we're done.
Now, the Ariari comment would help us move straight to the next part of the quest, but for now we're going to play it as if we hadn't heard that because there is more dialogue to explore. And Modron's pissed, such as, if we tell Maglia, I thought you were just lazy and liked a good drink. So do I. Now I know you're just without honor.
Honor, huh? I prefer feeding my family. I figure I owe you one for covering for me, so I'll let you leave. Get moving before I forget myself.
His Argonian Blackwood Company pal, Jitar, then greets.
Yes?
You've taken in Maglia. You must be pretty proud of yourself.
Be seeing you.
That sounds more like a warning than a genuine farewell. Forced to exit the Lonely Suitor Lodge, empty-handed, and the contract still defaulted on, we note. Maglia tells me that he's no longer a member of the Fighters Guild. He's tired of trying to scrounge up work, so he joined the Blackwood Company. Mid-contract, no less. Seeking out Orain back at the Coral Guildhall, and he questions.
What's the story on Maglia and his contract? Yes? I assume you've spoken to that lout Maglia.
Yeah. I spoke to him during one of his tavern time sessions. Look, he's not gonna complete that contract.
He's what? That little lump of guar dung. You get back to Braville and take care of that contract. I need to think about this.
There's another thing you're not going to enjoy. He may have joined the Blackwood Company.
The little bastard! We took him in when no one else would. This is how he repays us? Talk to Ari in Braville. She's our client. Do the job.
A little worried about Orain. He sees us stare for a tad too long in shoes.
Stop staring at me. Let's get to work.
Our quest then updates. Orain says I should speak with Ari in the Braville Mages Guild in order to get the details needed to complete Magley's contract. Returning to Braville at twilight, we see next to the Great Chapel the Mages Guild, which, funnily enough, bears no markings as other guilds do around Cyrodiil.
How does the day greet you, friend?
I'm glad Mars lives here in Braville.
Hi.
I can't make up my mind about the prophet in Anvil. Is
No
he truly
more
a holy
delays,
man,
please.
or just a new...
It's about time someone from the Fighters Guild showed up. I've got work for you to do. I need imp gall for my research.
Imp gall? Nasty creatures. How much do you need?
I need imp gall for my studies. 10 portions of it, in fact. Since I hired the Fighters Guild, I expect you to get it done. And carefully, please. You might check Robbers Glen Cave for the imp gall. That place has been known to contain the imps.
Tell me something. I've seen the Blackwood Company around these parts. Why didn't you contract them?
I just don't trust them. I know they're efficient, a bit too efficient for my liking. Some endeavors demand time and care.
Good to know. You seem pretty switched on to the local goings-on.
Braville? Good points, cheap to live, unpretentious, freewheeling. Bad points? Culturally a whole. Count's a clown and his son's a skooma sucker. I'll be waiting right
Good day.
here.
Good day.
A video about the Count's skooma-sucking son and how the illicit substance is muled around Cyrodiil will be linked at the end of this video. Sent off on our task, we quickly note. Ari at the Mages Guild has told me she's glad someone from the Fighters Guild is going to fulfill her contract. She was unwilling to hire the Blackwood Company as she disliked their reputation. She would like me to find 10 portions of imp gall and suggests Robbers Glen Cave might be a good spot to hunt for it. Still, it's hard to believe Magley had defaulted over a couple of lousy imps, if I may be honest. Imps were a blight in, say, the first dungeon of Daggerfall, but in Oblivion, they're more of a nuisance to encounter. Speaking of unexpected encounters, here's where things get fun, as we can explore my favourite dark way of collecting an imp gall, if we have the gall, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Regarding a few ways to collect the alchemical ingredient, thankfully the unofficial wiki boasts a thorough article highlighting the varying levels of likelihood of encountering imps and the levels required. However, the most straightforward way is, as expected, to visit Robbers Glen Cave as directed by Ari, located north of Braville on the Green Road. As it is one of the few places in the game where imps are always guaranteed to appear, you'll find 12 imps in the cave, making it straightforward to fill the mage's request. As a monster dungeon, it also has good quality treasure and is worth exploring regardless. Outside of Robbers Glen Cave, there are 4 respawning imps always appearing in Sideways Cave, Also of note, if you've purchased the Wizard's Tower official download or Knights of the Nine, there are 7 respawning Vault Guardians in the vault. And it's handy to remember this, as official DLC will be mentioned in the Mages Guild, as it boasts a little cheat for players in a later quest. But back on the topic of Imp Gaul, there are other single samples like in Farthest Arin's Tower, who we visited during the Thieves Guild questline, linked at the end of this video, as we beat the Dark Elf in an unlikely running race. Or even one sample is in the Archmage's quarters in the Arcane University, proving that mages favour the disgusting slime. And let's not forget random vendors and monster encounters.
What's going on? Hey, come on now. There's no need to get violent. Do your worst.
However, I promised you something diabolical, so here it is. If you visited the guild halls, you may remember Thorin, a wood elf mage and journeyman of the Mages Guild, who sells spells at the local Anvil Guild Hall. Well, Thorin uniquely has a pet imp named Sparky, and I think you can see where I'm going with this. Although Sparky follows Thorin all day, so it's hard to get a clean hit on the fiend without being detected. Sadly, if Thorin dies, the loyal Sparky will remain floating in place. Alternatively, attacking or killing Sparky is not deemed a crime. However, somewhat oddly, the Daedra is deemed a Mages Guild member, so attacking it while you're a member will cause you to be expelled. Despite being a Daedra, that's some nasty work killing his pet. With the goal to collect the ghoul and our inventory full, our quest updates. I found 10 portions of Imp Ghoul. I should bring them to Ari. Returning to Ari, she questions.
Well, have you found that Imp Gaul for me yet? I've got some research I need to get to.
Here's a nice stinky puddle for you to study. Happy?
You've got it. Looks fresh, too. I realize you'll be paid by your superior, but take this as well. It might come in handy in your work. Next time, I'm glad Mars lives here in Breville.
The shield ring she rewards is actually decent, imparting 12% shield on self and worth a tidy 1,210 gold. More than enough to make this venture worthwhile, and Maglia's defaulting questionable at best. Returning to Orain at Coral.
I see. Greetings.
What's the news from the...
We report.
What's the story on Maglia and his contract? What is it? Shouldn't you be taking care of Maglia's contract?
It's official. Maglia's Blackwood. Breville's guild hall is empty. But the contract's complete, though.
I can't believe we lost another to that bunch. Well done taking care of the contract, though. We can't afford to lose any of them these days. Here's your payment for completion of the contract. I think it's time for us to discuss the Blackwood Company a bit.
I'm sorry to break the immersion, but did the writers really just add the line, talk about Blackwood Company? They didn't really give us much to go off in Oblivion, say, compared to Fallout. But let's see if I can make the line work with my dopey recruit who questions. Talk about Blackwood Company?
They weren't always a threat. Small-scale mercenary band, until Riza Kar took over. Then came the fat Imperial contracts. After a mission in Blackmarsh, they set up shop in Leowin, more ruthless than ever. It needs investigating. First, though, you need advancement.
You're right. I need advancement.
Your service to the guild has not gone unnoticed. Henceforth, you will carry the rank of Defender. Bear the title proudly.
Looking at Orain's bright red eyes, we enjoy the moment as the newest Defender of the guild a little too long before he interrupts.
You're staring at me again.
Exiting the guild hall, our mind is abuzz with questions. Why would Maglia desert the Fighters Guild? How much better does the Blackwood Company pay? And are their conditions so good that he was willing to forsake his honor in the process? Although we feel soon we'll find out. To begin the quest, Azani Blackheart, we see Modron Orain back at the Coral Fighters Guild, and upon seeing our vacant smile, he sarcastically appraises.
You look like a bright one.
Modron?
What?
I'm here for duties.
I've got something for you, but we're not going to talk about it here. I want you to meet me at my house after sundown. We'll talk more then.
But I need duties now for drink money.
We'll talk later. Meet me at my house after dark. Later.
Tight-lipped, Orain then promptly hits the street, and we follow after him.
How goes it?
Stopping the Dunmer, he questions.
I said we'd speak later. What do you need?
I need duty... never mind.
Later.
Following Orain to his home, we note in our journal, I went to Modron Orain to ask about duties, but he told me he had no official duties. However, he has asked me to meet him at his house later tonight.
Fine greetings to you.
Heading to the southern side of the city, we find Orain's modest abode. Orain expectantly awaits our arrival. We then see over the Dark Elf's armoured shoulder an easel. Who would have thought such a gruff warrior had a more sensitive and artistic side? Putting the thought aside, he then gets down to business.
Good, you're here. We've got duties to attend to.
Yeah, you were saying something earlier about the Blackwood Company, right?
I've been looking into them, heard some disturbing things. We know they're a danger to us, and we know they're good at what they do.
How can they be good at what they do? A bunch of beast folk standing around taking contracts for cheap and recruiting Maglir. You gotta be desperate. Wait, why are they so effective?
Good question. I've heard stories, but nothing I can prove is true. Maybe they've got a mage working with them. Maybe they're just well trained. All I know for sure is that they'll accept any contract, and they'll do anything to complete it. And they don't care who gets in the way.
A mage? I knew it. Why haven't we stopped them?
Velena's gotten tentative since the Blackheart mission. She's worried about getting us killed. But we're just getting killed a little bit at a time.
Blackheart? Everybody talks about it. Azani Blackheart this, Azani Blackheart that. Seems you didn't have a problem till Azani Blackheart showed up. What happened?
That mission was the start of it. That was when Vitellis was killed. We were contracted by a wizard, Argoth, to recover an artifact from Blackheart. I went in there with 20 men. I left with 5. Vitellis wasn't one of them. He died covering our retreat.
So one of the Danton boys was killed. What does this have to do with the Blackwood Company?
I snooped around. Apparently, they completed that contract for us. I went in there with 20 good men. I can't believe that bunch finished the job. There's more. Argoth, he's dead. The artifact gone. Sounds like a setup. Maybe they made a deal with Blackheart. I don't know. But I'll find out.
Killed the mage. I thought they were keeping him in a cage, using his dark powers for... So what now?
Now we find out what really happened, and we let it be known. I want to show the people who the Blackwood Company really are. I can't order you to do this with me. It's dangerous, and Velena isn't going to know about it. It's your choice.
We then have 2 choices. Now, obviously, we're going to attempt the mission with Modron. However, I would be remiss if we didn't explore the dialogue. So first, we can say, sorry, Modron. I don't really want to tangle with some Blackheart guy. Nor a mage, nor a potential caged mage. I'd rather get paid for beer money. You understand, it's about the contracts.
I'm sorry to hear that. Sooner or later, the contracts are going to dry up. Maybe then you'll reconsider.
A quest would then update. I met Modron Orain at his house as he requested. He told me a story about Azani Blackheart, Vitellis Daunton's death, and the Blackwood Company's current involvement. He would like me to go with him now to find out what really happened. Though I've told Orain that I will not accompany him in investigating how the Blackwood Company fulfilled the Azani Blackheart contract. Otherwise, turning to Orain, he questions.
Have you changed your mind about helping me?
You know what? We are going to run out of contracts at this rate. Maybe Velena will start giving out more work if we find who killed her son. I'm in.
We leave as soon as you're ready. I want to investigate Blackheart's stronghold in Arpenia. Meet me at the Leowen Guild Hall. We'll go from there.
What are we gonna do when we find the guy?
We need to find out what happened with him. It's all suspicious to me. Let's go.
Exiting Orang's shack, we then depart for the soggy city of Leowin. Once inside the Fighters Guild hall to the south, we find Orain on the second floor, and he greets.
We need to check out Arpenia. Come on, I'll follow you.
As we move to depart the guild hall, we find Orain has allies locally, as we can overhear rumors within the guild.
Orion is in a foul mood lately. I think he's just about out of patience with Velena and the whole Blackwood Company situation. It sure sounds like the Blackwood Company double-crossed Argoth and helped Azani Blackheart murder him. Hard to prove it, though.
Riding north up the yellow road through the unrelenting mist, we can barely see 30 foot in front of us. Orain happens to keep pace behind our paint horse, and it's soon we see just off the main road, to the east, the remnants of an Ayleid ruin sticking out the side of the hill. Approaching the entrance, Modron instructs.
Let's look around.
What is this place?
This is his stronghold, where the Blackwood Company supposedly defeated him. Something's not right here. Come on.
Knowing 20 men have fallen here, we cautiously enter. Once inside, Orain displays his combat prowess with his spiky mace. Descending further into an eastern corridor, we find a large, empty hall with a single rat meandering about. Watching the rat patrol, it unfortunately finds its untimely demise with a spiked trap jutting from the roof. Putting away our weapon, we soon discern that the ruin seems completely empty, abandoned even. And as we search the room, Orain approaches to confirm our suspicions.
Nothing. I knew it. Azani Blackheart isn't here, alive or dead.
Yeah, looks abandoned. What happened to Blackheart?
The bastards. There was no battle. Azani must have made a deal with the Blackwood Company. My guess is that they paid him off. They get the weapon for Argoth, collect the payment, and tell Azani where the mage is. Easy for Blackheart to retrieve the weapon and collect on it.
Well, one less mage to deal with. I'm sorry, what do we do now?
We find Blackheart and get that weapon. We'll finish this contract and let all of Cyrodiil know what happened here. Blackheart has a fascination with these Ayleid ruins. There's one northeast of here, Atatar. My bet is that he moved his base there. I'll lead. We'll show them.
Before we exit the ruins, if you're wondering if it's worth exploring Arpenia, apart from a few rats and Ayleid chests, it's mostly empty, save for the many traps that have been left behind, thanks to the Ayleid, such as a dark Welkind stone.
May you rest in peace.
A swinging blade trap.
That's a real shame.
A falling blade trap.
May you rest in peace.
And of course the stone slab in the main hall, which pushes you into spikes and a rather gruesome death. Catching up to Modron outside, he turns to Hasten.
We don't have time to talk. I want to find Blackheart. What do you need?
Nothing. I'm just making sure we're gonna go find Blackheart, right?
We'll show them.
As Orain trudges through the soggy underbrush, we then find to the northwest as we head to the Yellow Road, a few bandits lie in wait. A sign of things to come.
Let's get this over with.
I'm on your side!
As we follow along, we note in our journal, We've searched the ruins of Arpenia and the place is deserted. There are no corpses, no signs of battle. Orain believes that the entire story was made up by the Blackwood Company, that perhaps they paid off Azani Blackheart to move his base of operations. Orain suggests we search nearby Ayleid ruins and knows of one to the northeast. It should quickly be noted that we have to stay within a few paces behind Orain, otherwise he will come to an abrupt halt, which is absolutely frustrating. The fact that there's no follow button like Red Dead Redemption, where if you have to follow somebody for a mission, you can automatically do so. This is not my favourite thing. Skulking around Leowin in a bog looking for some ruin, but, well, the things we do for payday and tavern time. As we make our way up the road, Orain unexpectedly darts into the underbrush, and we attempt to aid him in combat. Embarrassed, we can't help but look at the arrow stuck in Orain's right wrist, secretly thinking to ourselves, we'd better cut down on the ale. And the tough old cuss continues to stalk up the hill, refusing to pull it out. As we begin to crest the hill, Orain encounters another goblin. Attempting to prove ourselves, we loose a single arrow. And although the goblin perhaps was already dead, we're still impressed by our own marksmanship. Just over the hill, we find another Ayleid ruin of Atatar, and Modron updates.
He's here somewhere. I know it.
He then resumes becoming our follower. We skirt around the ruins, attempting to find an entrance, finding a small spiral stairs to descend into the stone door that leads into Atatar proper. Once inside, we see the ruins are much more illuminated than the previous dungeon. Confirming our suspicion that the place is occupied, we find in a southwestern tunnel dead rats that look like they've been dispatched recently. However, taking a step forward, apparently Swingblades had done the job, and not Azani's men as we had presumed. Surviving the deadly gauntlet, we find to the southwest a small metal door and a bandit bowwoman who lies in wait. Are you okay, Modron? As we begin slinging arrows at each other, Modron bafflingly stands stalwart. This level of stoicism has never been seen before.
This ends here!
Searching the bowwoman's remains, we take the arrows from her corpse and see to the southwest by two pillars another bandit that is mid-patrol. Once on the lower level, we see Orain still refuses to pluck the multiple arrows that have found their way into his crutch, hoping he's already sired some children before this mission. Up the stone stairs to the southwest, we engage a Khajiit bandit standing solo in the next room. We then find further southwest a small set of stairs that lead into the next area called Atatar Halia Dagon. Seeing a Khajiit bandit mid-patrol in front of us, we then begin to stalk each of the remaining sentries.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death!
Ha ha! You move like a pregnant cow!
Where did you go? Come out where I can see you.
Why won't you?
I attack you.
finding a push block in a room to the southwest. We feel our way around the snaking narrow hallway and into a larger room which holds a bridge. As we move to pass, Orain rushes ahead and the bridge collapses, with Modron left on the floor below, and us to overcome the falling blade trap. Aiding Orain in dispatching the remaining critters. We then find a door to the next section, named Atatar Halia Anga, and tell Orain we'll meet him on the other side. Orain dutifully meets us in the next area, and we hear two voices in the room ahead.
Hi!
Hello. Ancient wastrides of the Nine are scattered through the wilderness.
Reddens from the sound of it.
I've heard others say the same.
This ends here. Now you will know pain. You move like a pregnant cow.
If there's one thing we hate more than mages, it's Breton hedge wizards. Filthy bandits. Always looking to rob somebody. Blackheart is in fitting company. Contending with a small army of bandits, we find ourselves in a northeastern room, and upon stairs lies a final axe-wielding guardian. Ascending the stairs, we find candles that line the room, and a small door to Atatar Luria. No doubt, Blackheart's den. Turning to Orain, he simply repeats,
He's here somewhere. I know it.
We then step inside and hear.
Don't worry about it, I guess. Just my eyes playing tricks on me. Damn rats. Always skirting around in the sun. Don't feel bad. No one lives forever. Show me what you've got. Take that!
With the Red Guard bandit boss dead, our quest updates. Orain and I have found and defeated Azani Blackheart. Now, before we look over his corpse, we turn to Modron, who states,
Azani Blackheart is dead, and our brothers avenged.
Yeah, he's dead all right. Tavern time?
Dead, finally. Good work. Did you retrieve his ring? I want that as proof that the Blackwood Company didn't defeat him.
What ring?
Get the ring for me. We'll need it as proof.
Why the ring, Orain? We just do something Dark Brotherhood, like take his finger instead.
It's good we've killed him. I'll need his ring as proof that we did the job. We'll be talking.
Alright, you're no fun. Looking around the chambers, we find by a small desk an average locked chest. Inside, we find a two-handed sword, a book, Purloined Shadows, and 25 gold. Heading over to Blackheart's remains, we see near his body a fine-looking sword. And, picking it up, we find it's called Sinweaver, an elven two-handed sword that is unique to Blackheart, but also boasts drain fatigue 10 points and fire damage 10 points on victim. More impressive when we loot Blackheart, although we don't forget to take his gold ring. We make sure to grab Azani Blackheart's elven armor, especially his cuirass, as this is, as stated by the unofficial wiki, the only place where an elven cuirass can be found in-game before level 15, and seeing as we're level 1, this is a phenomenal find. We also require the light armor for the master training quest, and it's difficult to find at higher levels. Now, before we continue on with the quest, I have a confession. Number 1, I'm a bit of a completionist, so not having the helm is annoying, but number 2, I don't really love the look of the elven armor aesthetic, though speaking to procuring a helm pre-level 15, a unique ancient elven helm can be found in Vartican, an Ayleid ruin, though this is a part of the Mages Guild questline, so I'm not going to go in there and show you that, as we still have to explore the Mages Guild in a future video series. However, just for argument's sake, let's put on the elven helm so that you can see the fit. Now, as I was looking at the armor, I used to think that it kind of was reminiscent of, say, Link's armor in Twilight Princess that was the Zora armor for swimming. There was like a frog-like aspect to the feet. Though that's silly of me because when I was looking at the helm, I realized this isn't some weird fork for no reason on top of the head. These are wings. Which makes sense that there's a bird aesthetic. As you know, the Imperials are obsessed with their dragons because of Akatosh. Well, the Elves are obsessed with Uriel, which is their version of Akatosh, and it is represented by a bird, as we've seen in many Ayleid ruins and also their culture as a whole. So, I feel silly, you probably already know this, but it does make me actually appreciate the armor a lot more, and as I had promised previously, we will be upgrading our armor as we go along with the series, so now we have a new fit. We return to Orain, who questions.
His ring. Have you pried it from the coward's corpse?
Oh yeah, I got the ring, sans finger.
You've got it. Good. I'll use it to prove it was we, not the Blackwood Company, who killed him. Good work on this. Now get out of here. I'm going to head back to Coral. When there's more to do, I'll let you know.
We're then gifted 1 fame point and apparently no gold for tavern time, which is disappointing, and ask, so, any final words about Blackheart?
There's no more to say about him. He will not be missed.
I guess if this is an undercover mission, it's time to ask for duties, as I didn't make any gold, and I need gold for more drink. You see where this is going.
I don't have anything for you right now. Speak with Azan or Grokash. Get some more seasoning, and maybe I'll have something. Or perhaps you're ready for advancement.
Yes, advancement. I like this.
Your accomplishments are impressive. Because of this, I bestow upon you the rank of Warder of the Fighters Guild. Stay with it.
As Orain departs, we note in our journal, I have given the ring to Orain. This allows me to prove that it was the Fighters Guild who finally defeated Azani Blackheart. Orain wishes to make sure people know who truly defeated the Great Warrior and recognize the lies of Blackwood Company. We can then hear citizens of Coral spread rumors about Azani's defeat.
So, the Fighters Guild got Azani Blackheart. Blackwood Company said they did him, but apparently they were mistaken. Or stretching the truth, maybe. The Fighters Guild got Azani Blackheart's ring, not the Blackwood Company. Apparently, the Blackwood Company made the whole thing up.
And apparently some of Orain's confidants have learned about the surreptitious mission in the guild, as they can also be heard saying.
We lost Vitellis, and a lot of good men against Blackheart. Somebody must be pretty good to take him and all his people. It was our people who got to Azani Blackheart. But I can't talk about who. I promised. It's supposed to be a secret. I'm not talking, but everyone knows who's responsible.
And as we depart the guild hall, this leaves us with one final question. Does this mean Velena Donton will officially sanction quelling the Blackwood Uprising? And will Orain be officially recognized as a hero for slaying Azani Blackheart and avenging her dead son? Soon, we'll find out. To begin the quest, a wandering scholar, we visit Anvil's Fighters Guild Hall and find its leader hacking away at a dummy with a two-handed axe, and he greets.
Well met.
Greetings, Azan. Any contracts going, perchance?
Good to see you're looking for more work. There's certainly more to be done. I need you to help Alante of Alinor.
Right. And I need you to explante what that means.
Alante is a scholar interested in researching Daedra worship. Meet her in Brittle Rock Cave, help her find the shrine, and keep her safe.
A scholar researching Daedra. It's a mage that wants to get to a Daedric shrine, isn't it?
That's what Alante is studying. Make sure she's safe while she does it.
Azan, you know I hate mages.
Go protect Alante. She's doing important research.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
As Azan rhythmically beats on the dummy, we find it hard to focus, as we note in our journal. Azan has given me a contract to escort Alante of Alinor, a scholar doing research on Daedra. I'm to meet her at the entrance to Brittle Rock Cave northeast of Anvil, and protect her while she explores inside. We then begin to hear rumours about this Alante, as people say.
This lady wants to study Daedra, so she buys a guild contract. You ever heard of anything so goofy? She's got no business poking around in Brittle Rock Cave. But the customer is always right, eh?
Exiting Anvil's Fighters Guild Hall, we check our map and see that Brittle Rock Cave lies north of the Gold Road in the heart of County Kavach. And so we travel to the nearby Brina Cross Inn. Taking our paint horse across the countryside, we mount the many undulating hills heading north-northeast until we find we have a straggler. As we dismount our steed to take care of the wolf, we see it has a new target and veers off to the left.
You move like a pregnant cow. Why won't you?
Our attempts to aid the woman garner less than favourable results, however. We soon feel much better knowing it was a bandit that met their end thanks to our new two-handed elven sword, Sinweaver. Seeing as we killed the bandit Azani Blackheart for said sword, it seems things have come full circle. With the second bandit succumbing to our sizable sword, we search her body and find no loot, no booze, and around the camp, the jugs are empty. By all noteworthy metrics, we basically did these bandits a favour. Returning to our paint horse, we ride hard northeast and find in a cluster of rocks a large outcropping with a wooden door snugly marking its entrance. Once inside, we see a lone Altma standing with her back to us. To our right is a battered stool, some small candles, and her effects bundled in a sack. Approaching the High Elf, she questions.
Ah, you must be from the Fighters Guild. Excellent. I'm looking forward to our investigation. Fascinating subject, these Daedra.
Yeah, fascinating. You must be Alante of Altenor.
I am Alante of Alinor.
That's what I said. I take it we're going to help you find a Daedric shrine in a cave.
My research shows there is likely a shrine in these caves. I'll need you to accompany me to the shrine. Handle any difficulties. Stay close, please.
With our task at hand, we note in our journal. I found Alante of Alinor in Brittle Rock Cave. She tells me she would like to travel to the bottom of this cave complex, as she heard there is a Daedric shrine there. She will lead the way, and I will protect her. Now, it should be noted that we can actually fail in protecting Alante, which has its own consequences. But first, let's explore the successful route. It should be noted as we follow the High Elf, this cave contains 11 wisp stalks, which are notable in their effects, especially in poisons. Rounding the first corner, we find ourselves in a small chamber with an opening to the surface, and Alante questions as we dawdle.
What can I do for you? We need to head to that shrine.
I don't mean to question you, but are you sure there's a Daedric shrine in here? Usually they're up above and places of debauchery for people to gather and whatnot.
Yes, let's investigate. And keep on your toes. Stay close, please.
Ignoring our latest order, we find on a ledge to our right a small chest containing a weak poison of feeble mind and 8 gold. It looks like people have been down in this cave. Perhaps there is a shrine in its bowels. Not that we want to particularly find it. As we move to keep up with the mage, she casts a spell, and we soon see why.
You'll never take me down! What won't you? Show me what you've got!
Stunted scamps. Oh, this doesn't bode well if Daedra are lurking about. I wonder what these cultists have conjured up. Despite our concerns, Alante then briskly walks through to the western arm of the cave, and we follow behind through the cobwebs. Further ahead, the cave then descends downwards, and we find a small rickety wooden door. Behind said door, we find a stone slab and many skulls that line the walls. This seems to be a burial chamber of sorts. Perhaps somebody was burying the dead before the Daedra had overrun this place. No, that remains to be seen. Our ward then marches on back into the chamber whence we came and makes a hard left. And we see there's another chamber opening to the northwest, although we soon drop our torch as we see a now familiar figure in the distance.
Look out! I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Contending with the two scamps, we then press forward, moving deeper into the bowels of the cave, and find a large open cavernous area with stalactites and stalagmites lining the ceiling and floor respectively. I hope I can't remember which one's which. In the gloomy distance, we see outlines of figures, now all too familiar to us.
Die, damn you!
After the scamps are contended with, we then head deeper into the cave, pressing forward until we find around the next bend something man-made that is guarded by more scamps.
Stay away!
After the first scamp is felled, we race back to Alante, and she exclaims before we can loot a chest.
Excellent. A fine example of a Daedric shrine. Sorry for the trouble getting here. Let's keep moving.
Thinking this is the end of our journey, we then find some small amounts of gold in the chest and see candles light an altar with a skeleton to its left. Approaching it, we find the Daedra they used to worship when it's none other than Molag Bal, Daedric prince of domination and other unmentionable acts of depravity. Heading to the eastern tunnel, we then find a dead end with another skeleton and some of their effects in the very easy locked chest. Trying to make sense of what has happened here, we believe this perhaps was a burial chamber of some sort originally. However, it was overrun by Daedric worshippers. They themselves had meddled in powers they could nary control, and once overrun with scamps, the followers all died, and somehow, in the scuffle, the chamber to the Daedra fell. Or perhaps a rival Daedra had summoned the scamps to aid in destroying a shrine to one of its hated kin. Whatever the reason, we need to get out of here. And so we meet up with Alante to take her to the exit, and she turns to inform.
I think I'll study this shrine a bit longer. You can make your way out here. I thank you again for your help. Please take this as a token of my thanks.
We're then gifted the book Morningstar Volume 1, a handy blade skill book. She then says,
A fine study to add to my research. I thank you for your help.
We then inquire, So, what do you think of this Daedric shrine on the ground?
I appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
I can tell you're not looking to leave at all, are you? Look, you're a mage, you do what you want, but let it be known these Daedra travel in numbers.
Imps. I hate 'em. Little buggers flitting around, tossing fireballs at you.
They're not imps, they're called scamps, though they do toss fireballs. You know what? I'll leave you to it.
Thanks again.
If we attempt to exit south via Brittle Rock's lower passages, it should be noted that this area contains a lot of minor loot chests, plus 11 Daedra, so it's probably not worth the hassle of clearing out more stunted scamps. However, exiting via a northwestern door, we find ourselves out in the Gold Coast country. And once again, embarrassingly, somehow I'm missing the boulder texture, so it just looks like a wooden door standing there. I don't know how to fix it. Thank you so much for the comments on how to fix it. I do need to take the time and roll the dice and try and replace the old missing textures. Returning to the Anvil Fighters Guild, Azan, still training, greets.
Should be helping out Alante by now. It's my pleasure. Please continue.
Well, I finished the contract. Alante is alive, eh? Oh, it's tavern time.
Finished? Excellent. Good work, guildmate. Here's your payment for the contract.
For our efforts, we receive 100 gold and 1 fame point.
He's
Farewell.
not the smartest man, but he's a nice guy.
Rumours then begin to spread about our success, as guild members can be heard saying,
Azan says the Scholar Lady was lucky to get back alive, but Orion's new hard hand did just fine in a tough situation.
Which then begs the question, what happens if we fail the quest? Well, if we were to enter the cavern and some of the scamps had overwhelmed Alante in their fight, or perhaps an errant arrow accidentally found its way into a jugular.
What's the matter? Getting tired? Take that!
We note in our journal, Alante of Alinor has died. I should report this to Azan. Checking over the High Elf's body, we find she does not carry the skill book she gifted us, instead only holding in her inventory a silver dagger, some upper-class clothing, and 19 gold. Although we've perhaps done some good in stopping another irresponsible mage dabbling in Daedric plots. We return to Azan in the Fighters Guild Hall, and he's not too happy questioning.
Should be helping out Alante by now.
Well, the contract is technically fulfilled. Alante made it to the shrine. She didn't make it out of the cave. I don't know. She's a mage. Good riddance. Am I right, Azan? Come on. You won't miss her.
She's dead. What have you done? Of all the irresponsible... I'm very disappointed in you. You've let me down and your guild.
It's you.
Farewell.
Hi.
With a tongue lashing from Azan, we are given no reward for any of our efforts. Funnily enough, this isn't the first time we've encountered Alante, as she's present in Iberdat, a small cave just to the west of a Daedric shrine in Morrowind, and is actually surrounded by scamps and hostile to the player. So perhaps ending her studies before she can meddle with more forbidden Daedric knowledge is perhaps worth foregoing the reward. To begin the quest, the Fugitives, we find the Chaden Hall guild leader, Burzgrow Karsh, down in the basement, swinging his bulbous mace. Upon seeing us, he pauses to question.
What can I do for you, meat? Need something to do?
Yeah, I'm looking for a contract.
I've got something for you. Could be tough. There are some escaped fugitives for you to find, meat.
I don't know what you've heard, but I've never been to the Imperial prison. Or been in a prison break. Wait, what are you talking about?
Some real hard cases got out of the Breville prison. Been terrorizing the locals ever since. The watch is useless, so we step in. Get to it.
When you say hard cases, how many of them are we talking? 7?
Apparently, there are 3 or 4 of them. Real nasty from what I hear. You take care of them. Maybe you'll get lucky and they'll surrender. Find the fugitives. Make yourself useful.
As Karsh continues to taunt the air, swinging his knobbly green mace, we note in our journal. Birdsgrow Karsh has given me a contract to find and kill some fugitives from a prison break that have been menacing Breville. I should go there and see what I can learn. Leaving Karsh to his quote-unquote training, we exit the guild hall and head south, back to the marshy mass known as Breville. Once inside its walls and trudging down its sludge-laden streets, we find to our left the first inn, the Silver Home on the Water, to learn more about these fugitives. Once inside, we hear,
"Greetings, Orc.
What have you been up to?"
I ran into some goblins in the woods not long ago. Nasty little beasts.
Horrid beasts. I hate the things.
Take care.
Stop talking. By what right do you disturb me?
Goodbye.
Deciding who to speak to, the Breton huntsman or the ornery orc.
I'm listening. Please, go ahead.
We know it's an easy decision, and see Brokil Gros-Chateur, who questions.
Brokil Gros-Chateur, Lord High Warden of the Taps. Gilgondarin's most prized customer. I taste everything, over and over again.
Oh, Brokil, you're breaking my heart. That sounds like a job I want.
It's a terrible responsibility, being Breville's first citizen of the ale tub, but I suffer under the burden like a sure green orc.
Well, I'm sorry to distract you from your duties, my liege, but I was wondering if you'd heard anything of some fugitives. They're local, and they've escaped prison. I guess that's what a fugitive is, right?
I'm not talking about them. Not to you. I barely know you. Be seeing you.
Brushed off by the Baron of Beer himself, we have a pang of jealousy, but also a sense of duty creeps back into our mind, as we need money for beer. A note in our journal. The residents of Breville are reluctant to speak about the fugitives for fear of retribution. Perhaps I'll have to persuade one of them to give me the information. Or perhaps not. Maybe we can go directly to the source of the prison break. And so we find ourselves at Castle Breville's entrance. Once inside, we make a hard right from the county hall and past the dining room down into the dungeon. However, we find the jailer nowhere to be found in his small office and opening the night chef's crew quarters. We're positive we've disturbed something we did not want to see. As the jailer looks down upon his relief while they sleep, he then turns over his shoulder to greet.
Tidings, citizen.
Hello there. Sorry to bother you.
What can I do for you, sir?
Well, I was looking to visit a prisoner. If, you can take a minute from your duties.
If you must. Don't try anything funny, though. I'll be following you.
The jailer then reluctantly follows us into the cells. However, as he barks threats on our heels like a chattering dog...
No touching the locks!
We check out each of the prison cells and find they're empty.
Don't get too close to the prisoners.
And we cannot see an escape route. Perhaps it was this jailer who neglected his duties for his other nocturnal activities.
Prisoners may not accept gifts.
It's only as we follow the corridor around to the hall to the south
I haven't got all day.
do we make a shocking discovery. The jailer, looking happy at our shock at his handiwork, stands impatiently as we scan a torture chamber, complete with blood-stained tables, skulls, and different torture instruments proudly laid bare. I gotta say, I don't really blame the prisoners for trying to escape. It seems it's either escape in this corrupt city, or finding an untimely end on one of these tables. Having seen enough, we turn to the jailer. Any questions?
What can I do for you, sir?
I know that you had a couple of prisoners break out recently. Can you tell me anything about them?
Wish I had more to tell you about them, but I don't.
Clearly, this jailer does not want to share what has happened to them. Perhaps for fear of losing his job, embarrassment, or something more nefarious. But the look that he gives us tells us that we've pressed our luck already.
I haven't got all day.
Exiting the cells, we then return to Silverhome on the Water and seek out Brokil Gros Chateau once more.
Hello there.
As perhaps there is another way to learn of the prisoners. I know you don't want to talk to me about those fugitives, but I was wondering if the Lord High Warden of Taps himself couldn't use a little more money for his coffers.
Oh, we'll see. Thank you. How kind.
Now, you were saying about those escaped scallywags.
Sure, I know about them. Look, you didn't hear it from me, but rumor is they're hiding out in Bloodmane Cave. 4 of them. Bad news.
Don't worry, Brokil. It's between us.
You too.
As Brokil helps himself to some of Gilderon's more fine ale, thanks to our contribution, we note in our journal, I've persuaded one of Breville's citizens to tell me more about the fugitives. There are 4 of them. They are thought to be hiding in Bloodmane Cave. Exiting the city, we collect our paint horse from the nearby stable and skirt the Larcius River to the north that acts almost as a moat to Breville, seeing one of its large double-door entry ports that no doubt the prisoners would have escaped the dungeons and swam under before making their way to this nearby Bloodmane Cave, which we predictably find not far from the river itself, with a small rickety door embedded in a larger rock, the perfect place for an escaped fugitive's hideout so they can collect their thoughts and bearings before perhaps moving on, meaning we must move quickly. Inside the cave, we make our way down the tunnel and into a large cavernous area on the hunt for 4 errant fugitives. Although the fire is lit, the camp itself is vacant. There's not even booze in the stone cup, and it should be noted this cave is littered with different flora and also a lot of low-level chests holding miscellaneous items, sometimes a nice little healing potion, but mostly about 13 gold total. In the next area to the northwest, we find the room is filling with noxious gas, and there are 3 rope pull levers hanging from the ceiling. Activating any one of them has a boulder that blocks the southwestern passage. Move out of our way thanks to an unseen mechanism. Creeping into the passage, we see another cavern that is less lit and one of the fugitives with our back to us.
Well, well, look who we've got here. You've made a big mistake. This is none of your business.
With the first fugitive dead, our quest updates, I have found and killed Hrolfgar. Apparently, there will be no negotiating. On his corpse, we find he was wearing fishing waders and a fur outfit, apparently about to set out to the lake to find some food, as it's probably not fun eating just mushrooms inside this cave. Looking around his campsite, we find, as promised, we discover small amounts of gold not worth mentioning. And so we head deeper into the caverns through a southwestern tunnel, and then find in a small clearing to the west of the room a chest that contains some gold and supplies, as well as barrel that contains some foodstuffs. Perhaps the fugitives have squirreled away food and may be attempting to stay in this hideout longer than first expected. Or perhaps the fugitives are making periodic hit-and-run stops on the scared citizens of Breville, becoming fat and accustomed to their new way of life. Enough for somebody to put out a contract and end their reign of terror. We enter the tunnel to the northwest and immediately see a sentry redguard who spots us to her own peril.
You there! Stop where you are! You shouldn't have come for us!
With the log trap she no doubt set turned against her, we note in our journal, I found and killed Ashanta, the second of the fugitives. Taking her lowly effects off her corpse, we head to the northeast and see her small camp that again holds little provisions, and continue on to the northwest and up into the tunnel, and through the wooden door to the Bloodmane Cave Labyrinth. As soon as we exit the door, we find ourselves in a cave with a low ceiling, and hear an aggressive voice above warn,
"You shouldn't have come for us."
Although we can hear our assailant, we cannot see them, and find in the center of the room a hole that appears to open up to the level above. With high enough acrobatics, we then pull out our bow and begin our war of attrition against a rival archer.
"You shouldn't have come for us."
With the third fugitive dispatched, we note, I have found and killed Dreet Lai. Taking the earthy route to the next level, we find the Argonian sprawled out by another hole that he no doubt guarded his camp at, and find on his person some iron arrows, which we use, and some superior steel arrows for the final fugitive ahead. As we exit the dank labyrinth the Argonian dwelled in, we find ourselves at a final camp, guarded by a vicious wolf. With the wolf taken care of, we see to the east, the cave grows misty, and heading downstairs, see it's not indeed mist, but smoke spewing forth from a horrific sight. But then we see a high elf looking at his creation, a bonfire with skulls skewered on spikes all around in a macabre display, and a skeleton chained to a makeshift rack, no doubt for their own nefarious purposes.
Well, well, look who we've got here. You've made a big mistake. Business. You've made a big mistake. You shouldn't have come for us.
With the final fugitive dead, we note, I have found and killed Enrion. And then, now that I've killed all of the fugitives, I should return to Burzgrow Karsh for my reward. Plucking our arrows from the fiendish elf's carcass, we'll look over his handiwork a final time before exiting via an eastern passage. Travelling back to Grokarsh and Chadenhall, he appraises.
Shouldn't you be in Breville, being useful? You've got a contract to take care of. Why are you talking to me?
Yeah, the prison break didn't go quite as well as they thought.
Took care of all of them, did you? And you're still alive. Fantastic. You're full of surprises. Here's your payment. Good work.
We then receive 100 gold and 1 fame point. Asking about advancement, Burz surprisingly responds,
You've been doing a good job, and under a lot of scrutiny. I've been authorized to promote you to the rank of Guardian. Good work. I understand Uriel is looking for you again. Get to Coral and speak with a man. Take care.
With our job done and 100 septims in our pocket, we return to Silverhome on the water, only to hear our dispatching of the fugitives have already made their way to the locals.
Those guys that broke out of Breville jail were tough customers, but the Fighters Guild got them, didn't they? I bet someone sold the Breville jailbreakers down the river. How else could the Fighters Guild have found their hideout?
To begin the quest, the Trolls of the Forsaken Mine, we return to Coral's Fighters Guild Hall. Inside, we find local contract giver and gruff guardian of the hall, Modron O'Rain, greets.
Well met.
Modron, how are you? I've run out of beer money and I'm looking for duties.
I've got another job for you. It's a sensitive one. I need you to find Varanus Daunton.
Varanus Daunton? Why does that name sound familiar?
I sent him on a mission to Forsaken Mine. He and some others were supposed to clear the place of trolls. Haven't heard back from them in days. I want you to go check it out. I don't need to tell you how sensitive a matter this is. Get moving and report back to me as soon as possible.
It sounds like you're in a bit of trouble. What happened at this Forsaken Mine?
We'd been contracted to clear the place of trolls. It was a tough job, but I felt the men I sent were up to it. I want to know what happened. You can do it.
Leaving O'Rain our quest updates, Modron O'Rain has given me another duty to perform. A band of fighters was contracted to clear the Forsaken Mine of trolls, but none of them have been heard from, including Varanus Daunton. I am to go investigate.
Get moving.
Previously, ahead of the Forsaken Mine job, guild members will mention a contract involving Varanus and somewhere called Blankenmarch.
I think Orion is planning to send Varanus out on the Blankenmarch contract. I'm betting Valena is not happy about it. If she knows.
Now, that name is very important to remember as it doesn't appear in this quest, but it originally was supposed to, and we will cover that after exploring the Forsaken Mine. But for now, heading south to the morassy marsh known as Leowin, we follow the road that skirts the Nibbin and see not far from the city walls a small cave outcropping. Heading closer, we make a grisly discovery, as several human heads have been impaled on spikes. A fair warning for those foolish enough to enter. Once inside the tunnel, we rush over to a nearby body and find it's not Daunton, but instead one Ariante. It seems a high elf has succumbed to their wounds, though what killed them, we're unsure of. Making our way to the next section of the abandoned mine, we find more Fighters Guild bodies, and before we can check their identity, a savage troll bursts forth from the shadows. Barely able to fight off the brutish beast, we can now fully appreciate the display of skulls as a warning out front. Now, it should be noted as we search the northern section of the mine, it is littered with Fighters Guild members that happen to be named. However, although we can find multiple sets of iron armor, none of the named Fighters Guild members can be seen before this quest, and so they've only been generated to illustrate the massacre that had taken place. After dispatching a few greedy rats, attracted by the allure of fresh meat from the many corpses, making our way south back into the original mine shaft, in which we were ambushed by the savage troll, we instinctually know This is its lair, and begin to skirt its winding tunnels, finding another reinforced mining area that boasts, outside of the many bodies of Fighters Guild members, a dead Blackwood Company member sprawled out in a pool of its own blood. It's here we find on the dead Blackwood Company member a full suit of Blackwood armor, including shield. This heavy armor is between Dwarven and Orcish in quality and therefore can be particularly valuable for low-level characters such as ourselves. Regarding the Blackwood scum's identity, it's human, and not beast folk as they had once claimed they only had taken into their ranks, meaning the numbers are probably growing at an astronomical rate, far beyond what they can bolster with the local beast folk of Leowin. Worse yet, why are the Blackwood Company present when the Fighters Guild have been contracted to kill some trolls? We ready ourselves for a confrontation, donning their armor, just in case we can get the drop on a few of their members. With the dark armor donned, we make our way northeast and down into the Forsaken Mine's lost passages. Our odds of finding Varanus Daunton alive are beginning to look grim. Inside the lower passages, we decide to test our new spiky shield on a meandering rat. Could never have guessed this would be the catalyst for all hell to break loose. Overwhelmed by the trio of trolls, our goal of finding Daunton is secondary to our only edict: survive. Attempting to outrun the trolls, we'd slip on one of the rocks, falling down to the bottom of the ravine. Dispatching the local rat, we look up and realize, despite the trolls having the high ground, perhaps due to their dim intelligence, we have a momentary reprieve and perhaps the advantage. With the trolls all dead, or at least we hope, we head southwest, wounded and feeling our way through the dark tunnel, which, as we make our way further into a small opening, we spark our torch, stepping over the dead rat we just dispatched, and find the body of a male in full steel armor that looks mostly unblemished compared to their companions, and realize I found Varanus Daunton dead. I should look for clues as to what happened here. Looking at the crumpled corpse of poor Daunton, we cannot help but feel bad for his mother and the Modron Orain. It's then we see, a handful of steps away to the west, Edward Hodge, an Imperial man who dons leather and perhaps is a scout. Returning to Daunton, we collect his effects for Orain and find on his body a bloody journal, no doubt a clue to what has transpired here, and it reads: many of the pages of this journal have been shredded or are too covered in blood to be legible. Sundus, it has been 2 weeks since Vitellis' death, and I fear that Mother will never truly accept the fact that he is gone. She visits his grave nightly, though I do not believe she knows I have seen her go. She speaks to him there, apologizing for sending him on his last mission. I know in my heart that he would have sought no other end. Better to die fighting for the honor of the guild than to waste away in a life of relative safety. Midas, Another day of barracks duty. It's been a full month since I've been given a contract. Any contract. My time is spent polishing weapons and training with the new boots. Edward and I have spoken at length about this. His reasoning, as always, is sound. Mother fears for my safety, and for the safety of the guild. This is a terrible weight for her to bear. Perhaps when our numbers have risen, she will once again feel comfortable allowing me to perform my duties. Maundus, thank the gods for Edward. I fear without him I would go mad. His constant companionship keeps me hopeful that one day I will be returned to active duty. Until then, we have each other. He has willingly foregone lucrative contracts in order to help me pass the days. A truer companion I could not imagine. Loridus, some days I question whether or not I'm fit to be a guild member. Perhaps Mother's fears for my safety, not because of Vitellis, but because of my own abilities. Am I a failure in her eyes? Does she believe me to be less of a man than Vitellis? Tertus, freedom! Finally, I got a contract. I was sent with one of our newer members to investigate a disappearance in Nonwell Cavern. It was nothing glamorous, but I'm glad for the opportunity to see some action. I doubt, however, that Mother even knew about the contract, as the order came directly from Orain. It is good to see that he still has faith in my skills and my ability to keep that new boot alive. Loridus, again, nothing. It seems my only hope is that Orain will find another contract for me. Though contracts are harder and harder to come by with the increasing presence of the Blackwood Company in Cyrodiil. Edward and I have spoken of them over breakfast this morning. He believes them to be nothing more than a rogue mercenary band. I fear he is as naive as he is beautiful. The Blackwood Company bears watching. Date obscured. I've been given another contract, clearing out some trolls that have been troubling miners, and Edward is accompanying me. I can't think of better news. This is exactly what I need. Date obscured. Edward is dead, along with the rest. I fear I will follow shortly. The fighting grew heavy with the trolls, but was under control. Then, the Blackwood Company. They were like madmen. Trolls, men, myrrh fell to their blades. It was inhuman. Text unreadable. Blackwood Company gone, quick as they came. Edward fought bravely. All did. Rest now. I hear trolls. I'm sorry, Mother. With this terrible revelation we note in our journal, I have found a journal that Varanus Danton kept during his final days. In it, he described how the mission went well until the Blackwood Company arrived. They battled, and he survived, gravely wounded. It appears he finally succumbed to his wounds. I should report this to Orain. Feeling bad, we cannot claim Varanus' corpse safely to bring back to his mother to give him a proper burial. Instead, we leave the two for the rats, dragging poor Edward closer to his confidant and special friend. We see this is where Varanus had dragged himself all the way through the tunnels, blocking the path on his way through, however slowly bleeding out. Exiting the cavern with this disturbing revelation, we find our troubles have just begun. Chased by a contingent of enraged, savage trolls, we desperately make our way to the gates of Leywin, in hopes the city guard will aid us in dispatching the brutish foes.
Let's get this over. Do your worst.
With the Lorexus Calidus claimed by the trolls, we find the last of them are dead, and make our way slowly back to Coral, licking our wounds all the way.
Let me handle this.
Inside the guild hall, Modron exclaims,
"You're back. What have you found out?"
"I'm sorry, Danton he's dead. And I have his journal. I think you should read it."
Dead? Dead? What happened? A journal? Let me see that. Blackwood Company. Bastards! Rank amateurs! I don't like to think how Valena is going to take this news. He was my responsibility. I'll be the one to tell her. I want you to lay low for a while. Talk to Azan or grow cash. Let me deal with Valena. You've still got a career ahead of you. We'll get through this.
How goes it?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
True to his word, Orain departs from the Fighters Guild Hall, and we hear later that he had confronted the Danton matriarch about what happened, and we soon hear, following Varanus' death, the citizens of Coral and guildmates will quickly begin to reflect on the tragic events and future of the Fighters Guild.
So Varanus is dead. Modron Orion is gone. We are in real trouble. I bet the Blackwood Company had something to do with Varanus Danton's death. Modron Orion got kicked out, and Valena Danton thinks only about her dead sons. The Fighters Guild is finished. Varanus, the Fighters Guild's son and heir, is dead, and Valena kicked Modron Orion out of the guild. The Fighters Guild is falling apart. With Modron Orion gone, and Valena Danton mourning her lost sons, who's left to lead the Fighters Guild?
But what of the Blankenmarch rumour that we heard originally? Well, apparently the town of Blankenmarch can be found near Vayond, as we'd only hear about said town after Azani Blackheart was taken care of, but before completion of Trolls of Forsaken Mine. Inside Blankenmarch, we can meet the 3 town members, each of which have no purpose in the end game. We find close by there is a unique alien ruin that is quite extensive called Vayond, populated by its own unique leveled trolls identified as Asklan trolls, much like the trolls at Forsaken Mine. And there's even a marker inside the ruin called Dead Varanus Marker, present in Vayond Gandrasel, the last cell of the dungeon. Obviously this was scrapped, perhaps they didn't want to keep retreading Ayleid ruins after Blackheart. Who knows, it's almost a shame that Blankenmarch has not been explored more, or the Vayond ruins, as quite frankly the outside is quite a striking area. With both the Danton boys dead and Orain ejected from the guild due to his hand in Varanus' demise, we find ourselves not welcome in the guild hall in Coral, and with our tenuous standing within the guild, must continue to look for work somewhere else. But what of the ever-growing threat of the Blackwood Company, complicit in Danton's death, and perhaps the destruction of the guild's standing and reputation in Cyrodiil, if Blackwood is left unchecked? To begin the quest, the Stone of St Alessia, we visit the Guildmaster Valena Danton in the Coral Guildhall, though she rebukes.
You hardly seem worth talking to.
It seems with Modron Orain being expelled from the guild, we also were not welcome in the Coral Guildhall after Danton's son was killed. Leaving the Imperial Guildmaster to lick her wounds, we find ourselves looking for contracts and head southwest towards the city of Anvil. Thinking it best we change out of the Blackwood armor we'd procured and into Varanus Danton's steel armor we were going to give to his mother before she unceremoniously booted us from the hall. Once inside the Guildhall, we find the local leader Azan hard at practice as usual, and he stops from his hacking to question.
Here for more work, are you? I've got one last contract for you. First, though, a bit of bad news. Orain spoke with Velena about your last mission. She didn't take the news well. Orain has been expelled. And I'm sorry to do this, but you've been demoted to Defender. You'll be fine, though.
Seems bad news travels fast. Knocked down a whopping 2 ranks from Guardian back to Defender. We have no choice but to complete contracts and lick our wounds, saying, well, there's not much you can do about the rank, but do you got any work at least?
I've only got one more thing on my plate for you, but it's an important one. The stone of St Alessia has been stolen from Bruma Chapel.
The stone of St Alessia? Wasn't I meant to take that to Joffrey?
I don't know if you're religious, but a lot of folks are, and the stone is important. Talk to Sirach in Bruma. He'll fill you in on the details. Talk to Sirach about that contract. Make me proud.
Azan promptly exits the training hall, and we can't help but feel a little sad this is our final contract with the Red Guard, a note in our journal. Azan has told me to report to the Chapel of Talos in Bruma and speak with a priest Sirach about a contract. Heading to the snowy city of Bruma, we find ourselves trudging up the lane from the east gate, beholding the monumental temple to Talos, the hero god of man. Thinking those that are bold enough to steal from the Nords must have some pretty sizable stones of their own. Inside the chapel, we see 2 priests conversing by the altar and stop to listen.
What's going on with you?
The skooma trade is making a lot of money for the tribes and elsewhere, and a lot of that is going to the Renridra Kryn.
That skooma trade is bad business, and the Renridra Kryn are just a bunch of thugs.
Good day.
How are you today?
Approaching the nearby Red Guard with a monk haircut, he welcomes.
Alessia, hear our prayer. Greetings, my friend. You must be from the Fighters Guild. We appreciate your help.
Zahn, send me the finest stone of St Alessia? Alesia? Nobody knows how to pronounce it. What does this thing look like, anyway?
It's said the stone was blessed by Alessia herself. And while it remains in our possession, no harm may come to our church. The relic was stolen from us not long ago. A group of men was seen leaving the chapel the night the stone was stolen. We believe they were bandits.
Bandits, you say? How many?
From all accounts, there were 4 or 5 of them, and they've been seen heading east on the road. Please, find the stone of St Alessia.
Tell me something. Why would anyone attack a chapel unless they were coming for those wine stores I keep hearing about?
The chapel has made enemies here in the past. The Nords prefer their dragon Ismir to our father Akatosh. Find the stone, please.
Collecting our paint horse from the local stables and heading east along the road, we note in our journal. I've spoken to the priest Sirach in Bruma. He would like me to retrieve a holy relic of the church, the stone of St Alessia. He believes it was stolen by bandits recently, and he's heard that they were headed east out of town. Riding around the meandering Silver Road heading back to the Imperial City, we see, by an outcropping of rocks, a lone Khajiit, clearly a bandit and broken free of the pack. And so we loose a single arrow at his knee in hopes of crippling the fiend. Approaching the wounded cat, he doesn't appear to be startled by our attack and questions.
So I assume you're the one who's been sent to track us down. Damn stone was more trouble than it was worth.
I know you stole the stone. Give it up, Catman.
We stole it. I won't try to hide that now. I'm all that's left now, though. We may have stolen the stone, but we weren't the last ones to do it. The lot of us got jumped by a bunch of ogres. Partial to pretty gems, it seems. I'm the only one that survived.
And where is this stone?
It's not far from here. Here, I'll mark it on your map. Now just leave me.
Leave you? Ha! Not without the stone of St Alessia. Alicia?
I've told you all I know. Leave me alone. Go ahead, I don't care.
Taking Kashar's advice, it should be noted we can kill him if we wish, as we will not receive a bounty or gain any infamy for doing so. Killing him can start the Dark Brotherhood questline. Realizing if we're going to happen upon the bandits that he once travelled with, as his ogre story may be a fanciful tale, we do the unthinkable, then strip down the Khajiit of his leathers, forgoing our own steel armor for inferior light leather bandit attire. Truly a low point in our career. Heading east towards the location he marked on our map, we note, I found the lone survivor of the group of bandits that stole the stone of St Alessia. He and his men were attacked by ogres and left for dead. He tells me that the creatures took the stone and all their other precious stones with them. He believes that the creatures live in the alien ruin of Sador. Suffering through the frigid frost of the Uriel Mountains, we find as we feel through the cold one of the many rune stones scattered around Cyrodiil, and ought to conjure its promised weapon and armor. With Daedric mace and gauntlets in hand, we continue up the mountain, finding what appears to be an archway leading to the entrance to an alien ruin, only to soon hear voices lurking in the rocks to our right.
Have you ever met anyone who got rich betting on the arena? Damn, I've lost. Damn, I've lost. Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry? Now you will know pain.
If there's one thing we hate more than bandits, it's hedge wizards. Though after looting the bodies and searching the camp, thinking they may be in league with Kashar and hold the stone that he had reported was stolen from his friends, it appears the Khajiit may have been telling the truth. And so we head northwest to the ancient stone door to Sador and make our way inside. Once inside the stony ruin, we find it eerily quiet, as a damp mist hangs in the air and no lights are present, save those that the aliens had created via crystals long ago. Thankful we're not in total darkness, we make our way down a northern hall and find it bifurcates. Heading through the southwestern tunnel, we find many precious well-kind stones. And here's something in the room that sounds like we're not alone. Disposing of the savage ogre, we heal up and collect the remaining stones before collecting the ogre's valuable teeth, which we can sell to Margart down by Leeuwin, thanks to a previous quest, Drunken Disorderly. Making our way further north, we find ourselves in a large lit hall, though nobody seems to be present. The hall itself splits up into 3 different rooms, and we find the room to the north holds a pressure plate. Heading to the end of the room, we see through the barred gate that a stone lies on a pillar. This must be the stone of St Alessia, though no guards appear, and we need to find another way around. Heading through the eastern entrance, and through its winding tunnels, we see a lone savage ogre resting in the corner of the room. Giving us enough time to test our own savage Daedric mace on its skull. Once dead, we collect its teeth and begin to feel our way back out of this arm of the ruin. However, another ogre awaits us, and we decide, in our wounded state, perhaps a bow and arrow is a better way to contend with this savage beast. Now, it should be noted we can head through the western arm and contend with more ogres, or, if our acrobatic skill is high enough, we can simply head back to the northern area, look up, and see that there's a platform above our head. With sufficient jumping ability, and thanks to our much maligned bandit leathers, we find a push block which opens the door, and our path to the cobweb-laden room that holds the amulet is laid bare. Looking at the stone, we're kind of disappointed. It's not shiny, as ogres are purported to like. It kind of just looks bumpy and old and perhaps in need of a good shine. In fact, it doesn't look like a precious stone at all. It makes you really wonder what these ogres were thinking. However, plucking it off the pedestal are quest updates. I found the stone of St Alessia in Sidor. I should return it to Siroc at the Temple of Talos in Bruma. Exiting the ruin at dawn, we see a gorgeous vista view of Cyrodiil in all its splendour, looking straight over the heartlands past Lake Rumer and the Imperial City, and the Great Forest, all the way to the Colovian Mountains. Honestly, I gotta say, this is one of the reasons I absolutely adore Oblivion. The fact that most of the game is in the basin of Cyrodiil, and you can look over basically the whole game. Chef's kiss. Once we're back inside Bruma's chapel, an elated Siroc questions.
Praise the Nine! Have you found it? Have you brought back the stone of St Alessia?
Yeah, here's your dirty stone. I think it's the right one.
Ah, you found it! I can't thank you enough. Your work is greatly appreciated. Here, take these. I wish I could give you more.
Siroc then gifts us 3 strong potions of healing, though we really do wish it was mead.
Bless you.
Exiting the chapel, we find ourselves back in the city of Anvil, and once again reclaim some steel armor and our dignity before heading into the Anvil Fighters Guild Hall. Once inside, Azan, to his credit still training, looks up to greet.
What's the status of the stone of St Alessia? Have you returned it to Siroc yet?
Yeah, I gave him the dirty stone and took out a couple of ogres as well. How you holding up?
Well done. You've put in good work for me. I only wish I had more. Things are a little lean right now, as I'm sure you know. Here's your payment.
So, do you have any other contracts for me, Azan? Or is that it?
I've got nothing more for you, my friend. I believe Burrs has one further assignment, but that is all. I wish you luck.
Come on, I'm Fighters Guild. Like you. Maybe you got a couple of rats for me to take care of. Or Maglier if you want. I'll do that for free.
See Burrs Grokash in Cheydinhall for contracts.
Alright, I'll go see Grokash. Can you at least give me an advancement? I'm back at Defender.
Look, I can't promote you. Not now. You'll need to get some contracts completed, and then I can do it. Take care.
With our quest finished, we soon hear around the guild.
They call it the Stone of Alessia, and they got it back, that's all I know. The Fighters Guild recovered the Stone of Alessia? I didn't know it was lost. Is it magical or something?
To begin the quest, The Noble's Daughter, we return to the Cheydinhall Fighters Guild. Inside, we find in the barracks the surly Burzgrow Karsh, who questions.
I assume you're back for more work, because I don't see a big need to chat with you.
What's wrong with chatting? I do need a contract, though.
I've got more for you. Important stuff, actually. You need to go talk to Lord Rugdumph.
Yuck. What kind of lord would take a dump on a rug?
He's an orcish noble, a fine man. Our families go back a bit. Anyway, his daughter is missing. Head to his estate and talk to him. Find his daughter, and mind your manners. I don't want you embarrassing me.
Alright, I'll help. Wait, Lady Rugbutt. Is this a joke? What's their obsessions with defiling rugs?
A fine model of an orcish woman. Now go find her, and don't be rude, or she'll rip your ears off.
Okay, Karsh. I'll leave, but just tell me something. What did the rugs ever do to them?
You need to go find Lady Rugbutt, meat. Why are you standing here talking to me?
Go help Lord Rugdumph and wipe that smile off your face.
Departing the Fighters Guild Hall after a nice scolding, we note. Burzgrow Karsh has given me a contract to help Lord Rugdumph Groshurgak find his daughter, Lady Rugbutt Grashurgak. I can find Lord Rugdumph at his estate near Lake Arias.
Didn't I send you to see Lord Rugdumph?
Greetings.
True to his word, we check on our map and find high up north above Cheydinhall, north of Lake Arias Caverns in County Cheydinhall, nestled in the Vallis Mountains, is Lord Rugdumph's estate, just west of Walker's Camp. Riding a few hours north off the beaten track, we soon come to a sizable estate tucked away into the Vallis Mountains. The entrance is a quaint steel gate with a stone fence. As we enter, we inspect the large Cheydinhall-style dwelling to our left, and to the right, a servant's quarters. Checking inside the servants' quarters, we see an active fireplace still ablaze, as well as many beds and foodstuffs. However, upon inspection, we find it is totally empty, and no servants can be found. Perhaps they have met a similar fate to Rugdumph's daughter. Heading west, we near the estate and find that there are large stone planter boxes that line the front of the house in a tasteful manner. Cobblestone is laid on the path, and there's a small outdoor setting to drink in the absolutely gorgeous view of County Cheydinhall and beyond towards the Niben Basin. Taking a moment to appreciate Cyrodiil's view, as always, as it's prettiest, in my opinion, at dusk, we turn to enter Rugdumph's manor, which, it should be noted, is locked until this quest has begun. Once inside, we catch a glimpse of a male orc wandering around upstairs and take in our surroundings, as it's not every day you see orc royalty in Cyrodiil. On the ground floor, we see a few rugs we make sure not to step on, as well as an expensive-looking minotaur head hanging over the roaring fireplace. There are also multiple chests throughout the house, however we won't explore them, as it's not kosher to rob those who take contracts with the Fighters Guild, and we find in the west-northwest side of the room some tasteful paintings that are slightly askew, which is, I dare say, symbolic of the orc who owns the house. Speaking of which, we head upstairs, seeing a small sitting area just at the top, and behind us is a bedroom nook complete with wardrobe, chest, and single bed, and feminine embroidery draped on the wall, which we can assume is Lady Rugbutt's. Turning to the lord of the manor, Rugdumph, he oddly greets.
Speaketh you on.
Moving past the blue velvet-clad noble, we head into his private quarters for a moment, seeing to our left a small chair in a nook and chest, as well as his double bed to the right. In front of us, on a set of drawers, we see a single Nirnroot plant, which would be advised to collect if you're doing the Nirnroot quest, and also a semi-rare red book of riddles, only found one place else in all of Oblivion, being the Sea Tub Clarabella, which we covered in a previous quest, ferreting out sheep-stealing pirates in Anvil. Wasting no more time, we approach grow Shogak, and he urges,
You are from the Fighters Guild, I resume. Good show. I am Lord Rugdumph Grow Shurgak. Let us conversate on the Lady Rogbot.
Yes, let us conversate. You did say you were Lord Rugdumph, not Lady Rogbot, right?
I am Lord Rugdumph Grow Shurgak. How may I persist you?
Now, you may be questioning the choice of words Lord Rugdumph uses, and that's because a quirk of his character that makes me absolutely adore the writing in this quest is that as he seems to be new money, or he's trying to rise to his station and speak like a noble, he is really grasping to find words, and so he doesn't always pick the right ones, and what you'll find is like a cryptic crossword. You have to figure out which word that he's used and then take the meaning of that and figure out the right word. I miss a whole bunch of them, and just to further this point, when I was digging through his dialogue, the developers had to somewhat humorously leave the voice actor notes on each line, such as letting them know that all of the dialogue is incorrect intentionally. So, if you would be so kind as to aid in deciphering the nonsensical sentence in the comments below, I'd much appreciate it. Having said that, we should try and aid him in finding his daughter, saying, Lady Rugbutt, how can we help?
I fear that whilst out rock-picking, she was apprehensive. Stolen away. My suspension is that ogres have abjected her. Please search to the east of my sprawling abode. They have been known to vacate these premises. I am most gracious and truly woeful.
Ogres? I'm sorry. We've dealt with these creatures before.
Horrible creatures, replete with horror and evil. They roam freely eastward of the estate. I look forward to you exterminizing them.
Don't worry. I'll get your daughter back.
Please rescue my daughter from those brutes. I fear for her safe return. Proceedeth most urgent-like.
Proceedeth most urgent-like is one of the most iconic things you could say. Look, before we go and rescue his daughter, I do want to share he has a bunch of greetings and goodbyes that are just too good, such as,
Hither to me, good varlet. Speaketh you on. In sooth, mostly goodly done. Go to, bold fighter person. Anon us most soon again, forsooth. We are so very sooth.
Also of note, just quickly, he has custom rumors, just a handful, and if we approach him again, he'll ask,
How may I persist you? Please, I need you to find my daughter.
I'm sorry for bothering you. You seem like a man who knows things. Do you have any other pearls of wisdom?
Trolls, I have been foretold, are particular to unflammable weapons. I am resident to encounter the Minotaur. Its horny protuberances cause me great conflagrations. The will-o'-the-wisp is a luminous being. It has naturalized residences to many types of spells. Though I am replicant to spread rumors, I am led to believe the phylogeny of skeletous beings makes them resistive to magic. Proceedeth most urgent-like.
Taking our leave of the Lord with the unlikely linguistics, which admittedly we can study his lexicon later, we note in our journal. Lord Rugdumph tells me that his daughter was out picking rocks, and he fears she may have been taken away by a band of ogres that are known to live east of the estate. Home to find and return her. Heading south on the path in which we came, we do a U-turn on our horse, veering north looking for some good rocks which would attract an orc, or perhaps some ogres, and soon find, to our shock, out in the open a small clearing at the base of the Vallis Mountains, are some ogres meandering about without a care in the world. Losing our first shot, we regretfully see we've aroused the wrath of a trio of the brutish fiends who flock towards us. Attempting to back up the hill to separate the ogres, we hear an unlikely voice behind us.
Stay away!
and see Lady Rugbutt herself.
Am I supposed to be impressed? Ha! You'll never take me down. This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. I give up!
With the lady fleeing into the water, this gives us an opportunity to slay her final abductor. After the ogre's dead, we collect its teeth, as we can sell them to Margard down in Leowin for a good price thanks to the quest Unfinished Business. And we note in our journal, I've killed the ogres who kidnapped Lady Rugbutt. I should now escort her back to her father's estate. Finding the drenched lady by the shore looking expectantly, we can't help but wonder if she was consorting with said ogres, until she angrily clarifies.
Glad you killed those things. I'd have done it myself, but apparently that's not ladylike. Let's get back to my father. Please, get on with it.
It should be noted, Lady Rugbutt will then become our companion and can fight for us. Well, we assume, seeing as we wander into Camp Walker to the southwest, where 2 skooma trading Dunmer can be found loitering.
You look like a bright one. You remind me of my homeland during the Blight.
I'm not listening to you. It's because I don't like you.
What is it, Sarah?
After that insult, we decide to put the thug in his place.
Hey, by the 9 divines! That's all! That's all! I've fought!
We see the lady is not as much of a brawler as she proclaims, perhaps due to her evening gown.
I suppose we should get back to my father. Time for me to be a noble again. Please, get on with it.
And it should quickly be noted the Kamonatong thugs are part of a wider faction of skooma traders, which I covered in a video on the channel about the skooma trade in Oblivion, linked at the end of this video, as they are the end of an intricate network that carries all around Cyrodiil. Perhaps not the best company to be so close to a lord and lady. Speaking of which, we return to the Rugdumpf estate. And once inside, we mount the stairs and find Lord Rugdumpf, elated to see his daughter, as he iconically greets.
We is most pleased, ethified.
This is so embarrassing.
You found my belabored daughter. I will tell Burz Grogash about your indentures. Take this. It has been passed in my family for many generators.
We're then gifted a leveled amount of gold and Lord Rugdumpf's sword.
Anon us most soon again, forsooth.
Which not only boasts a beautiful intricate pattern on the two-handed sword, but also, rather comically, aligns with Lord Rugdumpf's values, as it absorbs speechcraft 5 points on self and 5 seconds for strike, meaning you become a better speaker when hitting somebody, but also silence them for 5 seconds on strike. Whoever made this quest had the time of their life, I have no doubt about that.
Words cannot express my gratification for your help. Anon us most soon again, forsooth.
Speaking of which, now that the two nobles are reunited, we get to see them converse for the first time.
Hurry up before I change my mind.
What's new with you?
I heard people saying they ran into goblins around here not long ago. I can't stand those things.
Horrible things. I hear that the High Elves train them. I can't imagine it.
Stop talking.
Attempting to speak to Lady Rugbutt before we depart, she clarifies on her lack of combat prowess, stating,
Please don't tell anyone. Thanks for the help. Not that I couldn't have taken care of it myself, if I were still allowed to carry an axe. Let this be our little secret.
Departing the manor. We find ourselves back in Cheydinhall and in the Fighters Guild. As we go around the stairs and speak with Burrs, we nearly bump into him as the surly orc questions.
Didn't I send you to see Lord Rugdump? You need to go find Lady Rogbutt, meat. Why are you standing here talking to me?
Don't worry, that Lady Rogbutt has got a butt back in Rugdump's dump. He was most pleaseth the fight.
You got her back in one piece. Good work. I've always liked that girl. May have to look her up sometime. Here's your payment.
Paid 100 gold. We see an extra bounce in Karsh's step thinking about his daughter and try our hand at advancement, to which he gives us our old rank.
You've done good work, and you deserve better than your current rank. I'm restoring your previous rank of Guardian. Congratulations. Farewell.
If there's anything we've learned from this quest, it's that you can always judge an orc by the cover. This is the story of mystery at Harluns Watch. To begin the quest, we see Burrs grow Karsh waiting for our arrival on the steps to Cheydinhall's Fighters Guild, and he questions.
Here for more work? I've got one more contract for you.
More work? I thought you said you were out of contracts.
I've got one more for you, meat. I assume you can handle it. I need you to investigate some disappearances at Harluns Watch.
Depends. What disappearances? I'm guessing it's not a Cyrodiilic brandy supply.
Some folks are missing in Harluns Watch. We've been contracted to find out what's happened. Speak to Durana Thelis for all the details. Get going.
With our final orders, we note in our journal, Burrs Grow Karsh has given me a contract to go to Harluns Watch near Cheydinhall and investigate the disappearances of some local populace. I should speak to Durana Thelis, not before Karsh scolds us for loitering.
Stop wasting time. Get to Harluns Watch, now.
We see Grow Karsh has marked the village on our map and find it's a small settlement just south of Cheydinhall's city walls. As we veer off the path near the south wall to Cheydinhall, we see a small pond, no doubt an outlet for the river that flows through the city, and to the northeast, a shrine to Akatosh. To the southeast, we make our way down the path to the trio of buildings where 4 villagers are congregating. Speaking to the closest Bosma with his back to us, Angvir, he questions.
Yes?
Hello there. I heard about some disappearances in town. You know anything?
You should ask Durana Thelis about that. Please help us.
The remaining villagers, 2 of which are beast folk, huddle near a building with their back to us, clearly spooked.
We need your help.
And, by the building in the middle of town, is a dark elf awaiting our arrival.
Hello. You're from the Fighters Guild, I presume. It's good that you've arrived. We need your help with some disappearances.
Yeah, keep hearing about these disappearances. What's the cause?
Some folks reported seeing strange lights near the old swampy cave. We sent folks to investigate them, but haven't seen them since. We need help.
Strange lights made people disappear? When? Why? How?
They started appearing a few nights ago. Odd, flickering lights. In the morning, there was nothing to see, but they were there at night. Be careful.
With the Dark Elf's strange recounting of flashing lights at night, only a few moons back, we decide to interrogate the locals, starting with the Khajiit, Samira.
It's been horrible, horrible. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I've heard about disappearances and lights.
Horrible, just horrible. Those poor people. Please, help us.
Not being able to make heads or tails of this assertion that bright lights have abducted people, the villagers seem to know little more. However, our detective skills divine there may be more to learn around town. So we head into the Bosma Angvir's house in the northwest of the settlement, finding a Spartan, sad state. In fact, it's a one-bedroom stone cottage with its most notable feature being the many cobwebs and furniture that's been knocked over some time ago. And it's clear that the cobwebs have been there longer than a few days, so it doesn't make sense the villagers were perhaps in mourning for some time and hadn't taken care of their houses. Speaking of which, Durara Thelis' own abode can be found on the southeast of town, next to the small crop which apparently keeps the villagers fed, thanks to the two beast folk who are solely in charge of the patch. Inside Thelis' home, we see something similar. Furniture tipped over on the bottom floor, and on the second floor, 2 empty beds, signifying that perhaps she had lost somebody as well. Although interesting, there is nothing of value found in this home either. However, the middle building found in the northeast of town is owned by Dietdom Jar, shared with fellow farmer Sadrasa. This home is fully stocked with foodstuffs, mouth-watering mead, and many bedrooms, enough to make it an inn of some repute. Perhaps it was used as a boarding house until some of the locals disappeared without trace. It should also be noted, apparently all the people of Harluns Watch besides Drarana could have offered us more information depending on our disposition on the topic of strange lights only after we've spoken to her, and I've only learned this thanks to the unofficial wiki, where if they had a disposition lower than 30, they'd say.
I don't know you well enough to talk about that.
A disposition between 30 and 49, they'd claim.
I saw them a few nights ago. Very odd.
A disposition in 50 and 69, they'd open up.
They were seen around the swampy cave. Strange, moving lights. I've never seen anything like it. Old-timers have tales about such things.
And a disposition higher than 70, we would finally learn.
Some have said they're will-o'-the-wisps, though I've never heard of one killing a full-grown man.
Waiting until nightfall, we begin to stalk our way down southeast from the village to the Reed River and see the swampy cave in the distance, as well as the aforementioned bright lights. Although we were initially incredulous, these definitely look like will-o'-the-wisps as described. But we'd always thought of them more of a nuisance than something to be mortally feared. Approaching cautiously, we loose a single arrow, forgetting they're immune to their effects unless they're steel grade and above. Meeting them at the shore with our two-handed sword in hand, the wisps flank us, and it takes some great swaths of our sword before they fall. With our health drained, we collect the valuable glow dust goo. Searching the area for the bodies of the deceased villagers, we find nothing in the water or the surrounding shrubs, and note in our journal. It seems that the strange lights people were seeing over the swamp are will-o'-the-wisps, but there don't seem to be any signs of townsfolk who disappeared. The will-o'-the-wisps were surrounding a cave, though. I should investigate. It should also be noted, once we've located the will-o'-the-wisps at Swampy Cave and obtained the journal update, we can return to Drarana and inform her on the topic of disappearances, and she'll exclaim,
Will-o'-the-wisps? I've never heard of them killing a man. Please, find out what happened to our friends. We're counting on your help. Be careful.
Although Thelis clearly is looking out for our safety, why does it sound like she's threatening us?
This is your last warning! Get out or I'll call the guards and have you arrested!
Once inside, we descend east down the cavern's mouth like a large esophagus and see the cave bifurcates. To the left, we peer into the distance and see a lone figure loitering about. Loosing an arrow, We nail a troll right through its mandible, and it drops with a satisfying thud. Approaching its nest, we see that this little enclave is full of skeletons that have been consumed, as well as chests, perhaps, of those who were keeping items in the cave that were precious to them and had been killed or overwhelmed by the trolls. Was this the same villagers that were attacked? We don't know, but the bodies don't look fresh. Though it should quickly be noted, Swampy Cave actually contains a lot of great treasure in the chests. Even at level 1, it's surprising how good the items are. Including the third deerskin helmet that boasts detect life 25 foot on self. Perfect for sensing any sentience skulking around the cave. However, before we even think of exploring the caverns further, we should probably return to Drarara and tell her of our morbid discovery.
Oh no, you believe trolls killed them? That's horrible. Please, if you can kill all those trolls, we'd greatly appreciate it.
And so we now enter the second half of our quest. Troll hunting. Re-entering the Swampy Cave with the aid of our deerskin helm of Detect Life, we plumb the depths of the cavern and are betrayed by our newly acquired piece of armor as we stumble into a larger area and a troll sees us before we it. Deeper in the cavern's winding tunnels, we find a small den of the dead and a sizable swamp troll, ferociously guarding its grisly prize to the death. Killing the regenerative monster before it could flee and then attack from shadows unseen. We look over the troll's gruesome leavings, finding boards and many skeletons, as well as a fresh body of its latest kill, presumably an Imperial or Breton, named Edward Daniel. Next to him, we find many bodies, including skeletons and decomposing, rotting corpses in various states of decay. Feeling for the loss of the villagers as we find one such zombie perched atop the platform the troll was feasting on, knowing that it could have been somebody's mother, brother, or even son. It's hard to tell due to the state of the mangled corpse's leavings. Taking a moment, we note in our journal. Inside the Swampy Cave, I've found the corpses of the townsfolk that are missing. It looks like trolls have been feeding on the people weakened by the will-o'-the-wisps. I should make sure to clear out all the remaining trolls from the cave complex. After clearing out the caves of a half-dozen trolls, we round a corner and are confronted by our final adversary, who fights with the ferocity of a beast that knows it's the last of its kin. We then quickly note, I've killed all the trolls in Swampy Cave. I should report what I found to Drarana Thelis. Exiting the cave by a newly found northwestern door, we find ourselves in the Nibene Basin, just a ways down the river, and, just by the shore, see a familiar Nern route, which is worth collecting for those of you looking to complete the related quest. Scrambling up the steep hillside back to Harluns Watch, we head into Drarara's Spartan southeastern residence. Finding her sleeping on the second floor, alone, we think back to the Breton, and she rouses to greet.
Please, see if you can't find our friends who have disappeared.
So the trolls are dead. There should be no more disappearances.
Oh no, you believe trolls killed them? That's horrible. Good that you killed all of the trolls, though. Please take this with our gratitude. What a pity.
We're then gifted the Mind and Body Ring as a reward for the quest. Although it appears to be a generic enchanted brass ring, it boasts Fortify Strength 8 points and Reflect Damage 8%. Quite formidable and worth a bit of gold. Leaving the Dark Elf to slumber, we note, Durana Thelis was saddened at the fates of the townsfolk, but has rewarded me for my efforts. I should report to Burzgrow Karsh for payment of the contract. Curious that Durana wasn't as shocked as we expected. Though it does make you wonder, did their townsfolk lead some of their unwanted down to the water's edge to be sapped of their strength by the Will-o'-the-Wisps, and then killed and consumed by the trolls in a grisly fate, only to take the worldly possessions and perhaps over the town and hire the Fighters Guild to cover their tracks? Maybe, but we got paid, so as far as we're concerned, the mystery at Harluns Watch has been put to rest. The last thing we need to do is go see Burzgrow Karsh to see if he has a further reward, maybe some drinking money, helping a town out is thirsty work. Find ourselves back at the Cheydinhall Fighters Guild, where we see a sleeping Burzgrow Karsh, like a newborn babe who wakes to see us standing over him.
You're supposed to be helping out the folks at Harluns Watch. What's the status?
Good evening, Karsh. Sorry for waking you. The Harluns Watch contract is finished. It was trolls responsible for the townsfolk disappearances. They ate the victims that were weakened by Will-o'-the-Wisps. Or at least, that's what the Dark Elf wanted us to believe.
Trolls, huh? And drawn in by Will-o'-the-Wisps? There's some lousy luck for you. Well, here's your payment. Afraid to say, I don't have any more contracts for you. I don't think Azan has any either. You did pretty good work, Meat. I've got nothing else. Don't believe Azan does either. I think you better go talk to our friend in Coral. You know who.
I have no idea who you're talking about. If I'm too good for contracts, you can at least give me a new rank. I know, the Completer.
You've cleared every contract we've got on the books. That's some good work. You're now promoted to Champion of the Fighters Guild. You outrank me now, so there's certainly no more I can do for you. You might check with an old friend of yours, though. Rumor has it that Orion's looking for you. You didn't hear it from me, though. Good work and good luck.
Wow, thank you. Did you say you're going to give me an advancement?
There's really no more I can promote you. After all, you do outrank me. Go hurt something.
As Burzgrow Karsh's freshly minted superior officer, we attempt to rouse the orc once more, demanding he gives us a contract, as we still need money for booze, but he simply insists.
I'm sorry to tell you, but there are no more contracts to be had. As you know, business hasn't been good due to the Blackwood Company. And you didn't hear it from me, but I think you should go speak with Orion. Now, he'd like your help with a couple things. Goodbye.
Amazed, we have completed every contract available in the Fighters Guild. We're almost tempted to go join that Blackwood Company, except for the fact they took Maglia, we note in our journal. I've been promoted to the rank of Champion of the Fighters Guild. Wait, that was Modrin's rank. I'm told that Modrin O'Rain is looking for me, and I should speak with him as soon as possible. Yes, we should go visit him in Coral. Our old contract giver will no doubt be elated at the fact we've got his own rank of Champion. And perhaps he knows what to do about this blight, the Blackwood Company, stealing all our contracts, and probably booze while they're at it. To begin the quest information gathering, we return to Coral, summoned by disgraced former Fighters Guild champion Modron O'Rain. We then find the retired mercenary pacing around his modest abode, still in his full iron gear.
Let me handle this.
Handle what, Modron?
Well met.
I thought you were going to congratulate me in becoming the latest Fighters Guild champion. You got that look in your eye. Oh no, you've got duties.
These certainly won't be official duties. Fact is, you'll likely be expelled from the guild if Velena gets wind of the fact that you're here. And I've already been expelled. Doesn't mean I'm done, though. I'm taking down the Blackwood Company, and I want your help doing it.
Look, Usually I wouldn't want to get involved. I just became the Fighters Guild champion, but honestly, even as champion they don't have contracts for me. So what's the point? Tell me, how do you propose on dealing with this Blackwood Company?
To bring them down, I need more information. My sources tell me they're trying to expand, and they've set up camp in Glade Mist Cave. I want you to go there and capture Ajum Kajin, one of their leaders. Bring him back to me. I'd like to spend some time talking to him.
Ajum Kajin. Sounds made up. What are you going to do when I get him? Have a heartfelt chat about why the Blackwood Company's stealing all our contracts? Give me a good reason why I should abduct this Ajum Kajin.
He's the one in charge of this expansion. I know he's a high-ranking member of the group. An Argonian mage, from what I hear.
Did you say mage? Say less.
Go get him!
With the enthusiastic Modron urging us on, we pause, taking a quick inventory of his home, seeing a well-made bed with no canvas sitting atop it, thinking perhaps he could have spent his leisure time painting, instead of cooking up these revenge plans against the Blackwood Company.
You got him?
What do you mean, got him? Got who? I haven't even left yet. Have you seen me leave this building?
What is it? I need you to go get Ajum Kajin. Go get him!
We then depart the Dark Elf's abode in search of this Ajum Kajin. And we begin a long ride on the Orange Road towards Glade Mist Cave to the northeast, a note in our journal. I've spoken to Modron O'Rain, who tells me that although he's been expelled from the Fighters Guild, he will still work to restore its honour. To that end, he wants me to go to the Glade Mist Cave and capture a Blackwood Company leader, Ajum Kajin. Veering off the beaten path that snakes its way to Bruma, we take in the night air and see that the cave's entrance overlooks the Imperial City nicely. Why the Blackwood Company didn't set up shop in the city versus a cave seems to be telling of their future exploits and plans. Once inside the cavern, we begin our hunt for the Argonian mage. Rounding the first corner, we find a small campfire presided over by two Blackwood Company members. One of them, an Argonian. The humanoid on the left, however, rushes to meet us in a not-so-welcoming manner.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. Take that! Die! Die! I fought mud crabs more fearsome than...
Not allowing the man to get out his tired mud crab taunt, we're shocked to see he is an Imperial, and the rumour that the Blackwood Company is foregoing their beast folk only policy as their numbers spiral out of control is all but confirmed. Curiously, the only piece of Blackwood paraphernalia on the man is a Blackwood shield. He's not even worthy of full armour, it seems. Peering past the campfire into the cave to the northeast, the Argonian seems to be distracted, and we loose a single arrow at the archer. As this clearly is no Argonian mage. Searching the Argonian's body, we find among its effects a steel bow and steel arrows, an upgrade from our iron weaponry. Equipping our new bow and arrows, we make our way through the camp, past the many supply crates, showing the Blackwood Company are looking to hole up in this cave for quite some time. We snake our way through a southwestern cavern into a ravine, and as we make our way through, hear voices above.
Come out where I can see you.
At the end of the crevice, we find a skeleton who's lost its arm, guarding its small prize, and look inside the chest to see a paltry bounty of a weak potion of Night Eye and 9 gold. Hardly worth dying over. We then make our way back through to the northwest, finding another camp, this time unguarded. And to the southwest, discover where the voices had come from, as 2 Argonian archers are smartly posted behind crates as sentries, and clearly guarding something or someone of great import to the southwest, and so it's on us to break the defensive line.
That's the best you can do. Nothing to worry about.
With the second Argonian falling down the small ravine, we then began to pick at the miscellaneous items they've left behind. Curiously, discovering that all Argonians thus far seem to be archers, better equipped with steel weaponry. Heading through a wooden door and skulking our way up the path to the northeast, we see 2 figures by another campsite. Again, it looks to be an Imperial. Collecting the weaponry off the Argonian's body and then the Imperial, we start to notice a pattern in the Blackwood Company. That the humans are bearing shields and melee weapons with lower grade iron armor to protect them. However, their Argonian counterparts all are archers, so they can stand safely behind their quote-unquote human shields and lob arrows at any enemies, a telling tactic for the Beast Folk First faction. Now, true to form, we find in the cavern to the northeast ahead, a similar duo waits in the dark.
Here! Die! Am I supposed to be Take that! Die! Die, Car!
Collecting the spiked Blackwood Company shield off the fallen Imperial, we equip it and a sword, ready for the next onslaught of melee attacks. Finding a cave winding to the east is not guarded by an Imperial that protects an Argonian, but instead 2 melee weapon-wielding Imperials acting as bodyguards for whatever's behind the final door.
It ends here! Die! I fought mudcrabs more fearsome than you. Am I supposed to be impressed? Die, you pathetic worm! Take that! That the best you can do?
After felling the duo, we come to a disturbing realization. Both are Imperial and wield melee weapons primarily in iron armor, and have similar haircuts to ourselves, and wonder, could our exploits be known to the Blackwood Company? Is this a mocking tribute to our rise through the ranks, or is it simply coincidence they're hiring Imperials as human shields, as they know perhaps we would hesitate in killing our own before them? Whatever the case, after looting said Imperials, we find to our right a cupboard that houses a small armory that includes weapons, armor, as well as a whole bevy of potions and scrolls to boot, plus 5 bear pelts and 5 repair hammers. Heading through the door the Imperials were guarding to the north, we follow the winding tunnels deeper into the cavern, and a final rickety door that flings open, to see an Argonian dressed in fineries. This must be the mage Arjum Kajum.
Get away. You will die here.
Now, it should be noted the quest diverges into two distinct paths. We can bring Arjum Kajum back to Modrine Rain, as we'd been tasked to do so. Or, funnily enough, even though we have to find out information from the Argonian, he's not essential at this point, and can be killed, though there are consequences. With the Argonian slain, our quest completes prematurely, reading, Arjum Kajum has died. I will be unable to learn anything more from him. Orain is unhappy I took the interrogation too far. Though, funnily enough, we didn't bother asking any questions. We can search his body to find his high-class outfit and Blackwood cuirass, plus pocket change, before returning to Orain empty-handed. The Dark Elf scolds.
Since you managed to make a mess of the interrogation, we've got extra work to do if we're going to stop the Blackwood Company.
With no reward for our bloodlust. Instead, we could have first approached the asinine Argonian, who would instead question.
What do you want? Get away from me.
As long as his cronies are dead, we can then threaten. Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Fine. I'll come with you. My guards are dead. You win, for now.
Argy Bargy is forced to follow. We briefly check out his cave dwelling, finding a cupboard to the northwest that houses some gold and paint supplies, as perhaps Orain will appreciate them, as we're yet to see a canvas on his easel. Though, other than a few paltry paint supplies, we find nothing of interest. Turning heel to leave, Kajum drags his heels as we turn on him, and seeing through his simple magic, he complains.
I'm beaten. Leave me alone.
Not yet. Wait till we get to Coral. Inside the fallen guild champion's home, Orain awaits our arrival expectantly, appraising.
You've got him. Let's talk about Arjum Kajum.
What about him? This is Ashim Bashim, right?
You've brought him back. Good. I want to know the size of their forces and who is leading them. I also want to know the source of their strength. Do what you must to make him talk. If you can smooth talk him, fine. If you need to rough him up, so be it. But don't kill him. We need him to talk. Now, go tell him to sit down. If he tries to get up, I'll kill him myself.
Before the interrogation begins, we note in our journal, Orain would like me to learn some things from Arjum Kajum, how large the Blackwood Company is, who leads the company, and what is the source of their power. Orain has told me I'm to use whatever means necessary to get this information. Purposefully striding towards the formerly fear-stricken mage, he boldly questions.
What do you want? Is it time for torture? Ha! Do your worst.
Sit down. Now.
Fine. You don't scare me, beat me, torture me. I'll never talk to you.
The Argonian then, to our surprise, sits down on the chair at the end of Orain's bed. A little taken aback at how nonchalant he seems, we edge towards the Dunmer, and he guides.
We're making progress. Work on him until he talks. Try not to kill him. Make him sing.
We now have two options at our disposal. 1, speech deception, or 2, painting the walls red. It should also be noted, choosing the violent option, it's still easy to kill the Argonian prematurely in pursuit of knowledge.
I won't talk to you. Never. Do your worst.
Our quest would also similarly complete as before, and Orain will bafflingly be optimistic with this outcome.
We're making progress.
Looting the lizard's goods and returning to Orain, he would similarly sum up.
Since you managed to make a mess of the interrogation, we've got extra work to do if we're going to stop the Blackwood Company.
Not killing our interrogation victim prematurely, we can attempt the opposite. To succeed with option 1, speechcraft deception, we can speak with Arjum Kajum and raise his disposition up to 90.
Say what you're going to say. That will get you something.
This can be accomplished through persuasion, charm spells, or bribes. Bribing the miserly mage, we find it works surprisingly well, and our quest will update as we've successfully cleared the first part of the interrogation. It appears Arjum Kajum may be ready to give me information, and it seems Kajum becomes more compliant.
Perhaps you do understand. Perhaps I can help you a little.
However, if we used fists for the first phase, as to not kill the squishy reptile, he would instead concede.
Yes, enough. What? Oh, I'll tell you what you want.
We can then begin the interrogation proper, asking, "Tell me, how large is the Blackwood Company?"
We are over 100 strong now. We grow by the day.
We then find he refuses to answer the second two questions, being, who leads the Blackwood Company?
No, I will not betray him. I will not tell you.
Tell me the secret of your strength.
Never. I would rather die. I will tell you nothing.
Beginning the cycle once more to befriend the mage, we give him our prized tankard as he drinks deeply, saying, "Look, sorry for pushing. Thirsty work protecting all those secrets. Drink up."
I shouldn't say any more, but you have treated me so well. Perhaps I can trust you.
Otherwise, slashing the scales off his hide, we can loosen that forked tongue of his.
Stop, please. What is it? What more do you want?
We then press, who leads the Blackwood Company?
Forgive me, my master. It is Rizikar. He leads us, and he will have your head. He will kill you all.
Rizikar? He couldn't lead a boat to shore. Tell me the real secret of your strength.
Nothing more. I chose death. Long live the Blackwood Company.
Astonishingly, the Argonian then bursts into flames, no doubt due to his treacherous magics. Flabbergasted, we note. Rather than divulge the Blackwood Company's secret, Arjum Kajum has killed himself. I should speak with Orain for further instructions. Looking over his corpse, it's then we find amidst his possessions a previously hidden Blackwood ring of silence. He must have slipped out of his pocket, imparting a gruesome 150 fire damage on self and the cause of his fiery demise. Turning to Orain, he rightly concludes.
Damn, killed himself. Must have had some sort of magic item we didn't notice.
Well, the mage is dead, but I managed to magic out of him the leader's name, Rizikar.
You got some information out of him, which is good. We can use it. Here, take this. It might help you sometime. Good work.
We're then rewarded by Orain a necklace we don't receive if Kajum dies early, being the Lesser Amulet of Interrogation, which, in a wry nod to our two choices, either buffers our hand-to-hand combat or speechcraft abilities, though probably would have been more useful before the interrogation, but beggars can't be choosers. With the grisly deed done and necklace in full view thanks to our stylish vest, the Dark Elf then goes on to appraise.
We've got some work to do if we're going to stop the Blackwood Company. Good work.
We then note, though we did not get all of the answers we'd hoped for, Orain is pleased with the information we gained. However, the toll of our actions and no doubt upcoming retribution against the clandestine company weighs heavily on us. And we drink to our misfortune, knowing more blood will be spilled in the growing quest for revenge. To begin the quest, Infiltration, we return to the expelled Fighters Guild champion Modron Orain in his private domicile, finding him presiding over the corpse of Arjum Kajum, a latest victim of torture who took his own life when gaining information about the Blackwood Company and their assault on the Fighters Guild. Seeing an unfazed Orain, he gleefully states,
"We're making progress."
Agreed.
We've got some work to do if we're going to stop the Blackwood Company.
What's our next move?
While the information we got from the Argonian was valuable, we need more. I want you to infiltrate them. See how they work from the inside.
Infiltrate them? How do you expect me to do that? Put on some Blackwood armor and start purring like a cat? You can't be serious.
I want you to get to Leowyn and join the Blackwood Company. Find the secret of their success. You'll be on your own. Steer clear of me and all of your Fighters Guild brothers. It'll be rough going, but you can do it. Good luck.
With our latest duties, we hesitantly change into the much maligned Blackwood armor we swore of. We can't help but look over at Kajim's corpse, thinking how much of a bad idea this is. We find some courage at the bottom of our tankard, a note in our journal. Modron O'Rain would like me to join the Blackwood Company. I am to go to their headquarters in Leowyn, infiltrate their ranks, and follow them on a mission to find out the secret of their effectiveness. Turning to O'Rain, he simply reiterates,
I need you to get down to Leowyn and infiltrate the Blackwood Company. Good luck.
Headed south, we make the long journey to the flooded flats of Leowyn. Once inside the city gates, we find the weather bristles upon our arrival, though there is an eerie calm before the storm. Bolstering ourselves before we head southeast and inside the Blackwood Company's headquarters, knowing if something goes wrong, we're on our own. However, once inside, we find we're barely acknowledged, as if wearing the armor had given us carte blanche to explore the headquarters, as the beastfolk inside convene for idle chatter.
Ah, it's you. Hi. Hello. What do you think of the Khajiit jokes Darji has been telling? I've heard them. They're pretty stupid.
Interrupting the conversation, we speak to the nearby Khajiit, Jaffa Zir, who introduces.
Commander Jaffa Zir, your servant. I am second in command of the Blackwood Company. The company provides expert jihad for selected customers. Very discreet.
Having spoken to the members present previously in the mission Drunk and Disorderly, we know all about their jihad and Park Siege. Instead, we decide perhaps we can brush up on a little bit of our beastfolk accent and they may accept us more readily, saying, I wish to join the Blackwood Company.
You want to join us? Another guild rat leaving the ship. Very well. Speak with Jitum Z. He handles recruitment here. Hello.
Having passed the first test, we look to our right, being greeted by their not-so-venerable leader, Rizakar.
Yes?
That Arjum had mentioned, knowing that we could cut his head off before the other cats and lizards could react. But our mission is infiltration, so we think better of it for now.
Good day.
Heading to the Blackwood Company's second story and finding up the stairs an Argonian battle mage loitering about. Not our favourite of beings. Regardless, we greet. Hello there, brother.
Another comes to us. What is it? What is it you want? Come for a job?
Yes, I wish to join the Blackwood Company. Hey.
You wish to join the Blackwood Company, do you? I think I've heard of you, though. Fighters Guild, aren't you? Done many jobs for them recently? Yes. What makes you want to join us?
I need drink money, but there's no jobs with the guild. I'm sure you understand.
No jobs? Ha! There is much work to be done here in Cyrodiil. The Blackwood Company is more than willing to do it. You don't look strong enough to me, though. A bit inexperienced, perhaps. Still, maybe we will find work for you. You may join, for now. Since you seem eager to get started, follow me to the training area. We've got the mission you might want a piece of.
Astonished that we've been accepted, even for now, we note in our journal as we follow behind. I was able to join the Blackwood Company. I'm to report to the training room to prepare for an upcoming mission. We then find that the Blackwood Company's training hall is found on the first floor, behind a previously inaccessible door found in the dining hall. Once inside the training hall, we find, just down some steps to our left, a makeshift kitchen which is stocked fully, including many different wines we help ourselves to, now that we are a tentative member. Looking over the nearby balcony to the east, we see far below is a training ground which 3 beings stand at the ready. Descending the stairs, we head into the training room that is behind a locked grate, and as we open the rusty door, we turn around to see there is no escape for us from this point. Looking around the room, we inspect the grubby bedrolls the men are forced to sleep on, and then turn to each of the Blackwood Company guards, all wearing iron armor and only one official piece of Blackwood Company paraphernalia, being their menacing-looking, spiked black shield emblazoned with the emblem. Although the 3 members have no unique dialogue at this point, quickly searching our surroundings, we find a grated door to the west, which, upon opening, we find leads to a small armory, though they only supply shoddy iron weaponry, keeping in line with how they deal with their contracts. In the alcove next door, we find a second weapons room, and decide to pick up one of the iron warhammers to best fit in, as causing blunt trauma is emblematic of the Blackwood Company's values. With our weapon equipped, we take our place with the other recruits, and Jetum Z finally makes his way down the stairs, approaching to inform.
The 4 of you have a mission. The settlement of Water's Edge has contracted us to take care of some goblins in the area. Apparently, they've been giving the locals some trouble. Shouldn't be a problem for you 4, though. The 3 of you should be prepared by now. But as you see, we have a new recruit with us as well. I'll need a word with you, recruit. You'll need to be careful on this mission. Sometimes new recruits have complications. They are not used to our methods. Take this. It will increase your skills in battle. We use it often. It is a good thing.
The Argonian then hands us what appears to be a potion bottle full of sticky ichor, and the smell. For the first time in our lives, we're hesitant to drink the contents of a bottle. Although, keeping up our ruse, we ask, "What is this?"
This? Why, it is a gift from the swamps of Argonia. Sap of the Hist. A present from my homeland. The Hist are generous to us. So generous.
It sure smells like a swamp of Argonia. I mean, you smuggle Hist sap. Isn't that, illegal?
Don't be stupid. We have returned with the Hist itself. One beautiful Hist who gives her gifts to all the company. The clever mages made it possible. Magic and iron. But this is not the time to talk. You drink your gift and go with your new brothers.
Jetum Zar, leaving the bottle in our hand, saunters away. Attempting to speak to him, he simply urges,
"Drink! It is time to go."
And we're forced to drink, but first note in our journal. The Blackwood Company has been hired by the Water's Edge settlement, which sounds familiar, to take care of some goblins that have been raiding their town. First, though, we are all to drink a potion made from the sap of a Hist tree. Attempting to speak to our newest comrades, concerned about what we're about to imbibe, we first seek out the eerily grinning Khajiit.
"Drink! Drink! We need to go."
The dopey Argonian to his right similarly states,
Come on, drink up.
And finally, the Imperial, our human brother, seeing our desperation, does nothing to assuage our fears.
Let's go, rookie. Drink up and we'll head out.
Well, I guess if that lumpy excuse of an Imperial can take it, why can't we? And so we begin to chug the smelly sap, and it's not too bad on the way down. In fact, we don't feel anything. You know, it must be years of drinking. Oh no. Realizing what's happening all too late, the last thing we think is, I've ingested the Ist sap potion. I feel a strange feeling coming over me. Before our vision fades into black, and we fall into a deep, dark, dreamless sleep. We awaken, confused, outside of the Blackwood Company's basement and the city of Leyawan itself, somewhere upriver, noting in our journal. We've arrived at Water's Edge, which it seems has been overrun by goblins, and I've been given the order to attack.
Get moving! Kill the goblins! All of them!
Recognizing the town, we fall in step, determined to aid the villagers from the wretched goblins.
What's the matter? Come here. You finish the cleanup, new blood. Look in the houses. Get moving so we can go home.
Seemingly with the job done, he moves to leave, and we pace behind him, though he simply dismisses.
I can still smell the things. Look in the houses.
Returning to the barn, we wonder where the sheep are, probably slaughtered and consumed by the goblins. How long were they there before we could arrive? Pondering on this, we see the nearby Khajiit, and he also instructs.
There are still goblins around. Can't you smell them? They're still here. Check the houses.
Smell them? Well, the only thing we smell is Ist sap. The sticky substance seems to still be clogging our nasal gland and other senses. Speaking to the final Blackwood Company member, we jog down the road south towards Leyawan and find the Imperial, though he simply says,
There are more around. Look in the houses.
No wonder the Blackwood Company's got its reputation for half-assing contracts. Heading back into the village by the water's edge, we head to the first residence, the most southern building that had a lovely small garden to its side, attempting to find its friendly owner, the Breton Marie Alouette, who we'd previously met and learned was in charge of tending to the sheep.
Stay as long as you like.
Cautiously opening the door to her abode, and see, in her stead, a goblin casually wandering around her abode. Until it meets the wrong end of our whacking stick mid-yawn. Looking around the farmhouse, we see no Marie. Making our way to the house in the middle of town, we then enter Edouard Retienne's abode, once housing the proud Breton farmer and his wife Jolie.
Stay as long as you like.
We find the couple has been replaced with a more dastardly duo. Seeming uncharacteristically indolent upon our arrival, must have become lazy and slothful due to a full belly. As we eye their engorged guts in disgust, attempting to find the missing villagers, we head to the north, where the final hut lay, being Bienna Amelions' house, the very Breton that bartered with us to pay off her father's gambling debt.
Can you help me?
With her family's ancestral armour a ways away, in which we decided to keep said armour and pay off the loan sharks to keep her safe. Steeling ourselves, we can only imagine the horrors in which we're about to see inside her abode. But instead find, not poor Bienna, in which we'd feared she'd be in the cage in which she caught sheep, but instead a filthy goblin, blissfully unaware of its impending doom. We're pretty happy with ourselves that our aim is still so good, despite our warped sense of reality. That is, until again we lose all sense of time and fall to the floor.
Good. You're finally awake. I was beginning to get a bit concerned about you.
Awaking in Modron O'Rain's hut with an otherworldly headache, we inquire. What happened?
That's what I was getting ready to ask you. You were found unconscious on the streets in Leowen. Some of your guild brothers found you and brought you to me. Good to see some of them think like we do. Now, what happened out there?
I don't remember. I just remember drinking hist sap and everything's hazy after that, like a bad dream. I think I went to Water's Edge and killed goblins overrunning the town, but that doesn't make sense. We've already done a contract there, right?
They're using hist sap? And they claim to have brought a tree into Cyrodiil? Amazing! I can't imagine what the sap might do to non-Argonians.
Just to pause the quest for one moment, if you're rightly wondering, what would happen if we were playing as an Argonian? Well, thanks to the wiki we learn, the hist sap will still affect you despite the fact Argonians are supposedly immune to the sap's effects. We'll soon find out why this specific hist may have different properties, but Modron will comment that he is, quote,
I'm a bit surprised it affected you the way it did, given your heritage. Perhaps something's tainted it.
And this sap theory is further supported by an Argonian being among the other members sent on the quest, and presumably similarly affected as we are.
I'm not surprised you were found the way you were. I imagine those men have built up a tolerance to the stuff. I'm concerned about Water's Edge. I want you to go back there. Make sure the company hasn't ousted the residents. Lay low.
I can't believe they gave me hist sap. That stuff is not meant to be drunk by an Imperial.
Amazing. And insane. I'll look into it further.
You really think I went to Water's Edge? It was a massacre by goblins. Surely not.
I'm worried about those people. The Blackwood Company can't be trusted with their lives and homes. Get there and look into it. I'll wait here.
With our follow-up instructions from O'Rain and a duty of care as a Fighters Guild member, we note, I've awakened from my hist sap stupor at Modron O'Rain's house. He worries that the company will have taken the settlement and moved the residents out. That does seem something that dastardly Blackwood would do. Probably left me for dead with the goblins, not expecting us to finish out the contract too. Returning to Water's Edge sometime later, semi-sober this time, we find a sight in between the buildings that is wholly unfamiliar. The bodies of the missing sheep are strewn haphazardly between the buildings towards their stable. And then we see a shock discovery. Marie Alouette, Edouard Retien, and poor Bianna Amelion. And as we uncover her, a nearby Breton exclaims,
This can't be happening. This is horrible.
Sorry. Who are you?
My poor Bianna. Poor, sweet Bianna. What monsters would do this? How can this have happened?
Just as confused as the man, we query. How could this have happened? What happened here?
I wish I knew. They're all dead, all of them. Even my poor, sweet Bianna. You're the one who helped her, aren't you? You helped her pay my debt. I heard about you. She never hurt anyone. Who could have done this? What monster would do this? It wasn't the goblins. It had to have been bandits. But why? We have nothing. Please go. I must bury our dead.
Looking at her father, partially to blame with his gambling debts, still we cannot help but feel sorry for the man that we found his remaining family member, deceased.
There's nothing more to say. They're all gone.
Not understanding how there are no goblin corpses, but the people are there. We then have a sudden sick pang wash over us, and we keel over in pain as forbidden memories of the hist and our actions spew forth, understanding. I've returned to Water's Edge to a gruesome sight. Bianna Amelion's father stands over the corpses of his daughter and the rest of the settlement. There are corpses all around, not goblin corpses, as it had appeared in my hist-sap-clouded mind, but human corpses. The Blackwood Company and I slaughtered the entire population of Water's Edge. I must return to our raid immediately. As the weight of our realization begins to pull us to the earth, we trudge to the extinguished campfire by the Water's Edge, discarding all of the Blackwood Company's armor and every single piece of booze, liquor, and intoxicant in our person. Although we do not don Varanus Donton's steel armor to bolster ourselves for the fight ahead, instead, we equip the ornate Amelions ceremonial armor, though this time we shall never remove it until the Blackwood Company lays in ruins by our hand, imbibing it partially to blame for our circumstances. Back in Modron's house in Coral, the Dark Elf questions.
Well, what did you find at Water's Edge?
The entire town was slaughtered. I and the Blackwood Company were responsible because of the hist. I don't know why or how, but it's my fault.
No. The entire town. I realize you must be disgusted with yourself. I'm sorry for that. It was the hist sap, though, not you. We now know the threat this group poses, perhaps better than they themselves know it. We must take decisive action now. We've got to stop them.
With our actions laid bare, our quest finally concludes. Orain was deeply troubled by what I told him, but realizes there was little I could have done to prevent it. He believes it is time to end the Blackwood Company forever. A sentiment we wholeheartedly stand by. To begin the quest, The Hist, we return to Modron O'Rain in his shack to learn about our next move against the Blackwood Company, and he guides for a final time.
Well, it is time for decisive action. I have one more duty for you to perform.
Straight to the point. I like it. What's my duty?
It is clear to me what must be done. The Hist tree must be destroyed.
The Hist tree? Where am I going to find that filthy sap-spewing abomination?
This tree is the source of our problems. It is an abomination of nature, and it must be destroyed. As long as the Blackwood Company has access to the sap, we are all in danger. I fear they no longer know what they do. You must find a way to destroy the Hist, though I can imagine Riza Kar will have it well guarded. Expect an unfriendly welcome at their hall.
So it is in the hall. I didn't see a tree in there. What do you know about this crafty Riza Kar?
He's a warrior, a battle-hardened mercenary who's spent time all over Tamriel. He'll keep his prize tree locked away. You'll need to find his key. Finish it.
With our final mission laid bare, we note in our journal, Modron O'Rain has decided that the threat of the Blackwood Company must be ended. He wants me to travel to their headquarters and destroy the Hist tree. It will be behind a locked door, and it is likely that only Riza Kar himself has a key.
One last time.
One last time, O'Rain promises as we leave his domicile, knowing if we fail, it'll be the last time we see anyone. Making our way down south to Leyawen and cutting a path through the foggy air, we cautiously enter the Blackwood Company's headquarters and are immediately confronted by Jar Fazir, the Khajiit's second-in-command, who growls,
"You are no longer one of us, Fighters Guild spy. Traitor, your life is forfeit."
As then, all hell breaks loose.
Come here. Stay away. You'll never take me down. Where you fall down. Die and bleed to death.
That's the best you can do.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. Do your worst. Am I supposed to be impressed? Am I supposed to be impressed?
Don't hurt me.
This ends. That's it. You come here. Am I supposed to be impressed? Am I supposed to be impressed? Take that! Man down!
With all of the beast folk guards dead, we search their corpses and find on the felled Jafazir not the key we expected. Instead, Tajitum Z, the Argonian battle mage's room.
Doc, what's the matter? Getting tired?
With the Argonian recruiter slain, we find on his corpse the key to Rizakar's room. Noticing the head of the guild, despite being called a mighty warrior, is notably absent. Outside of some clutter, booze and nern roots, disappointingly, at level 1 at least, there's not much loot to even bother mentioning inside the hall. And thus we shall focus on our critical main objective: find and destroy the Hist. Stalking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, we're ambushed by the crafty cat.
Die, damn you! Do your worst. That's the best you can do.
With the Blackwood Company's members all felled, we note, I've killed Rizakar. I should get the basement key from his corpse. Lifting the vile armor of his body, we find by the fallen Argonian guard Gil's corpse the large double door that no doubt guards the secrets of the Blackwood Company behind it. Noting a terrible stench intermingled with burning as we step inside. Once inside the room, we can hardly believe our eyes, with the ceiling must be at least 50 foot high above, and the Hist tree a sickly centerpiece to this sordid scenario. We see a cacophony of cogs whirring tirelessly as the steam-powered pump strains to keep up with the unending demand of extracting the deleterious, oozing mucus-coloured sap, which is being extracted from its trunk, looking as if the tree is strung up in a mockery of its former glory, like a dark elf demigod betrayed by its own kind. As our journal updates, the tree has become a perversion of nature. It's surrounded by alien machinery. If I am to destroy this monstrosity, I will need to find a way to destroy the machinery that surrounds it. Amidst the whirring of the monstrosity, we spy 2 Argonian guards and focus first on the nearest to the right.
That's it. Die. You'll never die.
With both guards dead, we look around at our options in destroying the tree, inspecting thoroughly how it works, seeing sap leached from its trunk and into pipes around the room. Lining the outskirts of the room, we see many vats full of the vile liquid, as well as Hist sap bottles that are empty where they collect said sap for distribution. And by the southern wall, we find pipes that are steam-powered. Following them, we see they lead to a boiler in the western side of the room that hungrily is fed copious amounts of wood to keep it burning. It's then we're given an idea. Turning just behind us, we find loose pipes are set on the ground on the table. Picking one up, we head to the nearby sap pump. Seeing its sizable cogs exposed, we shove the pipe in between them and the cogs with no way to spin begin to fight against the motor, and the entire machine spews out smoke and is set alight. Not done without sabotage, doing the same for the sap pump on the opposite side of the room. The tree becomes engulfed in the flames, and we find the sap popping and boiling is an excellent accelerant. We then hurriedly note in our journal, I've destroyed the machinery surrounding the hist tree, and the tree was destroyed in the process. I should return to O'Rain. Exiting the room, we catch a little bit of flame on our back. Realizing we need to expedite our exit, we fling open the doors and are confronted by the last person we expected to see.
You've ruined everything. Why? Why? I had a job. I had a home. You've taken it all. I'll kill you for this.
Now, Maglia, don't get squirrely. Oh, you want to play it like that, huh?
Take that! You're pathetic! What's the... That's the best you can do? Die, Imperial, die! What's the matter? Getting tired?
Maglia's corpse ragdolls off the third floor's stone railing and falls limp onto Rana on the first floor. Checking on the corpse of the broken Bosma, we somehow still feel pity for him and his stupidity, removing the Blackwood armor off his corpse so that he's not buried in it at least, hoping the gods that he worshipped will at least allow him to enjoy tavern time and his place in the sky. And hopefully he did get paid for his family's sake. Departing the Blackwood Company's HQ before the whole place comes down around our ears, we find ourselves back in Modron O'Rain's shack in Coral, and he questions expectantly.
Have you done it? Have you destroyed that foul tree?
Let's just say, the hist tree is history.
Well done. With that tree gone, the Blackwood Company is just another band of mercenaries. Cyrodiil is a safer place for what you've done. I want you to take this. May it serve you well. Now, you should tell Velena Daunton what has happened. Perhaps she will understand what it is we have done. I believe our work is now finished. You are a fine soldier, my friend. You've made me proud. Tell her right away.
With strange helm in hand we were gifted, we note. O'Rain believes our work is now finished. He's given me the helm of O'Rain Bearclaw as a symbol of our friendship. He suggests I speak with Velena Daunton and tell her all that has transpired. Taking a moment to look at the helmet, we see that it imparts Fortify Agility 10 points on self and Fortify Endurance 10 points on self. Plus, it is a unique helm, which seems to be one of the ugliest skulls we've ever laid eyes on. It looks like a goblin, but seeing as we've never been to Morrowind, we're guessing it's some small creature that they venerate or hate, or why you put your head inside its jaw is beyond us. However, we put on said helm in thanks of O'Rain's hospitality. Now, it should be noted for Morrowind fans, they will recognise this helm as an artefact that has to do with Daedric Prince Malakath in the events of Morrowind. I won't give away the plot, as I'm sure we'll cover said quest when we get to Morrowind, and O'Rain will actually open up about this, saying,
It belonged to an ancestor, O'Rain Bearclaw, but was lost for centuries. It was found only when Malakath wrongly believed my family line ended. It was returned to me by a stranger from my homeland, Morrowind. Wear it proudly. Perhaps you can help restore the glory of my family's name. Tell her right away.
Heading to Coral's Fighters Guild chapter to speak to Velena Daunton with the hideous helm on our head, We can overhear some of the locals discussing rumours of our run-in with the Blackwood Company and the desecration of their not-so-sacred hist.
The Blackwood Company were taking bad hist from a sick tree. No wonder they fought blood-mad and fearless. The Blackwood Company is gone. They were working high on hist sap. That's why there were so many terrible accidents.
Inside Coral's Fighters Guild, Valena Danton, not too happy to see us nor the helm,
What?
angrily demands.
What is it you want? You were told to stay out of my sight. I'll assume you're here to tender a resignation.
Resignation? How about yours? Well, you've been hiding up here in your office. All those rumours about the Blackwood Company feeding their members bad hist, butchering people that were meant to help with their contracts, and the company plus the history being destroyed, is true, thanks to us, not you.
You've done what? I had no idea it had gotten so bad. How is it you accomplished all of this?
We then have two options which eventually lead to the same dialogue. However, for now, we can say, well, I don't want to brag, but I did it on my own.
You would violate a direct order? I should expel you now. But this does not all fall on your shoulders. Much of the fault is mine.
Otherwise, we can confirm the truth of, I worked with none other than Modron O'Rain. Couldn't have done it without him.
With Orion? He was dismissed. I should expel you now. But no, it isn't Orion who is to blame. I fear it is I. I love the Fighters Guild and all its members, perhaps to a fault. I fear my concern for them has made me blind to what's been happening around me. If it were not for you and Orion, I dare not think it. Now we must speak about what you've done and how it will affect any further advancement. Because of your actions, I am hereby stripping you of your rank of champion. You were reckless, foolhardy, and dangerous to yourself and the guild. They were also brave and necessary. Because of this, I am hereby naming you Master of the Fighters Guild, effective immediately. The guild has passed me by. You are its future. Take your responsibilities seriously. I wish you luck. You still have many duties to perform.
In utter disbelief, we question. I'm the leader. What do you expect me to do? All I do is ask, what are my duties? What are my duties?
Your first duty should be to name your second in command. I can think of no one better for this job than Modron Orion. Should he accept the position, you would be well served. Rely on his wisdom and experience more than I did, my friend. Good luck. Go hurt something.
With this new honour that we have to fully digest, we note quickly, Valena Danton suggests that one of my first actions should be to reinstate Modron O'Rain as my second in command if he will accept the post. Departing the Guildhall, admittedly a little salty that Danton never even bothered to learn how to pronounce O'Rain's name. We find the Dark Elf quietly meandering about his abode and see him stare off at something in the distance. Taking a look at his handiwork, we're more shocked at this revelation than being named guild leader. As we see, O'Rain has finally taken up painting, no doubt thanks to the paintbrushes we lifted off one Arjum Kajum back in his lair, seeing the Argonian that we had previously tortured depicted in said picture, tied to a chair, looking pretty bleak about his situation. Though not on fire, O'Rain then proudly displays his hand in all of the sordid affair, as he's crudely depicted holding a sword in hand and stabbing Arjum Kajum, with his trademark mohawk smudged onto the painting, and a smile plastered on his face that we shall never forget to the end of our days. Speaking to the proud painter...
So, what happened?
Grin plastered on his face, he questions.
Did you speak with Valena? How did she react?
Well, she threatened to kick me out of the guild, and then when I told her what we achieved without her, well, she decided to give me an advancement. Somehow I'm guildmaster now.
Ha! Made you guildmaster? Amazing! You earned it, though you'll likely muck it all up. So, what are you going to do with your newfound rank?
Honestly, I couldn't have done any of this without you, Rain. Sure as hell can't run a guild by myself. I want to make you my second in command.
Me? Pah! I was just getting used to being retired. You can see how good my painting is getting. I'm an old man. I've done my time. Then again, someone has to keep you in line. Make sure you don't bring the guild down around our ears. I'll do it, Guild Master. Just come to me when you want to assign duties to the guild. I'll make sure they get done. Yes, Master. Whatever you say.
With O'Rain accepting, we note. I've asked Modron O'Rain to act as my second in command. He accepted and will run day-to-day activities of the Fighters Guild in my absence. Speaking to O'Rain again, he informs.
Well met.
So, I don't know why I'm asking this, but what are my duties?
Well, you're in charge. You won't be doing the contracts, but the Master is always paid a percentage of the Guild's monthly take. Check with me monthly to give orders for the month. I'll make it happen. If I don't hear from you, I'll follow the previous month's orders. You can find your monthly stipend in the Master's chest upstairs, along with anything we find that you might find useful. Here's the key. So, what are your first orders, Guildmaster?
What's interesting here is we can pick one of 3 focuses for the month, and it does take a month before we can roll it over, such as focusing on recruitment. Our monthly gold is 1/2 of the standard amount. However, we have a better chance of receiving random loot. Focusing on getting contracts, our monthly gold is doubled. However, we have an 11% chance of receiving a single item of random loot and 89% of receiving no items. Focusing on both equally, our monthly gold is the standard amount. We have a 21% chance of receiving a single item of random loot and 79% chance of no items. The standard monthly gold is a randomly determined amount from 0 to 990 gold, and it's not influenced by our character's level. However, for now, we think of all the times we were begging for a contract, and the members with mouths to feed. Not wanting another Maglia situation, before we recruit, we say, You better focus on getting contracts.
Works for me. More contracts keep the men busy and out of trouble. It also helps bring in more gold, which benefits us all. When more men are out there completing contracts, we all make more money, including you. I'll get on it.
So that's it? You've got your duties?
I've got my orders for now. Check back in a month or so, and we can talk about what to do next. Yes, Master. Whatever you say.
Departing O'Rain's house and heading back to the Fighters Guild Hall, we bump into the now civilian Valena Donton on the street, and she greets.
Honor the guild, friend. What can I do for you?
What's life like outside of the guild? I'm sure it's keeping up with the nobility and the dinner parties.
I've never heard the Countess mention her husband. I believe it is something of a sore point with Lady Milona. You're in charge now.
As Donton saunters inside her house, leaving us in charge, Coral becomes a buzz of rumours of the new Fighters Guild master.
It may take a while, but with the Blackwood Company gone, the new master can rebuild the Fighters Guild to its former glory. Goodbye, Blackwood Company. The Fighters Guild has a new master, and Orion is back. Good riddance to the Blackwood Company, and good luck to the Fighters Guild.
Making our way to our Fighters Guild Hall to run. Inside, we find an orc, Kurz Grow Barrel, who we never had time to speak to previously, and he greets.
Yes, Master. You need me? Things could always be worse, and probably will be. I'm Kurz Grobaroth. What can I do for you? Go hurt something.
Up the stairs, we then see the Imperial Fighters Guild porter, who welcomes.
Yes, Master. You need me?
Now, it should be noted, this is the source for every single rumour in the Fighters Guild thus far. Those pages and pages of rumours. The rest of the guild porters in the game are actually Bretons. So the fact that this one man, who we would literally have to hunt down after every quest to hear said rumours about our exploits, is insane. And he still has a couple of good quips if you speak to him now, such as,
I hope I can help. Did I give you the key after lockup last night? I really can't remember. Goodbye.
Outside, we find an orc is practicing his archery, and we question, Hey, do you have a brother?
I'm Lum Grobaroth, the cheerful one. My brother Kurz? He's not so cheerful. Dogs are an orc's best friend. Good protection, good companions, good eats. The Bruants have dogs, lots of them. Bye. Yes, master. You need me?
Back inside the guild hall, we head up the stairs to our office as guildmaster and find the promised guildmaster's chest by the eastern wall, as well as the display cases holding the worthless replicas we promise one day we will update to real weapons in case of an emergency, and sit down in our guildmaster's chair. Already bored, we see a bottle of ale in front of us and throw it against the wall with the tankard. Just because our life is much more sedentary doesn't mean that we can be so easily swayed. Looking around the desk, we see a small parchment lying next to where the tankard lay and pick it up as it reads, The Oak and Crochet. If you ever need to ask why, then you've obviously never dined there. We catered to the best. Remembering the fine food and drink at the local establishment, we decide to duck out early today. As we descend the stairs, we bump into none other than Modron O'Rain, our second in command, and he greets with a sickly sweet tone.
Yes, master.
Master, I'll never get used to saying that. What can I do for you?
Get out of my way, O'Rain. It's tavern time.
You smell of death. Been conjuring up dead things?
If you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing, plus leaving a comment on which questline you wish to see next, and let me know which moment in the Fighters Guild questline moved you most. Honestly, I was surprised at how much I had missed playing it the first time, Ari the Danton family, and it made the conclusion that much more epic. As always, a huge shout out to all of the Patreon supporters on screen who make videos like this possible. Thanks for watching, and until next time, Traveller.